Test. Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Got some interesting stuff going on tonight. We're going to be getting in here and doing some more Trials of the Sekhemas at some point. I don't know if I'm going to start out with it immediately. I'd like to get a couple maps knocked out and see if I can get some currency getting generated and some more things that are actually useful to put up for sale. But we've definitely got a lot of trials that I can run, and we're still trying to get the the time lost jewels. So I picked up 3 of them yesterday in one of the runs that I did. It's a fairly low chance to get the chest that contains them. I mean, I guess it depends on what you consider to be a low chance. So far, out of a handful of runs, I have gotten 1 chest on 1 floor. It did give 3 of the gems, no uniques. But yeah, I don't. To me, for an hour-long run for the Trials of the Sekhemas, that's a pretty low chance in my opinion. It's like, for an hour-long run, you should be guaranteed to get a chest every time, and you know, maybe it just gives you 1 each time instead of giving you multiples. But yeah, it's a little demoralizing to go in and run the whole place and be like, yeah, you just literally got nothing worth having. I keep getting. I've sold a couple of them just because it doesn't really matter which side of it you sell, but it is. Actually, I think I have them in the relic box. No, maybe I still have them on the last page of the stash. Yeah, so it's these here. They're uniques. The last boss seems to always drop one of these, and they sell for about the same amount that the ring does that you get from doing the event. So I'll sell them either way, if I can sell this or if I can sell the ring. Yeah, it's just you have to take up one of your, well, I guess technically you have to take up 3 slots, but you have to take up 1 slot for some other type of scroll that is generally pretty beneficial, just to put this in there to get a ring that, I mean, in my opinion, it's really not all that impressive. I guess a little bit of it will work, will depend on, there is an item that you can get, I think it's the Belt of Ingenuity, or Ingenuity Belt, whatever the hell it's called. They're insanely expensive, but if you can get one of those, they can up to double the power of your rings. And this ring has a socket in it that you can actually socket a jewel into. So I don't know yet if that jewel is actually doubled in power along with all the other stats on the ring, or if that doesn't count. If it does count, then the ring's exceedingly powerful, but you have to have that belt in order for it to be useful, which, you know, that's as much as a couple of 100 div for that particular item. So if you're not just juicing the shit out of your maps non-stop, then yeah, you're not gonna really ever see that kind of div in an entire season. Also, this is one of the things that I'm planning on testing today to see if it makes a difference, but I've heard that the unique gem that the time lost unique diamond that I'm actually looking for potentially can only be done on like level 80 and higher trials. I was doing like 77s and 78s. I was just clearing out some of the lower level ones as I've been doing them, so I'll have to try some of the higher level ones and see what I can get. I got like an 80 here. I've heard that you can get them on 79s as well. I don't know if that makes a difference. I've got more 79s than I do 80 pluses, so never really had a major reason to organize these in the past, and then now it's a little more important. But yeah, as you can see, I have 1, oh no, there's a second level 80. I have 2 level 80s in this pile, so. But as I'm doing more maps, I will see more of these drop. And that should help kind of fill out the pile a little bit. Yeah, my organization paradigm here is non-existent, so. So some of the things, I haven't actually done the final boss for the ultimatums yet, but from what I can tell, every time that you want to get into the final boss's room, you actually have to get the set of keys to do it, which takes, you know, 3 pieces every time, and you randomly get them, and one of them seems to be more rare than the other 2, which means you're constantly having to essentially buy them. So a lot of people argue that the ultimatums are easier, and in some cases for getting your ascendancies, that's probably true, but there's a lot less investment requirement from doing the Trial of the Sekhemas, because all of the bonuses, the relics that you get, are permanent. They don't go away when you use them. They'll just stay inside the altar, and then when you go back and put in a new medallion to start a new trial, then these will all be there. You can change them out if you want, but they don't go anywhere. The only ones that I've seen that have been getting destroyed so far have been these unique ones, and it's simply because you're just trading that out for a unique ring. If you put this in the altar, then and you kill the final boss, then you're guaranteed to get the ring, so it just destroys the item. Now, one thing that I'm not for sure on is I haven't put one of these in and then failed the trial, so I don't know if, you know, like maybe you keep this and it only goes away if you kill the last boss and the ring drops. I'm not 100% positive on that. If you lost this every single time, I would think the ring should be a lot more powerful than what it is, because a lot of people still can't kill that final boss. They just have a lot of problems with it. So we're gonna just hop in and do a couple of maps here while we're wasting time. I'm wanting to try to do some higher tier maps also, because I want to get the rest of the points for this tree here, which you'll get these to drop off of a boss, like an actual boss in any of the maps, generally on higher tier maps. I don't know if 14s will be high enough, but 15s are definitely high enough to get them to drop. So 15s, 16s, 17s, and 18s will drop them. But I really want to get to this one here, so it'll count any map with bosses is also considered to be irradiated, so it gives you the +1 level just because it has a boss. Now, I'm assuming that you won't be able to stack irradiated with this, since this technically just adds the irradiated affix to the location itself. So you probably won't be able to double up on irradiated, which has its own set of negatives, because honestly, the precursor tablets, the most common one that I get is irradiated. So this is just another way to add irradiated, which is already exceedingly common. So I think we'll do one of these here, because I want to get that breach in there, and then this map is already has delirium built into it, so I don't want to do this one, because I don't think having a mirror, I don't think the mirror will actually even show up if you're already doing a delirium map. So this map has, as you can see, the top section there has delirium modifiers on it already, so we don't want to waste that delirium mirror in that one. We'll do a non-delirium map there to get more components to make more delirium maps. So this is just a tier 14 map, because unfortunately I corrupted a bunch of maps last night, and I had like 3 or 4 in a row that all corrupted down a level from tier 15 maps, so I was kind of pissed about that.
Die, forgotten!
So maps covered in delirium are just a little bit more difficult than regular maps, but it's not insane. So if you can clear you will have this boss when you get close to it. The name does show up, but you don't necessarily know exactly which direction it is just yet. Wait. Is that unique up here somewhere? Oh, is it the boss? Okay, the boss is already out.
What am I fighting?
For a ranged character, the boss usually goes down pretty well. I don't know how bad that would be to fight with a character that has to be in melee range. So I am wanting to play a monk, but you know, where they've already done their little developer live stream, and they've said that they are definitely doing a seasonal reset in the future. I don't know if I want to play another character at this point, or if I want to wait and play a different character when the new season starts, because unfortunately they weren't very specific in when that was going to happen. I don't know if I want to change a character right now. I already changed off of my Infernalist, which in all honesty was doing exceedingly well in maps. Like, I could run maps just like this with the Infernalist, had no real problems with it, you know, killing everything fine, the boss is fine, just no issues, so. That's a 79, sucks. Hopefully 79s count for being able to get the uniques.
Victory is mine.
Man, what is up with all these low-ass tier maps that I keep getting? It's like, this is like the, look at that, there was a tier 1 back there, or a tier 2 back there, here's a tier 1, a tier 7, I think there was another tier 7 back behind, and it's just like, what the fuck, man? This is essentially like a tier 15 level map. It's like, why am I getting all these low-ass tier maps in here? There's a 9.
A rare treasure.
So worthless. A 6. It can definitely be rough for some people as well, because oh shit, I can't even fucking move. There's a lot to getting decent maps to drop, you know, like knowing how to juice your maps properly and things along those lines, and newer players don't necessarily understand that mechanic just yet. So I know when they did their live stream talking about updates and changes and stuff they're planning on doing in the future, one of the big things that people were talking about was the inability to maintain a valid amount of maps. You know, like people were having problems keeping maps of the correct tier. And I think it's because, you know, some people seem to think that just because you went up a tier means that naturally all of the loot is going to be better. That's not necessarily the case. You know, so some people will juice say like a tier 10 map, but then they get a tier 12 and they're like, oh, this is going to be a lot harder, so I'm not going to juice that map. And you can't really do that. It's like, if you're going to do a map, you should always be juicing it in some shape, form, or fashion. You should really never do a map that is less than a rare quality. And I would even argue that just getting it to rare quality is not enough, because you want really high percentages on, you know, new maps dropping so that you can keep your map numbers up. And then, you know, it's even worse if something goes sideways and you die on the map and then you don't even get all of the stuff out of it that you were hoping to get. So there's a T15. So this is 100% worth it at this point. That replaced the tier 15 that I lost to come in here and do this map.
Die once more.
So I generally feel like I'm doing pretty well. If I spend a tier 15 map and I get a tier 15 map, then pretty much everything else is gravy.
A rare treasure.
Especially, you know, with all these splinters and stuff that I'm getting, it's like those things are going to be very valuable. We'll start to get. Go ahead. Is there another boss over here? Interesting. don't think I've ever had a delirium map with 2 bosses in it. Stuff to enchant that strong box with. Okay, that dude needs to come. Okay, now he's dead. Death animation. Let's see. Ah. Seriously? The breach here, yep. And there's a T14, which is the level of map I ended up running here because of getting my T15 downgraded. Alright, so hopefully everybody knows this by now, but when you find these strong boxes in here, they have enchants and stuff on them. They're just like a piece of gear. You can enchant them if they're empty, or if they're low, you can bump them up. So you can take a transmutation, put it on it, now it's blue. You can throw augmentation on there. This one actually got 2 on it, so then if I wanted to, I could pop a regal on there. Now it's yellow quality, and then you could start throwing exalts into it if you wanted. I'm not really a big fan of throwing exalts at these. I normally won't even regal them, but there's nothing wrong with throwing some of your really cheap materials at them on the off chance that you get a nice item out of it. At this point, I have well over 1,000 of the small enchant items, the augmentations and stuff like that. So I'm not out anything. I threw 1 augmentation and 1 transmutation at it. I got the transmute back, and I got 4 augmentation runes. So at the very least, I got more out of it than when I put into it. I'm starting to think there may be something to the level 79 loot for doing the Trials of the Sekhemas, because people are asking for logbooks, specifically 79s and 80s. So it's generally a good way to kind of test theories, is also look and see what other people are doing. You shouldn't necessarily just automatically assume because someone else is doing it that everyone's doing it. There was a guy that linked an item the other day that was a pretty shitty item, and he's like, price check on this, and my response to him was low, because I didn't know exactly what the price check was going to be, but based on the skills that were on it, I'm not aware of any class in the game that would have really wanted it. And the guy's like, he's like, but it's selling for 30 div, and it's like, well, I mean, if you already know the price, why are you asking for a price check? And then if you looked at that and felt a need to ask for a price check at that point, that means that somewhere in the back of your mind, you don't think that's a valid price either. You're looking at it and going, this seems strange. I wonder if this is really worth that much. So when someone responds to you and confirms your thoughts, it's like, yeah, maybe you should take that into consideration. But the dude just thought he had landed on a gold mine, and he's like, well, maybe it's not worth 30 div, but maybe it's worth 25. I'm like, I'd be surprised if you could get even 1 div out of it. It had a lot of good rolls, but the main stat bonus that was on it was like plus cold damage, and it was a caster item. It wasn't, so it's not something you would have wanted to use on a monk, which is about the only class that does well that has any cold in it. And I don't even know if monks build for cold damage. I think they build for other stuff. Like, if I'm not mistaken, they're just building for raw stats, and some of their abilities just happen to apply cold damage. But needless to say, the guy looked up, there was 1 item for sale that had similar stats to what his did, and he wanted to sell it for an absurd amount. It's like, dude, you don't know anything about the guy that posted this up for 30 div. It's like he could be completely clueless and is just like, oh man, look at all these high stats. This must be worth a fortune. It's like very few things in this game are worth 30 div. And normally when you have it, you know it.
By Garukan!
Oh god, I hate these dudes. It's like for a caster, these guys are very dangerous. The biggest problem with these guys is they stun you every time they hit you with one of these skulls. And they always shoot to the position that you were standing in at the point that they get hit. So if you just keep moving, normally you're okay. Especially if you're, using a triggered spell, something that you're casting, and then it goes out and hits them. As long as you keep moving, you're all right. The problem that you have with the archmage build is you're shooting lightning all over the place. Every time one of your little lightning bolts hits them, they shoot out a skull. So even if you stop casting, those things are still floating around on the ground, and you can kind of like corner yourself. So you have to be really careful when dealing with that. So we still have well over 50, looks like over 50 in here. I've still got a boss in here somewhere. Or not necessarily a boss, but at least one rare left because the map hasn't completed yet. However, I did just recall somewhere over here on the southwest side, there's another big name because we got a health bar when we got close to it. Precursor tablet out of it, so that's good. I still think there's another boss over here somewhere. I don't think I ever saw that other one that had the big health bar that popped up on the screen. And that was somewhere down close to the breach. Down in here somewhere. Man, having some shock really just makes a difference. It's like having 0% chance to shock. I don't know. I'm just noticing these guys are getting stunned a lot more from the shock than what they were previously, and I picked up 1 jewel that increased my shock chance by 12%. So it's not even a high number, but I'm noticing these guys getting shocked so much more frequently than they were before. So now I just got to figure out where that delirium, or not delirium, that breach, the big hand of Chiyula. Down to 0 creatures remaining. Now there's a timeless jewel of some sort. I really wish once you had discovered some of the things that are on the map, like the Hands of Chiyula and stuff like that, if you haven't activated them, I wish they would stay on the map so you can see them. Because like you can see when I'm close to it, the hand pops up. It's like once I've passed that and saw it there, why doesn't it just stay? Like that's a quality of life thing that they could really benefit from keeping on here. So what am I looking at here? So this is a fairly small hallway on both sides. both of them kind of open up very similarly, so it doesn't really seem like it's going to matter much one way or the other which direction I go in this split, because I'm basically just going to run into the same issues. There's no really giant open areas here, unfortunately, so just kind of pick a direction and run it. So I have the option of starting in the center and then running out to maybe here and then trying to book it back over to the other side and get a big clump of them in this area dead, but I won't be able to just follow one direction and get a whole bunch of kills here, so a little unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Victory is mine.
Down to there. And if you're like me and you like playing with the big map on the screen, you know, so you can kind of see what's going on, that stuff is great and all, but when you're doing this stuff, I highly suggest getting rid of the overlay map so that you can see everything that's going on the screen, because sometimes you'll get in here and you just get absolutely screwed. Actually seems like going this way was the better direction. Glass pans. Love it. Ah, there's another rare down there. Didn't get to him in time. Man, Path of Exile must be, or Grinding Gears must be really lax on enhances lightning modifiers. Interesting. They must be really lax on getting people for buying currencies and stuff right now, because these gold sellers are really running rampant right now. You didn't really see them for a little bit. They were really slow in the beginning, and then they've been fairly slow for the past couple of weeks, and then now just all of a sudden I'm seeing them non-stop, like 10 or 15 messages an hour. They're getting more ballsy with messaging you directly. Hey, what's going on, Nil? But they're getting a little more ballsy with messaging you directly, trying to get you to visit their websites and stuff like that, where before it was always just you know, big open advertisements in general chat and stuff like that. So yeah, that's it for that map. Not as good as it could have been. Oh wow. Dude spent 2 million gold, I guess, on... He spent 2 million gold gambling for necklaces, and that's all he got, and that was his complaint.
Hello.
I probably should start gambling with
On with you.
the random vendor just a little bit.
What can I do
I
for you?
think I'm setting on close to 5 million gold at this point, and it's like, season will be ending soon. Can't really take it with me.
On
So.
with you.
They really need I hope they start getting some of these tabs out soon. I'm a little frustrated with the fact that they haven't put out any tabs just yet. Because we're supposed to have the map tab. They did say was on the way, and if I'm not mistaken, it was supposed to be in the last like major update to 0.1.1, but then they said they had some issues with it. So I was kind of expecting them to have it out relatively soon, but it's been several days at this point. It's like, map tab shouldn't really be that hard, especially considering the fact that you already have one. So I don't know. I don't know what their I don't know what the negative is for them on that one. Why it's causing them such a hard time. interrupted 15s that I simply just can't do much with other than run them, so. Now is a good time to get this Delirium Mirror. This one's got 370% map drop chance. So maybe this will get me a couple of more 15s.
The unrighteous will be turned to ash.
And always, one thing to remember when you have those mirrors is I highly suggest once you step through the mirror, just kind of waiting for a second, because it takes the Delirium enemies a moment to appear. And if you just kind of plow through, if you don't have a build that can take some hits, you are likely to get surrounded before you realize that it happens, because they just appear on top of you, and then there's no rolling out of that one. So I kind of like this map. I liked it a lot better on my Infernalist, because it's got fairly wide hallways, so you ran out. You didn't have issues with your pets being able to get through and attack stuff, but yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit of a different story for some reason with lightning. There's some places where the lightning kind of bottlenecks itself. Also, another thing, in Path of Exile 1, this was a bigger deal, but doing the... Oh, did I end it? No, it didn't end, but it's about to, because I'm not killing anything. Oh, shit. Second for hitting that. Oh, Distilled Fear. That's a new one for me. I'm still really not even for sure, like, so this is one of the things that I don't understand, is I don't understand what the point of the Delirium Mirror is, other than just having extra enemies, because it seems like the loot that you get, no matter, like, I've kept the Delirium open for the majority of the map, and then I've had the Delirium end really early like this. This was a super early ending on a Delirium Mirror, and that was literally the best Delirium drop I've ever gotten. So, yeah, I really just don't understand why that is the case. So another thing I was going to say, I got interrupted because of the thing running out up there, but these strong boxes in the first game, leaving them unidentified was actually better. It gave you a slight benefit when opening them up. I don't know if that's still the case in PoE 2 or not. But since it was a thing, I'm assuming that it's still a thing until proven otherwise.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
Definitely getting a decent share of Exalted Orbs from this run. And there's another tier 15 map. So that's two tier 15s that I've gotten so far. Excuse me, out of one map that was a tier 15, so I'm making more than I'm using already.
Sands, take you!
Rawhide belt. Well, there's another 15, so it's 3 in this map. In a range of forest. Alright, so that's completion. But I got like 3 or maybe 4 Exalted Orbs, and got 3 tier 15 maps. There's still more shit to kill. 14. Only 6 creatures left. Oh, this is a super tiny map. I didn't think it was going to be that small. So here's another one of these where it really sucks. You've got the Hand of Chiula here, and it's just a long hallway on both ends. Like there's really no good direction to head. So if you're having issues, some people will have issues for popping Hands of Chiula there for a little while, especially on my Infernalist, until I started figuring out kind of like preparing and setting up some stuff ahead of time to kind of clear out things immediately. So one of the things that I do here is I'll drop Sigil of Power on the ground because it lasts for a decent amount of time, and then I will throw out the Orb of Storms on top of it, and then immediately pop the hand, or sometimes I'll get the hand and then drop the Orb of Storms, and then I'll drop a Conductivity on top of me, and that takes a few seconds to go off. So by the time it goes off, the creatures around me have spawned. Conductivity goes off immediately, and then having both Sigil of Power and Orb of Storms up really hikes the amount of damage that I'm doing, which allows me to quickly clear out the area immediately around me so that I gain the ability to be able to move and I'm not just trapped in a spot. See, that was a lot of enemies piled up on top of me. If I hadn't killed them fast, I probably would have died there.
Die forgotten.
So you want to try to watch for clasp hands whenever you can. Oh, look at that. That's rare. Get away from me with that shit. Still tagged me a little bit with it. Oh, there's another hand. Oh, 2 of them. Nice. Oh, there was another rare there. I didn't see him.
Garukan favors me.
I don't know if I've gotten that before. Anything else that dropped over here? Not really. Yeah, Mage Go Burr. That nice Exalted Orb up there. Go back down here and see if anything was left in the hallway. Not seeing anything. That was a pretty good direction to go, though. I ended up kind of lucking out on that one. Got quite a few clasped hands, which got me some more. Got me some more splinters. The splinters are still coming in pretty slow at this point, but I got 3 more tier 15 maps. 1, 2, 3. And this one's already rare, which will be nice. But I'll be able to try to get those corrupted and see if I can't get them to a 16. I do have a couple of places set up already to that are already converted and ready for tier 18 maps. I'm just gotta have the 16 to insert into it. So I'm getting high enough level now. I think with the next level, I want to. Actually, I may even be able to just go check on the site, but I want to pick up a level 20 map or a level 20 skill gem and make a new. What the hell is it? Wrong buttons. There we go. I want to make a level 20 spark gem because this one's only at 19. I'll make a level 21. Get 5 slots on it, and then I want to hit it with a chaos and see if I can get a +1 from corruption. And I keep saying chaos, but I meant ball orb. I'm gonna hit it with a ball orb. So how's the night going, Nell? Staying busy, or is it getting kind of slow? It's going, huh? That doesn't sound promising. I would like to get a staff with a 19 or 20 sigil of power on it. That'd be nice. Spoke with Dylan and he wants to go all night. Well, I mean, if he's going all night, I mean, I guess that's something. No, I didn't know the Covenant existed in this one. Nice. Did you cash in more of your points? I'm assuming you're probably starting to get pretty low on those. We don't really go to eat there much anymore. Yeah, when we were eating there more regularly, we were getting points all the time. You probably should start trying to use some of the points on mine. I don't know if they expire or not, but I don't really have a whole lot of interest in eating McDonald's anymore, so. They are a far cry from anything that's remotely close to being healthy.
What is it?
Man, I hate rolling on these. Well, that's extra spirit, but Oh, you did? What did he have to say? That's fairly garbage. I wonder if this thing's any good. Of course. Prayers for rain, huh? Oh yeah, he needs to get on and play some with us. I'll definitely play some with him tomorrow because I'll be getting on a lot earlier and playing. Yeah, I'll be playing tonight after, probably right at midnight. I'll probably switch over to that game. So if he's still on, I can BS with him some there, and then if not, then I'll be playing all day tomorrow. So I can help him out with it then. Oh, I forgot I had Greater Jeweler's Orb, so I just need to get one perfect, and then I can start working on that level 20, but I wanted to look this up anyways. You guys can laugh at the 8 million tabs that I have open, but when I'm watching through stuff, I'll leave it open until I go back and finish it, so deal with it. It's Probably worthless if I had to guess, but yeah. A lot of these are just getting to where they just have no value. And I'd have to look up a regal to see what they're worth, but last time I checked, it's better off to blow this up and get a chance shard out of it than it is for a lot of, if you're not getting at least one EX, then it's not worth it, and I don't know if a regal's worth an EX or not. I need to go to the conversion there and find that out. What was the other thing I was going to look up? Skill gem, uncut skill gem. And I want level 20. So these are still going for 120-ish exalted, which is less than a div. So I think divs are somewhere around 140-ish or so. But I don't, so this unfortunately doesn't show me what the level requirement is to be able to use it. So, I don't know. Let's see. This is probably going to be worthless, but put like 4 exalts on it, see if it'll sell. That'll give me back what I put into it. This other stuff is pretty trash. Yeah. So we'll blow those up. I think I'll just blow that up as well.
On with the
When you get these breach rings, you can get really amazing breach rings. So one of the things that I suggest doing with those, if you haven't already thought about it, I know a lot of people are doing this, figure out where I put them, there we go, is always keep your breach rings. And like this one here isn't too bad if somebody needed resists. If it wasn't for having an evasion and physical damage on it, I would use that. Actually, this one has accuracy and an evasion, which is pretty worthless, but I also have a buttload of mana on these rings, so this ring could actually go, I could do a decent upgrade on this ring because it's got a little bit of mana regen on it. It's got some cast speed, which is nice. The mana is pretty low. I mean, like getting close to 200 mana on a ring is a lot more reasonable. And then the accuracy is basically worthless. The life regen is worthless, and the light radius is worthless. So I could probably get a much better ring for that slot. And the getting more mana on it would increase the amount of damage that I'm doing, and then hopefully getting some other kind of stat on there that would be more useful. Like I said, that cast speed is really nice, but yeah. What else? Sorry, I was just helping somebody out here that was unfamiliar with what they were doing. Always trying to help my brother out. Dude looked like he was stressing. He was freaking out about not having any spirit. He's playing the archmage build, which is not somewhere that you can get spirit easily. The infernalists have it really easy for getting spirit because their weapon will have 100 spirit on it base, and then can, through quality upgrades and then good rolls on I can't remember if it's a prefix or a suffix, but whatever the roll is on it, you can get up to like 200 spirit from a weapon. And you know, but they need a shit ton of it because of all the pets that they have. But this guy was kind of freaking out because he couldn't use a lot of abilities. It's like, if you look at my setup here, these two come from weapons. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skills. That's all I have right now. It is 5 skills. And archmage is the only, yeah, so archmage is the only one that I have that is using spirit, and unfortunately uses all 100 spirit, so that's kind of rough. But because of that, I don't have the other thing. Is I would like to have cast on shock for arc, but I don't have enough spirit to cover that. But I mean, as you guys have seen when I'm playing here, it's like I'm not having problems killing anything. Advertising the channel a little bit in game. You always get some interesting people when that happens. Right. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Oh man, increased freeze buildup. This could be a little nasty. And 50% to monster elemental resistances. This could be really nasty, actually. Honestly, this is a map I probably should not run. this potentially could be kind of difficult for this class. We'll see. Plus 50% to resists for the enemies could really slow down the damage that I'm dealing, and their 200% increased buildup. It's like freeze is the bane of sorc existence, so that could be kind of nasty. The damage doesn't seem to be too bad though, so this is basically a tier 16 map right now. I was a little concerned that 50% increased resist. Sometimes I'm curious about how those work where they don't specifically state on those. So I'm assuming that this was just whatever their resists are plus 50% of that, as opposed to adding 50% to the resist.
Treasure.
They're all lightning resistant. Is that the spider just fall over? They get tripped. It's crazy. Oh, shit. I see that guy under there.
Need mana.
Oh yeah, I need mana, alright. Yeah, this dude does not want to die. Lightning resistant and energy shield. This is great. Basically just need to set on this dude in order to do damage to him. That's crazy.
Take you. Garukan favors me.
Random tier 19. Grab that. So it looks like I've got a shrine over here somewhere. Those guys suck. Where's the shrine? There it is.
Back, creature.
It's like, what an amazing map to have almost everything on here. Keep having lightning resistance as one of its fixes. Hey, Anubis, thanks for stopping in.
Didn't break a sweat.
Is this, oh, this is level 80. Is that going to be an 80 one? Hell yeah. There we go. Oh, look, a worthless great club. I need to get after this map. I'll take a small couple-minute break and roll some ads so people can get into the channel without pre-rolls. That's what time it was.
Take you! Of the Marike.
Yeah, these guys are kind of beefy. And some really bad affixes on this map. 54% extra elemental resistance on them. It's nuts. I knew there was a map boss in here. I didn't realize this was who it was. I hate this boss with a flaming passion.
Creature.
Man, double spiders.
Die!
Why did he just full heal? What happened? Alright, that one died finally. Dead. This guy should die pretty quickly. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Warford? I'm at our favorite boss, Warfarin. Everyone's favorite boss. Yeah, I would say normally that would be the case with me, but this is a really bad map. So Freeze, Ignite, and Shock all have 218% increased build-up rate, and all the monsters have 54% increased elemental resistances. So this map's been it's been shitty so far.
Didn't break a sweat.
Nah, bitch is going down. Can't skip the boss. What kind of shit is that? What kind of pussy do you think I am? Nah. I'm not 90 yet, I'm still leveling fast. This dude's gonna kill me so quick. And the other thing that's been super shitty about the map is like 50% of the creatures have been lightning resistant on their own. So then 50% more resist on that. It's like I think I've rolled more times in this map to get away from shit than I have in the past 5 days. Alright. Well, it still says there's more than 50 mobs left. Maybe there's something up in that area. I don't know, it's like this build is pretty much done at this point. It's like, for the most part, every level that I get from this point on is just kind of like gravy, so it's like, you know, if I level, great. If I don't, whatever. If I'm not killing something now, it's lack of skill, not lack of build. Man, still over 50. Is this like one of those... Is this a bugged map or something? Or is it's probably counting all those fucking hyenas that are up here. Well, hell, they're not even here. Alright. Dude, he's got base resists on him. He's got elemental resist aura, so this is even harder. Look at how slow this guy's dying, man. Let me roll. Oh. No, get away. Yeah. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it, Dick. look at that. Run away. What the fuck, man? Look at that. 2 tier 15 maps you would have cost me. What a bitch.
A rare treasure.
Yeah, the trick with him, when we were talking about that before, the trick with him is definitely to stay close. As long as you can roll circles around him, he can't do much. That was a rough map, though. 54% extra monster elemental resist for a lightning mage is like, yeah, fuck you. And look at that, it got me like 1/1 billionth of a bar of XP. I would have lost so much if I hadn't have done that. Oh wait, it's actually down to 25 enemies left. Where the hell are they? Like, there's this that like I've explored the whole map. Where the fuck are they? Yeah, 200% stun and freeze was rough. Fortunately, I've got the thing that makes me immune to stun, so that works pretty well. But yeah, I don't have anything for freeze. That's the thing you got to realize. It's like, not only do I not have a charm for freeze, I don't have anything on my necklace either because I got a corrupted one. So I actually need to replace this necklace to get an uncorrupted one and get something on there that's gonna like pump my damage. But like, some of that shit is so expensive, man. One of the enchant that I want on there is a pretty significant lightning damage increase, but it's like, I don't know, it's probably like 30 div for all the mats to put it on there. It's ridiculous.
Speak.
I think that thing was worthless. Wasn't it you and I that were talking about this staff here? Isn't this the big monk staff? The one that's where they get all the extra stuff for every 5 of a specific stat? That's the big one? Yeah. Yeah, the gemling. So I got this one, I redid this one, did the quality on it, and corrupted it, and actually got 11% of critical damage bonus, so I actually got a decent pop on it, but it's just not selling. Like, no one's buying it even at 2 div. So it has no negatives. It's this one unfortunately doesn't have a perfect roll version. I got kind of a cool item yesterday. When I was re-rolling some other stuff. This is one of the things that I got from doing the trial of the Sekhemas. This was the first ever perfect roll item that I've gotten. Every single stat is the maximum thing that it can possibly be. Unfortunately, it wasn't an amazing item. But I threw it up for a div. Figure it's worth a div just because it's a perfect roll, right?
Yes.
That's trash. Oh, charm slot. Holy crap. Those are non-existent. I probably won't blow that up.
On with the work.
Let's see, what is this got on it? Charm slot, a little mana. It's actually pretty crap outside of that. I don't know if that charm slot's really worth anything. Few exalted at most. What happens on the weekend? Or you just mean having the free time, being able to play?
What can I do for you?
Getting playtime? Yeah, no, that makes sense. What are you booing about, Nell? Because you don't have free playtime for the weekend? It's already corrupted. Oh, you didn't get to catch the Pokemon. Oops. No Pokemon for you. Relics. So I'm collecting up some. I'm thinking you were right, Warfarin, on doing these, because I've seen a lot of people looking for 79s and 80s for the I forget what the hell they were called, the ones you get from the digging event, the logbooks. They were looking specifically for 79s and 80s for logbooks. And I'm seeing that a lot more commonly, so I'm thinking 79 and 80 is kind of the cutoff point for a lot of the good loot on some of these items. So I've got 3 80s and 5 79s. Yeah, I do them all as well. I don't avoid any map ever. It's like if I get in there and I die, oh well, should have been better. Should have zigged when I zagged.
Time is of the essence.
Let's see, where was I putting those? Yeah, I need to replace this ring. I need to look up, see if I can find something. But getting a better ring here would give me a lot more damage, probably. And then I need to do something about that necklace. Hey, there's a 2EX uncut skill gem level 20 if you want it. I'm sure that dude will gladly sell it to you in a heartbeat. He only posted it an hour ago. Yeah, if it has extra gold on it, that's probably right, because I mean, whenever things drop from enemies,
Hello.
you know, that's a drop. So if it's dropping gold, that means that took a slot elsewhere. You know, so like if an enemy is only going to drop one thing, and it drops the gold, then that means it didn't drop the div instead. So yeah, I would concur that is accurate. Definitely has felt like it with me. Oh yeah, I wanted to see. I'm seeing a lot of
Hey.
people selling uniques for regals now. I actually wanted to see if regals are worth an exalted. What? This is saying 1100 regals is worth 81 exalted? I don't think that's right, is it? So it's 13.58 to 1. So yeah, people that are selling their man, you could probably make a fortune right now if you just spent all of your regals and bought a shit ton of uniques, blew them all up, made chance orbs, sold those for exalts. Because what's a chance going for right now? Or it's not a chance. Sorry, not a chaos. Where the hell is the chance orb? Oh, those are okay. Orb of chance. There we go. Oh, actually, the price has kind of dropped on these for some reason. So yeah, you could spend. So it's 13. You could get 13 regal orbs, or well, 14 regal orbs. The ratio just changes. So we'll say 14 regal orbs for one exalted orb. So that would be 14 slivers of a chance orb, which would get you 5 exalted orbs plus a little bit more because you'd be halfway to another one. So you might as well just say 7. It'll get you 7 exalted orbs that you could then turn back in for, what is that, 70, like 98 more regal orbs. Yeah, 55 to 1 regal orb versus a chance orb. So yeah, that's you actually could probably make some pretty decent money if you just wanted to spend the night buying up all of the, like every single one of the things that you found. Yeah, no, it's fair. Yeah, it would take a while to make all that happen, but it would be something good if you were like, you know, like maybe when you're stuck at work or something, you know, and it's like you don't have enough time to run a map, but you can just leave your character on and just try to buy up a bunch of stuff and then just put all that shit up for sale. And then, you know, just do some sales and stuff between cases or something.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, I don't know if I just want to sit there and do it non-stop, but, you know, in a position like that, I think it would be all right. Oh, that reminds me.
Hello.
No, I don't want that. I want exalted. God div. Whoa, what? Oh, okay. Man. Inflation is crazy right now. A div is up to 209 exalted. That's nuts. Wonder how long it'll take that to fill. Normally they fill pretty quickly, so. Oh man, it already jumped again. Jesus, just keeps going. I feel like I got screwed. I guess. I'm rich, bitch. 271 exalts. this price go up and then back down. I've never seen this happen on buying items before. Am I just blind here? Yeah. So it's like 130, 130, 130, 130, 125. It's like, and then it goes back to 130 again. It's like, why is this 125 like in the middle of these 130s? Funny, people are definitely selling these things at these prices because they keep disappearing, but I guess they're just getting like shit tons of messages or something. Tons of them are disappearing really quickly. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. All right. So yeah, got to be 90 to use a level 20 gem. Hey, Warframe, check your check the skill that you got a 21 on, that you got that +1, and see what the level requirement is to use that. Does it actually raise the level requirement, or is it still 90? You should be able to mouse over the skill gem here, and then the bottom line up there says requires, and then it has a level and an intelligence requirement. It's still 90? Okay, cool. Yeah, it kind of sucks. It looks like I can't even cut the gem without being that level. I also want to make sure that I cut a new gem and am not just upgrading the one that I have. So I may put this one in the stash and see what happens there. Yeah, it won't even let me cut it. How stupid is that? It's like, I get that I gotta be 90 to use it, but I mean, that shouldn't stop me from cutting the damn thing. But yeah, there's one level 20 skill, so I need 1 and 10% of a level. Oh, that's hilarious. Nell just posted up a video that she found where these both Blizzard and Grinding Gears are being questioned on whether or not they're going to ban Elon Musk for account sharing, and neither one of them will give an answer. That could open a big can of worms right there. I mean, personally, I think account sharing is a stupid reason to ban somebody. It's like, what's it matter? Account sharing is a stupid reason to ban somebody, and it's out in the open now that he was essentially lying when he was talking about being a top person. He wasn't really lying about it, I guess, but the insinuation and the fact that he didn't clarify. Like, I don't think anyone would have given a shit if he was just like, hey, I'm playing this, somebody else does all the playing, and I'm just getting on here and just blowing some shit up, and, you know, guys come and watch me play. I don't think anybody would have cared if he would have said that, but the fact that he didn't say that and just kind of led it, like, it caused everyone to believe that he was a super high-end player, and then now everybody feels betrayed by it. So, I don't know. It's once again where somebody should have said something that they didn't, and it's screwing them over it, just like Pirate Software. He probably would have been all right if he'd have just said, sorry, everybody died, but I'm out. Even if that's all he said. All right, I'm going to take a quick couple of minute break, run to the restroom, get a drink, all that kind of stuff, and I'm going to run some commercials for Twitch so people won't get hit with pre-rolls when they come in, and then I'll be right back. Alright, we're back, guys. Sorry about that break. Gotta get the drink going. So this is another map here I can save and do that once I get the last talent point, or well, I should say just the one at the top of the tree here for the Atlas. This one here will turn all map bosses to also radiated, so that means that this one is now prepped to be a tier 18 map. Oh, hey. Oh, look at that. I didn't see this one and it popped up. Monsters drop no items, but that 300% XP is nice. I got a couple of those laying around at this point that I need to go and do once I start getting into the 90s. See if I can't pump out a bunch of XP real quick. Okay, I'm still just burning through some of these random tier 15s that I corrupted and they just nothing happened to them, or they lost all their map percentage, which is like this one here. Very unfortunate. So kind of churn and burn these out and then hope for more tier 15 map drops in the maps. That way I can try to slam a couple of others and get some decent maps. Oh god, I hate this place.
Gone. There is power in this object. I can feel it.
I'm also trying to pick up some of the medallions used for getting into the Trial of the Sekhemas, because I'm running those specifically for the time-worn gems. So I should say, keep calling them gems. Let's be specific. But I need level 79s and 80s for those in order to get the unique one to drop. I think I've done about 5 of the 4-floor Trial of the Sekhemas successfully in a row now, but surprisingly every single time I have gotten that plus 40% chance movement speed, which I think is just insane for killing the last boss. It also makes getting through the dungeon itself a lot faster, because Trial of the Sekhemas is long and tedious. I always want to clear out around these since it's difficult to get yourself loose from it once you've started this animation, and it never fails. If you don't clear far enough away, something will run in and start beating on you. The problem that I have is sometimes I'll start clearing and then I just forget about it and I'm halfway around the map and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot that stupid lever over there. It's just a waste of time having to run back and get it.
Before me.
Not having any great drops, unfortunately. Hey, at least the low tier ones aren't making sounds anymore. Tier 5s are dropping and it makes no sound.
victory is mine.
Walking
A
lightning
rare
explosions
treasure.
are kind of annoying. I don't actually. Oh, there's a T-15. Actually, don't remember what the boss is at the end of this one. Actually, this one may not have been one with a boss. I think this one was just a breach. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. This one was not one that had a boss. There was one right next to it that had a boss available, and I couldn't remember which one I decided to do. I'm kind of getting to the point to where I'm saving the boss ones though, because they'll start counting as irradiated once I get that Atlas passive. So basically the next boss that I kill hopefully will drop the book, and then I can get that passive which will irradiate all the boss maps.
Die, scum!
It's funny, Chaos Inoculation is supposed to make you immune to chaos damage, but it doesn't seem to stop you from taking energy shield damage. It seems to just stop the health tick, and I find that to be a little annoying sometimes because your energy shield just starts melting and you're freaking out, and then it's like, oh wait, just kidding. See, people were mad because you can't click off of this thing. Like once the animation starts, you can't move, can't click, but you can just roll and get off of them. And I'm pretty sure that's been there the whole time.
Die, forgotten!
That is not what I want to see right now. Yeah, this is the side with no levers, and I gotta backtrack. Check this little room real quick. Nothing here. It's really weird, since I put the Orb of Storms on my left click, which has been for a while now, it seems like a lot of times when I click on like treasure chests or things like that, it drops an Orb of Storms instead of actually going to open it, which is not the way that this should work. And I've only noticed this with Orb of Storms because I have skills on my journalist for the left click, and I don't have that problem. One extra tier 15 map, so there's 2 out of here. That's not bad.
There is power
used one,
in
got
this
2.
object. I can feel it.
No, got a guy locked in prison up here.
Vile creature!
Wow, those things suck. All right. I don't know, Warframe, what do you think? I've been kind of annoyed here lately with the fact that things that you find in the map don't stay on the map. Like this breach that's in here. It's like, I get that they don't show it from the beginning, but when you get close to it, it appears on the map. It's really annoying that it doesn't stay there until you complete it. At least with the breach ones, once you get relatively close to them, you can start seeing this, you know, this graphic that lets you know it's near. But the ritual ones are really frustrating with that. All right, so what are we looking at for the map here? This is another one of those where it's just like a collection of fucking hallways, and there's not going to be a great direction to go. I don't really want to go this direction because it'll kind of dead end there, but probably a spiral will be better on this one because I'll go down and circle around and then come back. So I'll set up the pre-trigger here, so dropping Sigil of Power, and then immediately Orb of Storms, trigger the hand, and then pop a Conductivity where I'm standing. And by the time Conductivity goes off, all the enemies in the immediate vicinity should have spawned, which hopefully will save my ass, because you can get stacked on real quick here. And that just clears out the beginning room. We're all clear now. Now we can just clear as normal.
Victory is mine!
Holding a toll, Catalyst. Unfortunately, it looks like I'm kind of screwed for expansion there. Yep, it's closing already.
There is power in this object. I can feel it.
There weren't enough rooms to spiral through to get any more out of that than what I did, unfortunately. I really am not a big fan of having all of these places with these really tiny hallways. It makes doing things like breaches really annoying, because you can't get much out of them. There's a couple of tricks that you can do to kind of maximize, like the log out and in method. Yeah, there's several maps that are like this that are really bad for breaches. They're bad for breaches. The ritual altars are in horrendous places, and a lot of these they're just death traps, basically. Both breach and ritual were a lot more fun in Path of Exile 1. I've seen a lot of those. This is a mostly worthless one. I'm not even going to bother trying to roll that, because it's like I just waste exalts when I try to roll on these things. If they either need to have plus to all minions, or they need to have plus to spirit before they're even worth trying to roll. It needs to be one or the other, because the likelihood of you rolling both of those is pretty low. That one can go away. That.
I'll be here.
I need to check that item and see if it's worth a damn. probably crap. But... yeah, it's another Regal.
Greetings. I'll be here, waiting.
Let's see if we can roll anything decent on these. This breach ring. Cold resist isn't terrible. That's pretty crap already. I don't know. 1 to 48 lightning damage to attacks might be alright. Without getting any more decent stuff on it at the beginning, I don't really want to waste more rolls on it. More of these low-level maps are just like no freaking way. Wait, why are these even in here? Should be good enough for now. What do we got here? 64% increased gold found in this area. Unfortunate.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, with gold being no more useful than what it actually is, that's something they should have had as just an extra random drop and should not take a drop slot. It's kind of a dumb call on their behalf. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Everlasting Gaze. What were you looking at for this? Now these things are down to like a Regal. Oh, it's because some of these... Oh, wait. There we go. 5 exalts. Maximum energy shield. A 30 minimum on that. Oh look, they're all corrupted. It's like, why do people try to fucking corrupt these things? 219 exalted orbs for a non-corrupted version. And it's not even, well, yeah, no, it's not even max roll. And this one has piercing shot on it, which is worthless for certain classes. I mean, I guess I don't know if you can overwrite the extra ability on the necklace or not. I don't know if that's a thing. Man, was this a bad roll? Yeah, so this one was corrupted, and it got 2% increased mana regen, but it lost 50 mana. I didn't actually realize that. So this necklace should always have 50 mana on it, unless the corruption screwed it. The 2 extra mana regen, 2% extra, is probably not worth the 10 mana loss, because the mana doubles up. That's both extra health and extra damage. It's funny that they're trying to sell these things in clumps of exalted orbs, like 260 exalted orbs. It's like, why don't you just say, like, I mean, that's pretty close to just 2 div at that point. Oh, this one's got quality on it. That's nice. So that has 60 mana, 60%. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that. So the mana modifiers, they double up. So if you have a quality on this ring here, it looks like not only is it increasing the amount of mana, but it's also increasing that increased mana regeneration rate. I didn't realize it was. I didn't notice that it was all mana modifiers and not just mana. So this one's at 26%. So yeah, there's one here for 279 exalted orbs, which isn't terrible. It's not corrupted yet. It's fully qualitied out.
Hello.
Now we're up to 213 now. So I'll go ahead and do this. Just instantaneously sold. I get off the screen before that value keeps going up and I get sad. 60, 120, 180, 213. I need 279 for this guy. And yeah, Warframe, I get that it's all mana things. I just saw the mana on there, mana modifier, so I was assuming it was only counting specifically things that were just plus to mana. Actually blows my mind when you message somebody for something like 290 exalts and they don't just instantly be like, okay, let's do this. Right one. Yep. All good. What is this? Heh. 100, yeah. Well, that'd be nice if they pay off for you. $175 chaos and 40 EX. What were you wasting chaos on maps for? Oh, Vol, okay. I was like, what are you trying to re-roll off of the maps? Yeah, no, that makes sense though. Alright, so this is already an upgrade over the one that I have. 3366, I just want to see if it actually changes anything there. Yeah, it gives me a whole extra like 21. But it's more mana regen and a little bit higher max mana. 4455. Yeah, it's a decent little bump on there. Plus this one's not corrupted. And then I can put this one in and sell it, so. Maybe I'll get my div back out of that because I think that's what I actually paid for that one. And it's not a bad corruption, to be honest. It's a pretty decent item. We'll put 230 in on that one. Alright, let's see. Now, what do I need for that anointment is what I really need to know. Forget where it was. He was talking about the anoints on your necklace. So he had a bunch of like really nice options on there. A couple of them I hadn't thought of previously. Oh, I had that Also reminds me I need to upgrade my... I need to get my Orbis Storms upgraded. So let's see. Lightning exposure, strip away, and overabundance. Yeah, I don't really care about ice. I want damage. Literally never died to ice the entire time that I've been playing at high end. Okay, so overcharge is what I want. Yeah, I've been meaning to put one in there as well. Huh. You know, I wasn't thinking about this before, but I wonder if these support gems can be quality. No. That's unfortunate. Yeah, that was the reason I ended up not putting it in there right away, was because it's just more area of effect. I mean, it's alright, but I haven't really had a whole lot of problems standing in the space for it. Alright, so we got some overcharge in there now. That should be pretty nice. Oh, Warford, I was going to tell you, we were talking about the concept of how much shock you should have, and I ended up making a jewel yesterday. One of the ones that I made gives increased shock percentage. Yeah, 12% chance, increased chance to shock. This has been very noticeable. Like, I'm seeing these guys are getting shocked a lot more frequently with just 12%. So maybe worth looking into. Oh, that's right. I just wanted to look at the anointments. You ended up getting a Mahu, didn't you? Are you using it? Not using it yet? Okay. There we go. Yeah, okay. What these things are going for. Jesus. Yeah, Wild Storm may be the one that I take, that or Lightning Rod. Hey, what's going on, Hinsel? What this guy's schedule even is. 12 hours ago? Jesus. What? Three people that you can pick throughout history to revive and have a conversation with. I'm assuming you're going for just the conversation and not necessarily the fact that these people would continue to be revived. because that could play a difference. Steve Jobs. I think if I was going to go with 3 people that I was going to have a conversation with one at a time, I would do Albert Einstein, Sun Tzu, who would be the last person? Mine would be a toss-up between Isaac Newton and Machiavelli. Not sure on the third one. It's an interesting question, though. Yeah, I would probably go with Isaac Newton if I had to choose between Isaac Newton and Machiavelli. Betty White. What the hell? Whoops. That's what happens when you press arrow keys when you're on OBS. It just starts changing scenes on you. Or not arrow keys, but WASD. Yeah, Genghis Khan would be kind of interesting as well. It's like there would be a lot of people that I would be interested in having a conversation with, but when you're put in the aspect of you only get to choose 3, yeah. Ventrilo, what are you, like in the 90s? Who the fuck uses Ventrilo? You've piqued Warfarin's interest, though. I guarantee that's why he wants in now. He's like, I got shit. Apparently, one of the people that I would like to revive and have a conversation with is Warfarin, because he lives in the fucking past. Let's see if we can make this happen. Oh, boom, he's been revived. What's up, Warfarin?
That was dumb.
What'd you do?
Well, I was trying to get my volumes fixed while I was fighting a boss, and I just died.
Oh, shit.
I died in 3 days.
Whoops.
Oh, well.
You really had to get in
Wow.
here and talk about your 3 picks, right?
Oh, I was just thinking. I was waiting until my kids went to bed before I could get on here.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, yeah.
Dang it. Damn, it's been a while. That sucks.
I haven't died in weeks, but I only play like 3 days out of the week, so it's not quite as impressive.
Yeah, right. I bet you if I look at my deaths, I bet you have a bunch now. Let me see.
Actually, I haven't even looked at that in a while. What was it, just like slash deaths?
Yeah. Yep. 130.
67. I wish it would record, like, I wish you could tell how many maps you've done.
Mm-hmm.
Because like that would be a big thing. It's like, you know, if I've done 100 maps and you've done like 1,000 maps,
Death per map.
yeah. It's like,
Yeah, I thought that would be a neat thing to be able to see too, because I've done a lot of mapping, so it would be cool to see it.
yeah, it's like it was really cool when you were playing through the campaign to see how many deaths people had, because then you could just kind of, like, gauge where people were having problems at, you know, in specific spots. But once you get into mapping, it's just completely open. But yeah, that's actually a pretty cool question that he brought up. Who do you think you would pick to revive and have a conversation with, Warframe?
But yeah, I wasn't joking about Steve Jobs. I think he's a super fascinating dude.
No, I get that, but that's only one dude. You got two more.
Yeah.
Speak.
And yeah, Steve Jobs would be interesting. He's just not in my top 3.
Sun Tzu was an interesting one you picked there. I wouldn't have come up with that. Let me think of someone. I mean, there's definitely some very like controversial ones that would still be interesting to talk to. But Erwin Rommel. I'd love to talk to that guy. Do you remember him?
Yeah. No, I was actually thinking Erwin Rommel at one point. I was also thinking Hitler.
I mean, super interesting characters to talk to, but it's
yeah, it's like, you know, it's like
complicated.
just because you want to revive Hitler and talk to him doesn't mean you're a Nazi, you know. It's like,
right.
It's like the dude clearly had something going on. I mean, he unified a huge portion of the world with his little war he had going on there. So yeah, I mean,
There's actually one guy I would love to get. I actually almost met the dude, and then he right before I got to meet him and get a picture with him, he had to get a pacemaker, and then he died like a month later. It was Stan Lee.
Stan Lee, yep.
Love to talk to that dude.
Yeah, Hensel, you're right, but I mean, there's also a certain level of brilliance to him. You know, a lot of people. So Hensel's saying it would be interesting to find out what drives a guy like that, and it's like, but there's also like a specific level of brilliance to, you know, to someone like Hitler, whether people want to admit it or not. You know, people just instantaneously like, oh, that dude's bad, like nothing about him is good. But it's like, he motivated a shit ton of fucking people one way or another. It's like he had a level of intelligence that would be interesting to understand.
Pretty sure he was high on methamphetamines for a lot of his end days. So that'd be a very interesting conversation.
Yeah. Yeah, things would get pretty weird there.
Speaking of methamphetamines, turns out, what token do you use on your belt? It looks like you have a stun one or something.
Yeah, it's stun. Or no,
actually,
this is a freeze one right now. Sorry.
Freeze.
Yeah. I had a stun one on there.
I've been using. I have the stun. Actually, I still have the frozen one as well, but I have Golden Charm on, and it does not trigger on bosses.
Really?
Yep. Which I thought was super lame, because I killed a boss, checked it, I still had full charges on it.
Huh.
So that makes it a lot less cool.
Now, are you talking about charms in general don't trigger on bosses, or specifically the one?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about every charm, but no, this one in particular is one I looked at.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's weird.
I just thought that's kind of lame, because that was like I would like, typically I would go back to base, recharge my charm before I went to do a boss fight, just to maximize my my rarity find, you know. And turns out that was a waste of time.
Wait, don't they specifically say on their rares though?
It does say rare, but I didn't realize.
Yeah, bosses are unique, not rare. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, I figured, but that's what I figured out later. But
yeah.
I actually didn't know that they had a distinction for the boss. Yeah, I'm 51% of the way through this level. It's actually slowly happening. It's I might get. I'm thinking about one more level and then just not worrying about it anymore, because they're getting so slow, you know.
Yeah. The levels you're saying?
Yeah, like I'm 94, and 94 is still moving, but it's pretty slow. This evening I went back to looked at my map and I found 3 little mini bosses that I had not taken out on this character. This is my second character.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually got 10% more fire resist, and I got 2 wasted things. I got like 20 more hit points and 1% more life or something like that.
Yeah.
But they were little bosses I hadn't finished.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe Hinselt. I've never actually heard of that guy. I don't even know how to pronounce that name.
What did he say? I'm gonna find another boss, of course. I'm gonna try to die again.
Yeah, he's talking about one of the people that he would resurrect. He's still working on his 3, but it's I have no idea how to pronounce this name, but it looks like Diogenes. I have no idea what that. I guarantee I butchered that all to hell, but
I can't see it because it's just a YouTube comment.
yeah. Yeah, it's the name is Diogenes.
Sure who that is?
Yeah, never heard of that one.
This bell boss is annoying because you can't just like instantly give him. You have to run around with him for a minute. Four level 15 map. Oh. Okay.
Marcus Aurelius would be good. Yeah, that'd be a good one.
Yeah, he was the what was the term they used for him? They called him the he had a really cool name for him, something about his warrior status, but he was like a real thoughtful guy. He had a nickname. Let me look it up real quick.
Yeah, he had a nickname?
Yeah, people in history call him something. Most true.
Verissimus, which is Latin.
Oh, he
for
had
most
like
true.
he thought a. Yeah, but he had like a cool. Like history calls him something really cool, like not what they called him when he was alive.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Michelangelo could be interesting as well.
You close that when you leave. Come on, bye Molly. No, don't leave her in here. Okay. Go on. You know you want. Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, he had a cool name. They called him like, what'd they call him? They had a.
Da Vinci? Yeah, Da Vinci would be cool.
Die, scum! Die, forgotten!
Yeah, I looked up the fragments that make you immune to being frozen. They're like 60 div starting.
Oh. Yeah, that's gotta be that's a serious investment. I mean, I guess people just really don't like to die to freezing because.
Well, it's more than that though. I mean, like for this build, it's an insane ring. Because it has cold resist on it, which is, kind of meh, but it's plus 20% mana. So it's like that's fucking huge, and it's plus 30 to 50% mana regen. So it is massive for this build. It would be a really
What's
good
the
upgrade.
what's the base that can it be rolled
Sapphire
when
ring?
you get one?
Yeah, it can be chanced. It's a sapphire ring.
Actually, I haven't actually. I've been burning those when I've seen
Jesus, this thing is like. I hate stuff that have like crazy resists, like the ones that have the elemental resist aura. The rares, those things really suck.
A rare treasure.
Yeah, I've been. I have an Uber version of. I got a. My filter is like set to like really tight now, so I don't. I will. I'm back out of a map with only like a half of thing full of stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it actually. It only shows me
Didn't break a
faces
sweat.
that are kind of like scant, preferable.
Yeah.
Which
Hey, there's
is
a
nice
little.
because then I can pick those up and blow them. I'm for some reason my chance. I took this Uber loot thing, and the one thing I didn't like about it is it made it so a whole. Oh, I think I underpriced something.
You getting spammed to death.
I just don't like it when I get an offer to buy something like the moment I put it in there. That means I missed something. I think.
Sometimes it doesn't necessarily always mean that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
But
it's
it
a
usually I
problem.
just go and go put it for hire and see what happens.
Yeah.
Anyway, one thing I didn't like about this super filter is it said it took 140 uniques and made it so you don't have to look at them, and I'm like, those are chance shards. I'd rather pick those up and
Yeah.
take them back and blow them up, you know. So I went back into the filter and I took all those, put them back in, so every single unique will show up.
This golden charm that you were talking about, it actually says rare or unique.
Oil of the Marrakech.
So
So it's busted then.
yeah, so it's just not working.
I'll try it again. I'm still wearing it. I'll try it at another boss. Some people think that it doesn't even work anyway. Like some people say you kill the boss, the loot
And
drops,
then it pops.
and then it triggers.
Yeah.
And then I hope that's not the case, because that'd be really stupid.
It wouldn't be the first time.
It could be bugged.
Yeah, game companies do shit like that all the time. And it's mostly just because they don't explain the process well. It's like, is it being effective?
Well,
on
it
the
only
creature
lasts
that
for 1
triggers it?
second though, so it's like, what's the point of having it last?
Oh yeah, exactly.
after you kill a boss. you know?
Yeah, if it's not, yeah, then I think that one should be
Yeah,
pretty
or-
obvious, and people are kind of dumb if they think it's not that way unless their claim is that it's bugged. But
Yeah,
if they're like,
I'm
oh,
just
it doesn't work, it's like, yeah, you're
bugged.
stupid. 1 second, yeah. It's like people just don't even have basic reasoning skills anymore. It's like we gotta stop saying common sense, because this shit ain't common anymore. It's like
I just had a div orb drop on a breach.
Nice. Yeah, I love it when that happens.
My breaches are pretty juiced now because I have max level upgrades on it now, thanks to doing all those.
Did you just buy a
Step
bunch
up.
of breach orbs or something?
I
like
get
breach?
it. I do breaches all the time. Yeah. No, these are all farmed. I haven't bought a single one of those.
Okay, yeah, I haven't gotten any. I haven't gotten enough splinters to make a
Form
breach
one.
stone yet. Yeah.
Probably have enough for a. I think I've done it 5 times. I actually died once. I died after I killed him. Actually, like one more
Oh.
event came in. Like that's the first time I've actually had loot on the ground and been dead. And
And got kicked out.
luckily,
yeah.
it wasn't like the. I think those really amazing gloves can drop off of them. The ones, the free action ones.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, yeah. So I think I've done it 5 times, and I probably have enough for a 6 more already. Now the breacher is so much more busy because of all the upgrades I have done to it. So I get more stuff to drop, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I really like the breaches now that they've kind of calmed them down a little bit, and that also since my class is doing better. But there were so many times with breaches previously where I would die the instant that I hit the breach. Like so much shit would spawn on me. I just couldn't do anything
Yeah.
to survive it.
That's one thing I love about this class is how you can like drop a bunch of lightning in the area, then it's like running around. The second stuff starts spawning, it's already dying.
Mm-hmm.
Just cleans it up before you even see it, you know?
Yeah. This might actually be a decent place for a breach. Nice big open areas here.
Oh, so one of the breach mods I got. I'll see if you're able to talk while you do that. But I decided to jump out of it. I went with what the shit. I just moved the thing from 5 to 10 exalted and already got another offer to buy it. Have you heard of this thing? It's the golden circlet.
Golden circlet. It's
Reezy's.
it's series.
Gold circlet.
Yeah, those are going for div. Like I saw someone trying to sell one of those earlier for 6 div.
6 div.
Yeah. I mean, they could have various types of rolls on them or something, or the one that they were selling, you know, they may have gotten a really good corruption on, but yeah, it was 100% selling it for 6 div, because I was like, I need to know where that comes from.
Yeah, I've got one to drop, but I think I need to.
Might want to kick that price a little bit.
Yeah, go up a little bit more.
This is where you'll breach Hensley. What the hell are you talking about, man? I was actually doing a little advertising for the channel in game earlier. I've seen a couple of other people doing it, but I don't think anyone ever actually came.
Probably just blocked you.
Yeah. Which honestly is fine. There's so many fucking people playing this game. Like I straight up block. Like if somebody messages me to buy something and then I invite them and then they want me to come to their hideout, I just block them.
Dude.
I block them instantly.
Yeah, you guys don't know how to play you don't know how this goes. Yeah. That's etiquette.
Yeah.
The only thing it drives me nuts, but the people that I know that they probably, like, if they're buying, like, sometimes I sell my maps that have like gold find on it. Mm-hmm. And someone will say they'll want to buy it from me, and so I'll go ahead and, you know, if I don't like instantly say accept the invite, it probably spam like 20 people. And
oh yeah,
hits them
100%. Yeah.
I don't give a crap about that.
Yeah, when it comes to that kind of stuff, yeah, like I don't mind so much on that. I'll just let them. I won't throw up a portal until they have joined the party, because that's generally the easy way to know if that's going to be the case. So you toss them an invite, and if they join the party, then you're good to go. And if not, then it's like, well, I'm not leaving my map for nothing.
So this circlet, 29% of maximum life is as extra maximum energy field.
Oh, interesting.
That's what it does, and I got it almost a perfect roll on that. So maybe I should see what the 29 does here.
Chaos that bitch. Pop the quality up, chaos it. Man, make sure and put your sockets in it too. But
yeah, for fun. Well, let me see what it does.
What are some unwritten rules in trading? It's mostly if you message somebody to buy something, you just go to their hideout, and then you should wait until they open trade with you.
Yeah, you opening trade is rude.
Yeah.
You inviting them to the group is also rude.
Yeah,
because they may be in the middle of like a breach or something, and you're spamming them with an invite.
Yeah. Yeah, you should never invite people that you're trying to message to get trades with. It's not as big of a deal when they open trades with you now. In Path of Exile 1, it would actually kick you out of the box. So you were like in the box, clicking on the page, getting ready to click the item that they wanted to buy, and they invite you, and it closes your stash. And it's like, you dumb fuck. I'm just like, I'm trying to get your item out of here, and you keep closing the damn window on me because you're impatient, which in turn is making this take longer.
So interesting. I just got a corrupted. The max roll was 30% on that important stat, and now I got 34% with the corruption.
Oh, got it pumped on the corruption. Yeah, that's probably going to be valuable.
It looks like people are selling it for 40. Alright, I'll try like 40, see what happens.
Kind of makes me wonder what that other dude had on it if he was trying to sell it for 6 div. Oh, that's a nice resistor.
Yeah, that might have been a dumb, like an idiot, but I don't know.
Yeah, it could have been.
Sometimes people are like, yeah, I don't know what it is. Let me put for 6 divs, see what happens. I'll go farm for a while, and I'll bring it down if it doesn't sell. You know?
Yeah, I was talking about a guy earlier that, you know, because people, they'll get items and then they'll check it on the site to find another one similar to it. And then they see some insanely high, like there's one for sale. This guy had a I can't remember what it was. I think it was a Focus that he had that had a lot of good stats on it, but it didn't have any damage stats that were what you would want. It didn't have plus lightning damage and it didn't have plus spell damage. It had like a shit ton of cold damage or fire damage. I forget which one it was, but it basically made the item worthless. It had other really good stats on it that would have been worth a lot of div, but it didn't have the main stats, you know, because it's like the concept.
Like the +2 to spells or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So it didn't have the main things that made people want it, and then shit tons of supporting abilities that made it really valuable. So he was trying to.
He probably didn't understand it.
Well, he asked for a price check, and I just said low. And he's like, dude, this thing's selling for 30 div. So I just did a quick Control D search on it, and there was one other one up that the person was trying to sell that one for 30 div, and it also had cold damage on it. There were no others up with any, like, even remotely close to the same kind of stats whatsoever. No others up, not at lower prices, nothing. And it's like, dude, you think you got a gold mine because you saw someone else post it up. You clearly think there's something wrong, or you wouldn't have asked for a price check. You'd have just undercut that dude by 1 div and tried to sell it. So you already think something is wrong with this. I told you something's wrong with it, and then you want to argue the fact. It's like, you don't know what you have. You don't know that what its value is, because you don't understand what makes it expensive, and you also can't look at that other item and go, yeah, that's not worth 30 div, it's not worth 30 fucking regals, it will never sell, because you don't understand the concept of the game. But then when you ask somebody, you're unwilling to take their advice. It's like, why did you ask?
Funny, yeah, exactly right. Unless they're just trying to show off an item, I guess. But
yeah, that's always possible too.
I saw something funny on Reddit, and it was a guy that told that he said, I guess I'm starting scamming, and he was posting this conversation he had with a guy. So you know that
I'm getting fucked. Oh, Jesus.
Are you alive?
No, I'm fucking dead.
What'd you die to?
Fucking breach. Shit spawned on top of me, and it just would not fucking die. Oh, it had temporal bubble on it, which slowed me down. It was doing extra cold damage, so it was like freezing the fuck out of me. And then that fucking trinket, the charm that I have, didn't pop. So I got frozen. The charm didn't break me out, and I died from it.
Unless you got frozen twice, I guess.
I wasn't alive long enough.
Oh yeah, you should last like 4 or 5 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it was down from a previous freeze?
Nope.
Like
I had been standing here doing nothing.
Anyway, so basically that, you know, that breastplate that I was using for a while that had like the sockets give you more spirits or whatever and all that.
What is it?
Well, a guy sold one for a div, and then this dude said, "Hey, I want my money back," and he was like,
No.
Why? He's like only the one with spirit is worth a div. How on earth are you trying to sell this for a div? And he's like, dude, I mean, like, I don't even know what this thing even does. I was like, I saw it up for a div, I put it up for a div, and you bought it, so it's like game over, you know?
Yeah, seriously.
And this dude was like just super pissed because he bought the wrong freaking chest, you know?
Yeah, that's actually really funny. Oh man,
funny. Yeah.
I am thinking about making a pretty sweeping change to my build here.
Oh.
So
That can't be good.
I want to get. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go this route over here. I want to get that lightning rod buff on my the new necklace that I got. which is the one that makes your non-critical hits lucky. So it rolls 2 damage numbers and then takes the higher one.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And that's
So you can't crit, right?
Yeah, if you get crit, it only works on non-crits, which this particular.
You can't crit though.
Yeah, you can crit, but if
what's our crit percent? Are we high?
We have a decent well, it depends on what build you're doing. This particular build has a decent amount of crit in it from the passive skill tree, and also a decent amount of like pumping crit damage bonus. But it's like I don't need any of those and could put points elsewhere. I could get rid of all the crit stuff that I have.
I look at Spark. Will it tell me what my crit chance is? Yeah, there it is. Crit chance 28.5%.
Wait, where are you seeing that? Oh, the extended
Spark,
menu.
right?
Yeah, critically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 28.71% crit chance.
We're like almost identical on that.
Yeah,
That must be mostly all passive.
Yeah,
stuff,
it's
not-
basically all passive. What about, and then critical damage bonus is 247%.
Let's see, critical damage bonus.
Yeah, it's under critical hits in the.
Oh, I
in
see.
Spark. 271, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
so-
I have some on my. It's on my focus, I think.
Well, you're also, I think you're higher level than I am, so you probably have some of the. Yeah, you're 94, so you have some of the talent points that I don't have yet.
You must have a little something that because my focus has a 68% critical hit chance on it. You must have somewhere on your gear. So similar to mine.
I have a 69% crit on focus.
Oh, okay, so we have pretty much the same number on that.
Yeah. Yeah, the focus that I got ended up being pretty decent. 47% spell damage, 57% lightning damage, and then 69% critical chance for spells.
That's really good. I have +2 to all spells, which is super nice. But
Yeah, that would be
don't
real.
think
I would
I
love
have-
that.
Actually, how much mana did you get on yours?
171.
171?
Mhm.
Damn.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a badass fucking. That's better than mine, I think.
Yeah, I got this.
India.
I got this one for a div. So it was a 1 div purchase. Somebody didn't know what they had.
Yeah, it's hard to say. That +2 to all spells is really strong.
Yeah. Yeah, a little less on the mana, but I mean that's not even a huge difference. The big difference between mine and yours is yours has that the 79 max energy shield and then 60% increased energy shield, whereas mine has 47% increased spell damage and 57% increased lightning damage. So mine has a buttload more damage, but I only have 50 total energy shield where you have 217.
Okay.
I actually even have something that you might be interested in if I still have it. Some of the jewels that I had increased the amount of energy shield that you gain from your focus, by like 50%, which would be that
like a pretty serious number. Yeah.
and that would translate into mana for you because it's the plus.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a good point. I should look. I still feel like I haven't min-maxed my character very well. Still feel like I have a lot more to do.
Yeah. So now Henselt's asking if you could be a tourist in any time period for any amount of time, where would you go? I would probably go to 1500s Japan.
Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. I think I would agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Also, it's a much less like exotic, but I would love. Oh shit, I forgot to look at something. I would love to go to like Viking era.
Oh yeah, Viking
England.
era would be cool too.
I would just, there's so little like really written about them. I would just love to really see what life was really like instead of what we've created this drama of what they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it was kind of in the dark ages where there wasn't a ton of documentation going on.
Yeah.
Actually, going back to that, then I think like 100 AD Rome would be sick. I would love to see that.
Yeah.
Like
That'd be pretty
like many hundred years before 472 when it all finally falls apart.
Yeah.
I'd love to see like peak Roman Empire.
Yeah, Roman Empire would be pretty cool. That would be really nice. Hey, do you happen to have any of the the delirium, the bottom row of delirium items?
Let me go back to town and check. I forgot to, usually with the spirit, with these altars, I wait till I do the last one and then I look at it, and I just totally forgot to even look and just ran by it. Trying to find one now. Let me see, delirium. I have 6 of the first one on the bottom row and 1 of the second one, and that's all I have.
What are those?
Disgust and despair.
Disgust and despair. Yeah, no, I need suffering and isolation. I've got one of the third one, which is distilled fear. I think that one has actually got a decent value to it. The
Yeah,
bottom
I think
row
all-
ones should
that's
have,
all-
yeah, they should have a decent value on them.
Agreed.
They're mostly used in some of the high-end instills for amulets.
If you have, you can buy them off the trader. The trader will do it.
Yeah.
Get what you need there.
Yeah, the ones
can
that
I
I
help?
need are fucking expensive though. Let's see, where was it? Delirium.
All right. Well, I got a gem here. 15% chance to shock. Maybe I should play with this.
Yeah, 241 exalted orbs for just one of the isolations, and I need 2 of those.
Oh, yuck.
Yeah, and then what was the other one? Was it despair? I already forgot which one I said. No, suffering. Oh, that was only 79. So that was cheaper. But yeah,
Only.
this is basically going to turn into about, it's going to be about 2.5 to 3 divs for that neck enchant.
Oh, that's an interesting scenario. I mean, you could. I mean, maybe I don't know if you've researched this, and I would love to know if you have any feedback on this. But do we eventually dump this necklace, or is it like too damn good? And I mean, some people are saying if you can get over 8k mana, it might be worth dumping it.
Yeah, you can, if you can get some insanely high mana numbers, then yeah, you could dump it. But it's probably not going to be until you have like the Belt of Ingenuity, and then the like Mahu. You could probably dump it at that point. But for the most part, this one particular dude that's been talking about the necklace a lot is like, this is pretty much your in-game amulet.
Yeah. I should show you my I think if I remember correctly, I think I got a really good roll on my Mahu. Where the hell is? Oh, there's one. Jeez.
So his suggestion is you would have to. He specifically says you would have to have a Giga Rare amulet, and you're going the full DPS variation, which he does not suggest for the average player.
It's actually funny. He says that like 20 times. He's like, "Do not recommend. Do not recommend." He keeps saying it. You know.
Mm-hmm. What are you asking about, Hensel? How does what work? Are you talking about instilling skills onto the amulet?
Greetings.
Okay.
I'll be here.
Oh, the exchanging of orbs. So
How can I
this
help?
is just this is a partial automated auction house. So you just go into currency exchange. The left hand one is what you want. The right hand one is what you're wanting to spend to buy it. And then it will tell you a market ratio on what this is worth, and then you can go in more in depth. If you look at the table below there are 4 people trying to sell a distilled suffering for exalteds at a rate of 1 to 79. So that tells you how many are available. And essentially, if I wanted to do this, if this number wasn't red, this is telling me that I don't have that many exalteds right now. But if I wanted to do this purchase, you just click in this one and press enter, which turns that from a dull one to the bright colored one, and then you would do that again over here, but I don't have 79. But once you did that, you just click place order, and it does an automatic trade. So I don't have to contact somebody to actually get that. I just place order and bam, it's done. Yeah, this is trading between players. Some player puts that up and says they want to sell it, and then I'm basically saying, yeah, I want to buy it, and I'll do it for that amount.
By the way, so that I sent you a link, I think, of my Mahu's shield. I just wanted to. I didn't get the third socket, but I got really good numbers on it.
Yeah, we were talking about this before. That I don't know how specific you have to be, but his suggestion on Mahu was 750 plus on both of those for a 2-socket, or 500 plus for both on a 3-socket. So if you would have popped a third socket, that would have been insane.
It's 666 max on both of those stats. You can
probably the corruption.
The corruption do more than one thing?
Yes, it can.
Oh, that's a really
that was my that was just what I was pointing out a little while ago. When you look at where did I put it? So my old everlasting gaze necklace. When you look at this one, 50 is actually the standard max mana. It doesn't have a roll. It's just 50. But this one's plus 40. So it lost 10 maximum mana, but gained 2% increased mana regeneration, because that's also another one that cannot be rolled. That's not rolled. It's just a set of value.
I see.
So yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something else too. Yeah, I'll think of it later.
Somebody's asking about monk builds, and this dude's like, just got a max roll and pick a monk build. Sometimes I feel sorry for people that, you know, like they're wanting to ask questions, because it's like, I think they're more interested in having an actual conversation than, like, I don't think they necessarily understand what they're doing. And it's like, I mean, it's one thing to go follow what a guide says, but that doesn't mean that you understand it. It's like, yeah, I can go follow and buy all the stuff that it says to buy, but that doesn't mean that I understand why all the, the gears, like what gear is good for it and why, and, things like that.
I've learned, I've been using this guy's build for a while, and I go back and review some stuff and get some other tidbits that I didn't pick up the first time around.
Yeah.
Some of it's because I understand it because I played the character, and now I'm like, oh, now I know what he means,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if you're good at it, but I mean, like, we're both pretty smart individuals. So, I mean, like, we can extrapolate from stuff that a lot of other people can't. So it's like there's definitely people out there that can go read a guide and they're just lost forever. Even if they play the character, they're like, I just don't understand what's happening here. And Hensel, the uniques aren't necessarily better. Uniques are they're unique in a sense that they generally have. They'll either have a unique prefix or suffix that you can't get on other items, or they'll have a collection of suffixes or prefixes that normally can't be rolled together on that particular type of item. And the uniques always have exactly the same stats for the most part. There's a couple of them that can have randomly rolled things, but like this Everlasting Gaze, it doesn't matter which one I get, it will always have exactly these 4 stats. And then the stats may have slight variations. If you hold down the Alt key, you can see here where this is a 20 to 30%. So when this drops, it'll roll randomly. This one rolled a 23 for mana regen. And then, like this one here can be a 20 to 30%. And this one, it rolled a 30 on this. So those two numbers can change when the item drops, but then these two don't. They're set values, and it will always be those numbers unless someone corrupted it and got something better out of it. And then the other thing is uniques also allow you to frequently do things with your class that you can't do. So one of the passive notables that I have is Chaos Inoculation. Or no, wait, sorry, wrong one. Not the one I meant to talk about. Where's that other big? Where's the other big notable that? Was it Mind Over Matter?
Right.
No, it's not Mind Over
Eldritch
Matter.
Battery.
No, there's a third one that we have. Oh no. No. Yeah. Sorry, Eldritch Battery. That's the one. Yeah, that is exactly the one. Sorry. So what Eldritch Battery does is it converts all of my energy shield to mana. So this particular character, I also use Mind Over Matter, which says that I take damage from mana before I take it from life, which is how I'm always surviving. I only have 1 hit point. So anytime I take damage, it's going to come out of this mana pool of 45, basically 4,500 mana before it takes it from life. And then the reason that I only have 1 life is because I took Chaos Inoculation, which makes my maximum life 1, but makes me immune to all chaos damage. Chaos damage primarily will bypass energy shield anyways, so casters are usually kind of squishy. And by picking this up, it basically says, okay, nothing can bypass and hurt my health directly anymore, but it drops me to 1 health. So essentially the mana is both my casting pool and my health pool. Now what this unique does for me here is because of the way calculations are done, all of my energy shield here should have been turned into more mana. But you'll see when I take this off, it kills all of the energy shield and I have just the 1 hit point. The reason that this is done is because of the order of operations and how this stuff is applied, is it has applied all of my energy shield to mana, and then this one says gain 30% of maximum mana as extra energy shield. The extra energy shield part of it does not apply. So basically it's not going to, because this would create an infinite loop if I put this on, and it would say, okay, well 30% of this is now energy shield. Oh, that energy shield is now mana. Oh, now 30% of that is now energy shield. Oh no, all that's back to mana, and it would create an infinite loop and you would just have infinite mana. So since they don't want that happening, it only does the conversion 1 time from mana to energy shield. So this allows me to have 3,370 energy shield, which is essentially more health in addition to having all the mana. So right now my total health is 3,370 plus 4,461 plus 1. So that's how much damage I would have to take before I would actually die. And because I have an insane mana regen rate, you won't take damage on mana until your energy shield is gone. So that by having this energy shield here and having it constantly filling, that stops me from losing mana from being hit. So it's just a really well-designed system, in my opinion.
Doing a level 82 map, and it's 40, man. I found a tough one here.
Yeah.
Got a bunch of like those green laser shooter guys, you know, that you have to keep. They'll light you up.
Green laser shoot. Oh, the ones with the snake arms.
That sounds right. They basically shoot like that real high damage. I'm not. You said something about how they respond to like damage taken or something, but I don't know if that's actually how they work.
Oh, is it the one that's shooting the skulls at you?
Yeah, like green skulls.
Yeah, so every time they're hit with a spell, they unleash a skull. And the skull goes to where you were standing at the time that they were hit with the spell. The problem with our class is, because you have all the little lightning bolts crawling around the ground, every time they get hit with one of those, they launch a skull wherever you were standing at the moment they were hit. So it's kind of hard to get them to stop casting, because if you're constantly sidestepping, they can't hit you. But the problem that you run into is, you know, where you have some of the small areas or like little cubbies and stuff, if you keep sidestepping and you get up against a wall, even if you stop casting, they're going to keep launching skulls at you, and they stun you every time they hit you. It stops you from moving or casting whenever you get hit by them, so they can mess you up really quick. And
I have to say one thing I would, you're just kind of walking through the how this class works.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to say, the fact that there's like one master like talent tree is phenomenal. I mean, the amount of
you mean where like you have this huge talent tree?
Yeah, that every single class uses. I think I know it's heavily used for the previous, and I know that helps.
Yeah. Well, it's
still really neat.
massively changed from the previous one as well. It's like this one has roughly the same amount of nodes, but it has far less stat nodes because all of the nodes on here that are stats now, previously they were either dex or int or strength. Now you can make them anything. So, you know, before, if you wanted to be a caster, you couldn't go down in the warrior section because all of your stats would be strength and it's worthless to you. Now you can go all the way down into the warrior tree somewhere and pick up some warrior skill, and you've been collecting int nodes the entire time if that's what you needed. So it makes it's like it's even more difficult to balance now than what it used to be, because before you didn't have to worry about balancing warrior skills for casters because no one would have went there.
Yeah, I just think I'm just really impressed by.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, as as someone like yourself who does game design stuff, I think you got to really respect the game. You know what they have come up with. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting. I used to think when I first started looking at the skill tree in the first game, I really thought that they put a shit ton of time and effort into it, and that this would be insanely difficult to balance and, you know, not come up with broken stuff. You know, like people would get access to things that were just completely broken. But one of the things that I've noticed since stuff has been evolving, I wonder if these guys had this system in place internally, and then people that don't work on that
Made it graphically.
well, no. What I'm saying is that there's a tool that's out now that you can use to make your own builds. And what it does is you just go and start clicking to add stuff to the tree, and it tells you how that's going to affect that class. So it's in Path of Building, which is a program that you can download separately. And every time you add a node, it's like, here is every change that will happen to every skill that you equip. So you go into Path of Building and you say, here are the 6 skills that I want to use. Here are all the different support skills that I want to, support gems I want to put on them, and you just line them up in there. And then you go in and you start clicking on nodes, and it's like, okay, if I click on this node, it's going to raise spark damage by exactly this much damage. So what happens if I click this node? Oh, that one doesn't do much. Well, what happens if I click this one? Oh, holy shit, that's like a 400% damage increase. It's like building. It is becoming easier and easier to make your own builds if you know where the tools are at. And if these guys had a system like this in their backbone to where they could easily balance all this stuff, because a computer is like in real time just going,
they could make sure nothing stupid is possible before
yeah.
yeah.
And with Path of Building, you literally can just go around and click every single notable. You don't even have to do the path to it. You can get it in like a freelance mode where it's like, oh, I just want to go and pick every single notable. I don't want to have to make a legit path to it. And then you can just start deselecting one at a time and seeing how much of a change it makes, and go, okay, here's all of the notables that are the most impactful to my build. Now, with the remaining points that I have, can I make a path to all of these?
See, speaking of, I haven't even looked at it because I didn't know what it even was, but on Reddit they were saying that Path of Building is live.
What do you mean live?
For PoE 2.
Yeah,
like
no, that's what I'm talking about. This particular aspect of Path of Building was designed for the PoE 2 version. That did not exist in PoE 1.
Oh, I see.
I
thought this was a second generation thing.
Yeah, well, Path of Building, it is a second generation. When Path of Building existed in Path of Exile 1, that, you know, like they had it designed for that, but it didn't have this tool where you could go in and just click everything that you wanted, and it would tell you all of the crazy changes that it's doing, and then you could create a build off of that. It was less powerful. So when they've done their revisions, and they've added all kinds of new features and stuff to it specifically for Path of Exile 2. And that was one of the features, was a tool that makes it easier for you to make your own builds. And they also update it really frequently. I guess they have a really good relationship with Grinding Gears. So a lot of times when they do their big season reset coming up here, whenever they do it, if it's going to be a few weeks or a few months or whatever, when they do their seasonal reset, Path of Building will probably be updated with all of the balance changes before the season actually hits. So when you're like, oh, well, it's like 3 days left until the season changes, so it's kind of worthless to keep pushing maps because all this is going away in 3 days, you can just go play in Path of Building and be like, okay, I'm going to start working on making a new build and go through and, you know, just start selecting all the shit and getting your build up and going and go, okay, I got an awesome build now, and you had 3 days to design it.
Yeah, that's cool.
And that's how a lot of these guys are releasing their builds for the next season before the season's even out, is because they're doing it all on Path of Building and then releasing that. And there's actually a, I forget what the website is. It's lesser known because most people that are playing the, you know, this game, especially being Path of Exile 2 and it's brand new, we're getting a lot of Diablo players, and Diablo players are lazy. I mean, it's just, they just are, because Diablo doesn't require a lot out of you to play it or to be good at it. So they come in and they just want to go, like almost everybody that does Diablo does max roll for everything. And max roll is just a very simplistic, like, here's a build, there's not a whole lot of feedback in it. You have a very specific playground in which you're working in, and, you know, like even the people that are doing the builds, they can only do certain information because they have to work with the limitations of the website. What you can do in Path of Building is so much more free, and it has so much more data in it. But most of these Diablo players and brand new people to the game that don't understand the complexities of what this game can do don't want to go out and download a third-party application to learn how to make a build for Path of Exile. So I would say you can probably find way better builds on the old website, which I think was like pob.gg or something like that. I forget what the website was called or what the website address was. I normally just would search it, but they had a huge database out there, and they were completely separate from Maxroll, and they only did Path of Exile because everything that you got from that site, instead of pulling up this website and having the extremely limited information that you could have here, you would download the profile and upload that into Path of Building, and then like all the pieces of gear that, you know, like when you look at this website right now, for example, here I'll pull it over so everybody can see, but when you look at this at the very top of it, it's like, well, here's some suggested gear, you know, and it's like, here's some stuff that you want on this gear, etc., etc. But I mean, as you'll notice, they don't have Mahu here. You know, they have very specific roles on this necklace, and it has Icebreaker on it, so you don't know anything else about what it's doing. Here's very specific roles on a wand, so if you had a wand that, say, had, you know, only 100% increased spell damage, but then had +5 to all lightning skills, it's like, well, which one's better? 32% more damage across the board, or 1 more level to all of your skills? Like, which one's more important? The nice thing about Path of Building is you can literally go in and create an item. You can say, you can pull a code from the game using the profile system on pathofexile.com. You can pull your profile, which shows all the gear you're currently wearing. You can upload that to Path of Building, and it will import every single item with the exact stats that you are wearing. And then you can say, equip all these items and show me how it's going to change my stats compared to the guy's original build, because these are the items that he's having, but I don't have any of these items. So which ones are better? And then when you get something that you think is an upgrade, you can just import that into Path of Building and equip it in there. And it's like, here is exactly everything that's going to change by you equipping this one piece of gear, and you can see the numbers and go, okay, this is 100% an upgrade, or, oh man, this looked really awesome, but it's actually a downgrade. And I've had that happen a lot of times playing Path of Exile 1. So yeah, Path of Building is insanely powerful.
By the way, I was trying to remember something earlier, and I brain farted, and I just remembered what it was. So I have the Breach Atlas,
Yes.
like fully unlocked, you know, and I picked my abilities, and I changed it. I actually had something else before, and it was basically, you have like a 5% chance of having 10% chance to have a second breach, 5% chance to have
Oh, the one
3
where you can
breaches,
get like 7 or 15 extra breaches or something like that.
10 breaches.
Yeah, that one's nuts.
Anyway, so I was doing one. I got one, a 10 breacher,
Oh, nice.
and it was that stupid like Ewok village.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone was. It was horrible. Like it's like basically I got about 2 breaches of stuff out of it.
It kind of makes me wonder because they made that so powerful, and that absolutely did not exist in. That was never a problem in Path of Exile 1 because most of their maps were really open, very few tiny hallway maps, and it kind of makes me wonder if they put that in there and then it is tailored to have a higher chance to appear on maps that are excessively shitty.
Shitty.
Yeah, so that essentially those 10 Chiyula hands become the value of 1 Chiyula hand on a more open map.
Right. All right. To be honest, I mean, because when you really, if you get like a right in the middle of the map and you get a perfect circle to, to run around on, and actually one thing that you and I are both not doing yet, I don't think you're doing it. Have you put blink on your bar yet?
Mm-mm. I can't do blink because I don't have the spirit for it.
I don't either. You don't need it. You put it on your other weapon.
Oh,
so
really?
Basically, you drop Sigil of Power, and then you can. There must be an easier way to do it. Like maybe you could put like the flame circle on Sigil on the offhand, and then it will change the ability so that your space bar will become, your spirit will turn into the blink ability.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Anyway, it's really cool. I have it equipped, but I always forget about doing it. But if you're good at it, you can use that to really haul ass around a breach. Like get like
yeah.
And when you're in a dead spot, you can get back in the action quicker.
Have you tried using the logging out and logging in and placing your portal?
I haven't done it. I feel that's a little tedious, to be honest.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a cool idea.
And yeah, Hensel, I agree. I think the concept of having to download the third-party tools is annoying. I wish that they would have more of that stuff in-game. They still suffer from the exact same problem that Path of Exile 1 did, is like when I go in here and look at Spark, it's telling me that it does 29,899 DPS. I guarantee you this number is far closer to 1 million, but it's not actually showing you every single possible upgrade. Because when you go into Path of Building, it has a bunch of checkboxes for various things, like if you want to know how much damage that you're doing when you're standing in this ability. Like now that I'm standing in it, it's pumped my DPS to 34k, but if I wanted, like, if I also throw like the Orb of Storms in here on top of it, well, that didn't change my spark any, but it doubles the amount of sparks that I'm shooting if I'm standing near it when I'm shooting. So that significantly increases the damage of spark, but you never see that in here. Path of Building, you can go in there and say, I want to have permanent conductivity, I want to have permanent Orb of Storms, I want to have permanent Sigil of Power. How much is my spark damage now? So that it tells you exactly how much you're doing when you have all those buffs up. Yeah, and I don't, it's obviously something that they can calculate. The only thing I can think of as to why they don't have that in game is the main thing about programming that a lot of people don't think about is everything that you do inside of your game has CPU cycles to it. You're using a finite resource, and while you may have a $10,000 computer that could handle a bunch of extra math computations and things like that, somebody that's running the minimum spec system may, those handful of math computations may throw the game into a point to where it is just lagging constantly and they are unable to play, which means they would have to hike the minimum requirements for the game, which means they start limiting the number of people that will buy and play their game.
I don't, given all the graphics and everything happening, I don't think that's probably the case, but I think they probably like to leave it a little bit vague just to create the I'm at work thinking about this game and I'm getting on the app. You know what I mean? Like it creates like the
well, they don't have the app's not them though. The app is crowdsourced.
No, I know, but I'm saying, but it creates like this demand of like going out there and nerding out, like, and getting deeper, like creating, not making it super obvious.
Yeah.
and making you earn it a little bit, like kind of our old days of EverQuest when we didn't even understand. There was no like graphic to tell you how flowing thought worked, and people had to freaking, you know, calculate it out. And
Yeah.
I don't know. There's something. I think there's something kind of cool about that personally, but
Yeah, I'm just looking at it more from a macro point. You and I get into stuff like that. 80% of people that play these games don't. Like, they just want to get in and blow shit up, and they want to have a good build and just be able to burn through content. They don't understand the math behind it, and they definitely don't have the capability to figure it out.
I don't know if 80% is the right number on this game compared to like Diablo. Diablo, I totally agree with you, but this game's got a lot of people who seem to be a lot more into the.
Well, I mean, those are also the vocal people.
Min-maxing.
The people aren't going to be vocal if they're just running around trying to splatter shit in the game. Because the other thing that you've got to look at too is the people who really get into that concept are probably going to be your more hardcore players that are on more. But for every one person like that, there's 100,000 people that just log in, don't ever talk to anybody, turn off fucking global chat, and just run through maps and try to kill shit as quickly as they can. They're not part of any conversation. They're not involved in anything that's going on. So I do agree that there is a larger percentage of people that get into this style of game, but specifically Path of Exile 2, there are so many more players playing this game than played Path of Exile 1. I honestly think 80% is being lenient, and I think when it gets into Diablo, it's probably more like 98% of the people just don't fucking care.
Well, I guess the other thing too, if you overwhelm them with all the data,
Yeah.
then that might be a downside too. Versus like saying, oh, I put this thing on and my spark went up a little bit. That's better. I'll use it. You know what I mean? And that's good enough for the normal player.
Yeah, exactly. And like that's the thing is if you so Hensel's kind of understanding here as well is it's the concept of if all of the data is in there, there's going to be too many players that are just exceedingly overwhelmed.
You'll be like, what the hell is all this crap?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you remember what was it, Master of Orion? The Master of Orion
15.
1 and 2 was fucking awesome. And then they came out with Master of Orion 3, and everybody called it Master of Spreadsheets. Because it was just like, oh, everybody liked the first Master of Orion game, so we added a whole lot more information, and people just exploded over the second one. So clearly, flooding people with excessive amounts of data is what they want. And the game was just
more.
Yeah, it was just unplayable. It's like every time you did something, it was opening another spreadsheet for you to look at shit. And it's like, I just want to play the game at this point. And I mean, it completely turned me off of it. And I liked that concept, but it was just too overkill. And that's when I went and started playing Galactic Civilizations, because it was all the cool shit of Master of Orion 3 without the fucking spreadsheets.
Yeah, so there's a balance, right? So
Yeah.
if you're trying to be mass appeal, but the fact that the information is out there allows the super hardcore to find resources to make it work for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which I don't know. I actually kind of they probably are a bit proud of the fact that they have people so into this game that they actually have a live service almost of people maintaining this builder and.
Yeah.
Sounds like they are.
Well, I mean, that's the trade website, poe.trade. That actually was previously. Yeah,
right?
It wasn't them originally. They didn't run it originally. And Diablo has tried to do that, but all of the ones that they do suck. Like all the Diablo trade sites are awful.
Do you remember? Was that Diablo 3 that had like the real life marketplace on it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I actually thought that was a good idea.
I don't know. I mean, it just made you. It made like, I don't know. You'd find that like that 99th percentile item that you would never find in real life, and it just kind of made hunting for it yourself just kind of not worth it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but I mean, I really like the concept of companies not being so uptight about what they're doing and allowing players to make money off their games. It's like, if you want to charge $15 a month for your game to play it, like WoW, for example, it's like, what does it matter if I sell items? It's like, really all you have to do to wash your hands of that is say, look, if you're buying shit from people that is not Blizzard, then that is between you and the other people. We're not answering tickets for that stuff. They'll be instantly deleted by AI. You like, you know, and just run with it that way. Because I mean, you
think
remember back in the day
they
of
admitted it was a failure, right?
what?
I think they admitted though that I mean the fact that they pivoted so hard off of it, I think it made.
Well, but I
obvious
think
that
the
it wasn't a
problem
good
was
idea.
is because of how they executed it. Like I think there were a lot of problems with the execution of the system compared to because they were trying to take a piece of the pie, and that's where a lot of the people that's where people exploded about it. Is you would find an item in the game, you would put it up to sell, and then Blizzard would take 20% of that cash value. So like they were trying to make money off of every single sale, and people were getting pissed about that kind of stuff. There was a lot more to it than just being an auction house. Did you die again?
No, I did actually. I did an earlier die. The other thing I gotta tell you about the other reason I die in this game is the stupid expeditions where you get some combo that you just like get fried by.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
I don't read the things I'm activating as well as I should, obviously.
Yeah.
No, but a guy just I'm selling some stuff for one exalted, which I just told you I'm not doing that anymore. But I decided to drop some stuff to see if I could move it before I blow it all up, you know. And a guy, I invite him, he accepts. I go to my thing, I grab the item, I trade with him, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't touch the level, I can't use it." I'm like, damn it.
Yeah.
That should be a block right there, I guess.
Yeah, I would definitely block that person. Now, one of the things that I do with like when I'm in that case, I just go ahead and buy the item because it's like if I'm not the right level, I'll be there relatively soon. Because I mean, I don't think there's anything that requires you to be in the 90s to wear. It's like I think 80 might be 80 may even be the cap.
I think Elon was looking for some of that stuff. I don't think he found any though.
Yeah, he was looking for that high level stuff. Yeah, here's something that's 75. Looks like level 75.
75, I think, is the highest I've ever seen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm thinking 75, maybe.
Not including the gem.
Oh no, here's a 78. I got a 78 staff.
Actually, you're right. I have seen a 78. Now that you say that.
But yeah, so it's I'm thinking 80 is the cap for wear level,
Divine
and
orb.
80 is not difficult to get to. Nice. I've got no divine orbs today.
That's the thing, though, dude. I have to say, by simplifying I was talking about how I'm on the super filter. I blow through maps so fast because I'm just not stopping to look at shit. I'm just like killing all, I get the really good stuff, and I get on with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't really
it's
stop and
allowing
look
me to-
at stuff anymore either. It's like and
It's allowing me to see so much more information. Like I get so much more volume. You know?
yeah. Now that my level is increasing, I'm actually getting to the point to where the lower tier maps aren't making sounds when they're dropping, so I'm not even going to look for them, you know, if they're off screen or something.
And my filter only shows level 14 and 15 maps,
Yeah.
and I end up with like hundreds of them by the time I decide to refill my stash.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, these lower ones, I mean, it's kind of funny to think about, but if you get a 13, it takes 9 of those to make a 15. You know, it's
Yeah.
kind of a waste of time.
Yeah. No, yeah, exactly.
Waste of picking them up.
Though I wouldn't be opposed to combining them to a 14 because you can get 15s out of running 14 maps.
Yeah, I mean, you're in a slightly different place because you're still leveling a little bit. So although your power level is about where I'm at. I mean, you're not that far behind me.
I don't know, you're like double, your spark damage is double what mine is right now
Thank you.
still, I think. 'Cause didn't you shoot up to like 60k or something?
I'm 66k now.
Yeah, I'm 30k on mine, so. I guess, yeah, I'm not really burning through the maps.
Yeah, so you
necessarily.
still get value out of it. You might run a 13. I mean, at this point, I don't know
Yeah.
if you do or not.
I actually run 13s fairly regularly when if I'm going through an area that has like no buffs or anything.
Yeah,
You know, because I don't want to use a good map on it. So yeah, I'll
Yeah,
use
so
the
once
13
but
for
once
that.
you're kind of like, I feel like I'm in truly an end game running now. So I just kind of get to the point where I'm just seeing just the good shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The one thing that the filter can't do, and the guy who builds this filter says it's not possible, is he only shows me like Hexar robes. Like he doesn't show me like all the other robes.
Yeah.
Like they're just hidden. Even rare ones, I don't think he even shows me them. But someone asked a question, it's like, hey, well, if there's like, can you set it so if anything that's tier 4 drops, I can see it.
Yeah.
So like, so I'm gonna pick up all that and take a look at it. And
Yeah.
Like, no, there's no way to make that setting work to show an item just by tier.
Yeah. Yeah, that
That's a bummer because I'm missing a little bit of cool stuff probably by that.
I'm kind of surprised that that they don't have that as a thing. So Hensel was saying that talking about the story of OSRS, I forget what the acronym's for, but they were basically a group of gold farmers out of Venezuela, and it was like supporting the Venezuelan economy because so many people there were farming gold and selling it that it was causing the entire country's economy to go up, which is cool. The only problem is when you look at what some of these gold farmer sites are doing. There's a lot of streamers out there that have done interviews with people that are doing gold farming. Some of these hardcore gold farmers are akin to cartels. Like, there was I think Asmongold did a thing recently where I think his was a react video to a guy that was in the community, and he actually he was getting death threats because he was going around and finding gold farmers,
killing the bots.
Yeah, he was basically killing the bots or finding ways to screw the bots up, and he started getting tons of death threats in emails that he hadn't used in years.
They doxed him and everything.
They doxed him, and if I'm not mistaken, I think at one point he actually had somebody talk to him in real life, like someone found him and was like, "Hey, dude, what are you doing?" And they weren't aggressive or anything, but he was like, "Yeah, that really fucking opened my eyes when a dude that is one of the people that I'm screwing with is finding me in real life." He's like, "Yeah, they didn't say they were going to kill me, but it's a lot more likely that they could at this point if they wanted to."
I don't know if you watched, he had a follow-up where he basically said, he basically said he was going radio silent because of this, because he was scared, and then later he's like, you know what, Asmongold said it's fine, so fuck it, I'm back at it.
Yeah, I saw that video, yeah.
And then Asmongold's like, God, if he gets hurt, I'm gonna feel really bad about
that.
Yeah,
he's like, how to be the dude that got this guy killed. I talked him into going back. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy, and then so you've got that kind of stuff going on, and then the problem. So there's a lot of problem with the way gold farming, causes issues with the game. It's like if it's just some dude, like for me, for example, if I just wanted to run these maps and get materials and then sell them for real life money, that's not really where the problem's coming from. The problem is coming from the gold farmers that do it in games where you're actually interacting with other people on the map. Like this one here, if I just want to keep running maps all day, it's not affecting anyone else. I'm like, these maps, no one else is in them, it's just me, and I'm not taking away from anybody else's gameplay by running shit tons of maps. I mean, that's literally what people are doing for the end game. Gold selling becomes a big problem when you're doing stuff like World of Warcraft, for example, because these guys will go and use these bots and they'll dominate an area in the game that's dropping materials that people need in order to progress.
People need to do a quest.
Yeah, exactly. And it stops people from being able to progress in the game because the quest, creatures are all dead, or they want to be raiding, and raiders these days are like, oh my god, you got to have every potion you can possibly think of, you got to have all the elixirs, all the flasks. And then they have all these bots that are running around and farming all the herbs. It's like, well, I can't farm my own herbs for free as part of just playing the game. So I have to figure out some way to make gold. The easiest way to do that is to contact a gold farmer and buy it so that I can buy flasks that I'm actually buying from a gold farmer, because they're the ones running around getting all the herbs. So they're basically taking a huge loop of the gameplay out.
They're hacking and everything else.
Well, yeah, that was what I was going to get to. So it's like, not only are they causing a bad system in the game and causing insane amounts of inflation. Divine Orb again, nice.
Yeah.
So not only are they causing insane amounts of inflation like that, but they also do a lot of hacking, and they put keyloggers out there and contact people in game. I can't count the number of times when playing World of Warcraft that I've got a message from someone named Blizzard GM telling me that my account has been compromised and giving me a website that I need to go to and put in my account information to verify that it's me. And it's like, whatever, dude. So, you know, it's like, so those guys are hacking, they're getting people's accounts, stripping everything of value off of it, and then using that to sell to other people. That's why gold farming has such a massive stigma against it. If it was just random players just goofing around and actually playing the game and then selling items, I don't think that part of it is a problem. But they can't really okay that part and reasonably police the cartel behavior of gold farming, from other countries.
What foul
The other thing
energy
that I
gives
find,
life
like
to
I
you?
played Lost Ark for a long time, and it has a ton of farming, a lot of botting, like hundreds of bots on a single computer type of thing. And the other thing that really just kind of really hurts everything is the economy gets blown up. Like, everything becomes so inflated because there's so much gold out there because these bots are just pumping it all damn day, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's, I guess we might, I don't know, maybe this is a natural progression because exalts aren't used for much except for like pumping maps, or whatever, but the 205 div or 205 exalts for a div, there's something kind of wild about that, you know what I mean? That number is going up really fast.
Yeah.
And there might be some farming issues going on causing some of that.
Oh, there's definitely bots running in this game. I mean, it's one thing to run, you don't necessarily want to run T13 maps, but with a character like this, you don't die in T13 maps. So if you just create a bot for it and you're running 50 PCs and they're just running tier 13 maps all day.
And even 10% of the feed, they're still kicking ass compared to me.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, and that's like that one, like there was one dude that I think Asmongold interviewed as well that actually had done some botting, and and he was talking about some of the stuff that he was doing, and he was making a pretty decent income having only 5 bots running at one time and intermittently, because he was trying to not get caught. So he didn't leave them just running nonstop all the time. He would run them for a few hours a day and then shut them down for a day or two and then run them for a few more hours the next day, 6, 8, 10 hours, something like that, because he didn't want to have the tracing of like, oh, this account, these 5 accounts are online running around together, doing
24/7,
24/7, because it's like that's a lot harder to argue how that happened. So he was just trying to make it as normal sounding as possible, and he said it was adding a couple of $1,000s a month to his income. So I mean, imagine what these imagine what these guys are doing that have a basically a server farm where they're running 50 or 100 accounts and 24 hours a day just non-stop. I mean, these guys are making $100,000+ a month. It's insane.
And they're paying hardly anything
for
the labor.
They pay $15 for, or they buy the game for $30. They pay $15 for, if they're lucky enough to survive 2 months, they pay $15 for their second month of game time, and the bots level them up. So they don't even have to spend the time to level them. Like, they spend $45 essentially and get 2 months of time running that bot.
Yep, and if they get wasted, I think that is the same one where the guy was saying that they expect a 10% cull rate. And they had this interesting way that they made the bots act differently. So if something got figured out, then they'd only lose a certain part of their fleet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, essentially they would have bots doing similar stuff but doing it differently, and then one of them got banned. They would look at the bots and go, okay, what is this bot doing that's different from the others? There's a high chance that that's what caused this bot to get caught. So they're constantly making their bots smarter and smarter.
Right, but if they say, okay, we banned 100 of them, it's like, well, that's just like 1/10 of this dude's fleet, and he's still running, he's still doing the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's wild. I wanted to ask you, because I watched a couple videos that kind of intrigued me about next season. A lot of these streamers are doing solo self-bound accounts, and just kind of getting out of the whole world of even worrying about the economy. What's your thoughts on that?
I don't like solo self-found. I like the idea of solo self-found, but I don't think the gear drops well enough.
Yeah, you're. Well, he was saying that this one guy was saying that he got like an insane weapon to drop. He actually made another character because it was like because it was so hard to find that shit. But it'd be like
but that's kind of my
item in real life.
Yeah, that's kind of my argument on that one is there's no guarantee that you're going to find stuff for your class, like the class that you're playing. So you kind of have to run with whatever's dropping. So it's like if you're playing an archmage and you have like 5 really awesome monk items that drop, it's like, well, guess I'm going monk, even if that's not what you really want to play. But that's how you're going to further your account, like further your wealth in a solo self-found. It does mean
no need to worry about wealth because
you still want wealth. I mean, you still want the wealth.
Just to burn it for
exactly. It gives you the ability. You don't have to worry about holding on to those items. You can just burn them, trying to make items better. My argument is, considering the fact that you can't trade with anyone else at all ever, I don't think that you're getting gear good enough, and the people that actually are going to get the really awesome stuff are these guys that are already insane and have they've been playing these games for years. They understand the basics all the way up to the most micro to the most macro concepts of this game, and they're the kind of people that just churn out 500 maps that are all maxed out, juiced and everything, and they're just blowing through them as fast as they can, burning through all of that shit. And then, it's like, yeah, but you're going to be really amazing and pretty much be self-sufficient in a non-solo self-found. So, yeah,
I thought it was an interesting argument that the guy was saying basically with the way the economy is kind of getting screwed up at the moment, and some of that, a big reason why some of this growth happened is because people were cheating,
Yeah.
Like doing that vol orb trick, and that basically ruined like ingenuity belt, for instance. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, but he was like, until they kind of get the bugs worked out, solo self-found is kind of a cleaner experience, and I could see the upside of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it will be good for some people. I play the game to have fun. I don't really care what other people are doing. If a bunch of people hack the shit out of the, they find this little trick where they can go and reset their shit over and over, and 5,000 ingenuity belts pop up on the market. Hey, good for me. It dropped from 200 div to 1 div, and I can own one now.
Yeah.
It's like, I just don't care about it that much. It's like some of these guys want to get on their high horse and talk about purity and all this kind of shit. It's like, dude, I'm just here to play a game and have a good time. It's like, I'm not that worried about the economy side of it, especially in this game. Now, if it was in WoW, that might be a little bit of a different story where, like I said, you're affecting other people's play by simply just doing it. But, I mean, in a game like this where the entirety of your gameplay is completely solo, unless you choose to group with someone else and pull them into your world, I don't, that stuff just doesn't bother me.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was talking to my friend Josh, he's been my lake friend that's actually been playing a lot. And he's actually intrigued by, oh god.
Yes.
I hate when I grab a freaking shrine and it's the one that turns everything to gold. It's like, oh, that's great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going back to town for that one.
Yeah, Hinzel's been talking a lot about a game called Grim Dawn here lately. And I think I pulled it up and actually put it on my wish list in Steam. It looked like it would be kind of interesting. But yeah, I mean, one other beneficial thing about not dealing with, the selling of items and stuff like that, trying to get your better stuff, is just think about the amount of time that you waste researching an item to see if it's even has a value. I mean, even like this robe here, it's like I have this app that's supposed to help me with it. I control D on it, and it's like, sorry, we can't find this item. So then I have to go manually search the item, and it's like, okay, so this is just wasted time. The time it takes me to pull up the website, type this information in, hit search, look at it, and then decide, oh, am I going to blow this up or am I going to post it? I probably could have run a whole other map.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, And luckily, with enough experience, you just know, and you've seen every freaking unique and
Yeah.
But you're right. It can be annoying. I've seen that happen less often. I think the app is getting better.
Yeah, they're definitely patching it and fixing it. But to be
By the
fair,
way, when you look at that, does it say you have a version waiting? I think I'm a version behind at the moment. You Alt D on something. Does it say at the top that there's a new version for you?
oh, I don't know. Let me see. It will be automatically installed on exit 0.6.2.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
actually, I saw that when I was at work today, but I'm not sure if I got the right version on here or not.
Yeah, actually, I may.
So if that happens, that might actually improve the performance a little bit. Maybe get a little less of those errors.
Yeah, potentially. I'm just gonna quit out of it real quick and let that update, and then.
It is actually kind of funny when it comes to stuff like that, how trusting we are of some random fucking guy to not put a virus on my fucking computer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you do have the benefit of most things that do downloads and stuff these days get routed through, like your virus protection, and then Windows is virus protection and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, I definitely get your point.
That's trust going on. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like that kind of convenience. It's I don't know. I think it's funny the Google watching me, and I'm just like, with the amount of convenience I'm getting out of them, they can watch me. I'm okay with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you talking about economy in this game or economy in Grim Dawn? Because I would, if you're talking about Grim Dawn, I don't know enough about that game to have an opinion. But if you're talking about this game, saying that the economy provides a social element, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that in this game. I mean, I guess you could argue that it's a social element, but it's too small to be of any benefit, in my opinion. It's like, yeah, you do have to contact another person, but it's like you don't talk to them, like you don't have any interaction with them. Nothing about the event is meaningful. And then some people are actually trying to, I guess, make a little bit of a more meaningful system out of it, because they have macros now. When you trade with them, they will be like, thank you, Nestria, for your trade. And it's like, dude, you're basically just an AI now. It's like, is this even really social?
Maybe how are they doing that?
It's probably some sort of a bot or macro system set up. I never really got into doing that sort of stuff, so I don't have any idea in this game.
I didn't know if it was like the macro, just whenever the group breaks apart, that it automatically just sends that message, which actually shows you something too, because they're like, oh, the only time I group is when I'm going to do a 3-second trade, so that shows you that social is not really alive in this game at the moment. Yeah,
exactly. I guess he does make one point. He does say that it provides an evolving element to the online requirement, which that's true. I mean, I guess the not necessarily the interpersonal experience, but the evolving, kind of living economy is just an interesting. It gives you another thing to have to learn. That's an evolving, living thing, and isn't just a set of data that you just have to memorize.
No, I think there's something to that. I also feel that the fact that we have to meet up it slows it down a little bit, which will keep the prices from driving to either up or down super fast, if it was automated. The fact that there's unlimited trades and there's no penalty for trading, there's no fee.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be dangerous if an automated system, did work that didn't require you to meet up with somebody. It would just start kind of spiraling a little bit.
Yeah, potentially. I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break here. I need to run to the restroom, and I'm past the point for pre-rolls on this anyway, so I'll be back in just a minute.
Am I supposed to entertain like what's his name used to do?
No, I'm gonna go in to be right back so no one can hear you.
Oh, god damn it.
All right, I'm back.
Congrats on losing those rings in the bathroom. What were you doing in there?
Congrats on what?
I just got the notice that you closed your rings on your Apple Watch.
Oh yeah, yeah. I get a little workout
Were
in
you,
there.
where were you? Little yeah.
Pumping some iron. Yeah, I was actually just looking.
Got your last stand for the day.
Yeah, it was my last stand up for the day. That I should be getting 4 or 5 during this window, but I need to start setting a timer again so that I can. It'll go off every hour and let me know so that I can do because the getting rid of the pre-roll ads only lasts for an hour at a time, and I have to do 3 minutes worth of break in order for that to happen. So normally I'll like get up and go in the other room and like do some squats or some push-ups or something like that just to kind of keep the blood flowing.
I actually thought about it. I have this really nice little. I bought one for work and one for here, and I don't have a workspace to use it anymore. But it's a little plastic board that has like little push-up thingies, and you can do different settings on it, like different kinds of push-ups.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I should just slide it underneath my desk here and just pull it out when I need to get a couple minute like blood pumping thing.
Yeah, like it's I don't. It's probably not as big of a deal for you because you're up and about all throughout the day. But it's like with me, it doesn't matter if I'm playing games or doing work or whatever. I'm pretty much in this chair like 14 hours a day. So it's like having like when you're at work, you're doing a lot of walking around and stuff like that, which keeps the blood flowing. But for me, it's like pretty detrimental. I was actually getting in a really bad position, and I've had to start going nuts in the gym. And I'm doing I did a 74-minute workout yesterday, and 54 minutes of that was on the treadmill, or on an elliptical, and I was like running for about 50% of that time. So I learned something. I don't know if you know this about the Apple Watches or not, but because Nell and I do all of our stuff indoors, and you and I were talking about the VO2 max and how we had such a big variance in our in our recordings. I don't know if you knew this or not, but it only does a VO2 max recording if you do an outdoor workout.
Yeah, it's outdoor running or walking.
Yeah. I didn't know that was a thing. That's why mine is so behind, because I almost never do those types of workouts. Like the majority of the time we're doing stuff, I'm doing elliptical or HIIT training or something like that, and it's not outdoor walk or outdoor run. So that's why my number is gone. It's like 2 weeks now. It hasn't updated.
Yeah, you won't have to. You have. It's been like shitty weather, so you haven't been outside walking probably.
No, we've been walking. We walk in 1 degree weather. I mean, even when we had our crazy snow and ice storm, I mean, that was just a harder workout. We put on winter boots and all that kind of stuff, and trudged through the 9 inches of snow we had. I mean, it was a good workout, but I didn't think to do it as an outdoor walk.
Oh, that helmet that I improved, just sold for 40. Yeah.
Nice. 40 exalts.
Exalted. It
Nice.
took a while to sell, so I think that's probably a more fair price.
Yeah, no, I think that's very accurate. Oh crap, out of maps. Time to try to create some more. So did you buy a bunch of maps, or are you just getting shit tons of them to drop?
Oh, I get them all on my own.
Because they're not really dropping necessarily that well for me. I'm barely breaking even on tier 15 maps. Like when I convert all of these, I'll level them all up, and then I'll if I have the delirium, I'll put them on there, and then if I don't, I corrupt them, and then whatever.
You put three prefixes on all of them before you do anything else.
3 prefixes?
I put 3 prefixes on every map. Like I put exalts on them until they get to 3 prefixes.
Oh, specifically prefixes. Okay.
Yeah, prefixes are what give them juice.
Yeah.
The suffering does make them harder,
Yeah,
but they don't necessarily give you value.
yeah.
So that might be the difference.
Could
that
be.
You're not doing that.
I mean, a lot of these have, like they have decent amounts of prefixes on them. Like several of these have 3 on them already, and they're not like these are just. I'm getting them identified.
But
as
yeah,
like-
I'm only seeing 14s and 15s, and when I get done with my whole pile of map,
Here's a
I'll
good
have
one. 22% increased quantity and 55% increase, or actually 83% increased
quantity.
rarity.
So quantities turns out to be potentially more powerful. I'm learning.
Yeah, this one's one that I need to pump to a 16 and do it on a T18 map, but that keeps like failing for me. The last 2 that I've had that had
I only
quantity
get like
downgraded to 14.
I only get like 20% of my, well, probably less than that. I bet it's like 15% of my maps that actually go to 16. It's pretty rare.
Yeah, and this is one of those ones that's interesting. It has 4 prefixes on it already. Well, I guess technically it's 3 because one of them's a double.
One of them are combined.
Yeah, but there's 3 prefixes on this one, but it only has 95% waystone drop chance, which sucks.
Yeah, it's funny thing is I don't even look at that number anymore. Like I don't care about that waystone drop chance. I'm just looking for the other things, and it doesn't matter. Like I get maps like, I mean, and probably my maps are good drop chances.
Yeah, maybe.
What am I in? Right now I'm in a 421% drop chance map at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of base, like because of your Atlas passives, you'll get a bunch of extra drop chance from that, and then any like precursor tablets you have put in will give drop chances in some cases.
Yep, it all adds up.
Yeah. All right.
I'm not really. Yeah, it's like that drop chance is actually a different roll though. Like you can get like a low roll and have like insane rarity and stuff on it still. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Did you notice when you're doing these? I feel like this is recent, like that maybe this was in a QOL update or something. But did you notice when you right click on like the Orb of Augmentation, it actually highlights all the ones that you can use it on?
I think it's been like that since I've been doing it. But yeah, that's how I keep track of. When I do maps, it takes me like 2 hours because I'll do like 200 of them. You know, like I'll just stack them away for like days and days of work on them. You know.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to. I used to use like you have you only have 52 of them actually. I was using that. What's that third tab there? The third one on the top.
The third one on the top.
I don't know if you call
Skills.
it. Oh, the third currency right next to the blue one.
This one here, alchemies.
Alchemies. Yeah, I used to burn those down to like start. Like if I had like plain maps, I would hit those and go ahead and get 4. But I think it's just probably a waste of money compared to Regal, because Regals are pretty cheap.
Yeah, Regals are cheaper, and then these two, you just have absurd amounts of them for no reason. Like I don't even pick them up half the time anymore, and I've got 1,300 of one and 800 of the other.
I actually hide my filter doesn't even show them anymore.
Yeah.
But the thing I do is I can spend an Exalted and buy like 80 of them, you know, and so I'll just do that. Like when I get low, I'll just buy 1,000 of them for like 4 Exalt or something.
Yeah.
Which is like way better than picking up 1,000 of them individually. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A little bit of economy here, like all the times you have to click and pick up gold or click or pick up something that's like useless or so low value, then you're just kind of wasting time. And this game is all about eventually just becoming efficient. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just to maximize the hours you get to play.
Man, I capped that one out and barely got 3 prefixes.
Yeah, so I had 3 prefix. If I get quantity and rarity, then I will put 3 deliriums on it, and then I'll corrupt it.
Yeah.
So it's a big investment. I mean, but it pays for itself. I mean, by the time I get through all these maps, I'll have tripled the amount of, and that's not including like divines, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how you juice. I only juice. Like now, I only juice 15s. Like I don't juice anything else.
Yeah, no, I don't really juice any of the other. Well, I'll juice the others as much as like going up to Regal with them, but then that's
Yeah, yeah, Regal, of course.
Yeah.
I'll Regal, I Regal everything. Like I think without Regaling, I think you're kind of wasting your time running maps. Like you might as well at least get something, you know. But
let's see. This is gonna be another one of those rough maps. I'll have elemental weakness, and then all of the buildups are 200% faster buildup, and the monsters are increased
overpowered?
accuracy.
is elemental weakness? Are you overpowering that yet? Are you
I think so. 97, 93, 106. So yeah, pretty close. The cold looks like I've only got about 20, 20-ish or so over, or 18, I guess.
only- Yeah, so you might take a couple. Yeah, so you basically elemental weakness is becoming almost non-issue for you.
Yeah, exactly.
But the I need stun buildup is it can get your ass sometimes. Like you gotta pay attention. Like I had this thing when I'm playing like an easy map. I have this. I'm so powerful now that I just can run nonstop and just occasionally right click, and I'll kill everything just as like in a full speed run. I just like kill it all. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'll just blow through a map just as fast as I can freaking run. You know.
I'm actually curious
yeah.
what it is that you have got that has caused you to pull ahead so much. Because I'm now kind of beyond where you were previously when we were comparing, because you were at about 32k last time we checked. And I was still like in the, like around 25 or 26. And then now you've shot up to like 60, and I'm slightly over the 32k marker.
Well, my spark is level 28. Level 0.
Oh, that's,
spark.
yeah, that's probably a huge portion of it, because I think mine's like 23 right now. It'll go to 25 once I hit level 90 if I can get a good corruption on that gem that I picked up.
Because I have 5 on my wand and 2 on my focus, and then I have a level 21 gem.
Yeah. So yeah, the 2 on your focus I don't have. Wait, you said you had 5 on a wand?
5 on a wand, 2 on
Yeah,
a
so
focus,
you got 3 that I don't have. I would love to get a new wand and corrupt this one and see if I could get the +1 extra on there, but it's like
that'd be amazing.
I'm terrified of trying to corrupt that thing while it's my current item.
Yeah. Oh, don't. Yeah. That's how you just brick yourself right there. You know.
Yeah. That's how you go back down to tier 11 map squad.
That's right.
All right. So did I get anything?
The
with
levels
quantity?
are really important. Oh, and by the way, what I do is I have a tab where I stick all my map, and then I'll search quantity and just find them all and just pull them out back over to the left.
Yeah, I would probably do that if
You're doing like a shit ton of maps.
Yeah, it's like I literally have like 12, 15 maps here or something like that. So there's 3 with quantity. I think that's it. Oh no, got one more. Oh, another one. Holy shit. Almost half of them ended up with quantity on them.
And then currently I am selling anything that has gold. Like I just
Yeah,
that's a waste of my time.
unfortunately one of the quantity ones I think has gold on it.
I think that's still broken, or maybe it's working as intended, but it's still a problem, you know. So that's kind of a negative. It's almost like it should be a suffix, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like making it worse.
Yeah, it looks like out of the, what is this, 5 of them, only 1 of them has extra gold on it. I'll probably just run it for the sake of doing it. It at least has a shit ton of, maybe I can get some more tier 15 maps out of it.
Hey, you know what? Run it and see how it does. See if you get a feeling for it.
Yeah.
Let's do a little test here. I haven't like really analyzed it, but sometimes I feel like I do a gold one and I'll come out with like nothing, you know, like not a single piece of anything. I'm like, that probably was the gold causing that.
Yeah. Oh, wait, that's not wrong. I hate how they don't have a. Oh, there it goes. Okay. I was like, they used to have an issue where it didn't want to. I couldn't get them to just drop them across the thing very easily. 21% delirious, 60% increased magic monsters.
Yeah, I run the cheapest ones on those. I have never paid for more than the base. I'm just looking for the delirious, just for the fragments. I don't really care what the actual. You can juice a map by putting really expensive
Oh yeah.
delirium stuff on it.
Well,
but-
they do different things. I like these because they're pack
Hold on,
sizes.
something really important dropped.
Oh,
Another divine orb. Holy shit, I'm having a night, man.
nice. Yeah,
Third
this one, these the distilled guilt do pack size, which I think are going to be give you more chance for drops if the pack sizes are larger.
I think one of them give rarity too, which is really nice. But I think they're, it's all about. It's kind of like an investment. Like I think it's like 4.5 for each of the cheapest ones. You get 4.5 for one exalted.
Yeah.
So that you got to think about that cost. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, this one here is 30% increased rare monsters. So if you get 10 in the map, then there'll be 13 of them.
Yeah, nice.
So it looks like those are
that's
15 apiece on Paranoia, 15% apiece on rare monsters. If you could pair that with one that already has more rare monsters on it, that would probably be pretty huge.
That could be pretty big. Actually, that's a good point. So sometimes I just get kind of. It's like you can really do a lot better work, like if you're careful. But I find it a little tedious, and I'd rather just get it all done and get on with it, start fighting again.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're right. You can definitely min max that.
All right, so let's see how much of it actually just fucking blows up. All right, well,
Yeah.
there's a 14. So none of my good ones popped to 16. Dude, I just got fucking boned. What was that, 4 and 4 and 5? I got one tier 16 map out of all that, and three of them dropped. 13 maps. I got one tier 16.
It's not. I mean, it's a little below average, but like I said, I think it's around 15%.
Yeah, and then I had 3 maps that de-leveled.
Yeah.
And then all the rest of them stayed the same, but I don't know what it butchered about them, unfortunately. Whoa. So this one lost its map drop chance, but this one is 575% before I even put it into a containers or into a slot out there. So we'll see what happens with that.
Yeah, it might be a dicey one.
Yeah.
When they get those really high numbers, there's usually something really scary about them. Just look at it carefully before you go in.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna bank all of those for the moment. I'm just gonna go do this 16. I'm trying to plow through here and get to, I'm almost to my first fucking citadel here.
Oh, your first one ever?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I had a really shitty map. Like every single one that I can get to, I had to like work around this like massive like mountain range and oceans, and it's just like, what the fuck, man? It's like I had the worst generated map ever.
It's pretty typical though. There's lots of like areas that seem like they should be connected and then they aren't, and it's kind of annoying.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. T18 with shit tons of buildup. Of course, the one map that went to 16 was the one that already had 200% buildup on everything. Fuckers.
Yeah, nice.
Maybe I should have chaos that shit.
Yeah, just take it slow.
Yeah. Oh, it's got a delirium mirror too. God damn it.
Everyone you have slain had a life, family. Your turn will come one day.
Now some moron's gonna message me wanting to buy a fucking one exalt item.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm at 20 div now.
Nice.
Getting there.
Die forgotten.
Alright, well those rares sucked. I'm glad those bastards are dead. Because they were fast swinging and were stunning me every time they hit me. Oh, and look, a tier 4 map. Just what I wanted in my tier 18 fucking map. I still think they should have like a minimum level. It's like it shouldn't drop below a certain level when you're this high.
Yeah, but like I said, I think it's time to start filtering them out so you don't even feel bad about it anymore.
Yeah.
You should, at this point, you should say if it's less than 10, don't show it to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, delirium already wore off, I think. Oh, there's another. Oh, there's a suffering. Hell yeah.
Is that one worth like 200?
Yeah, that's that like 1.5 div.
Nice.
A rare treasure.
There you go. That's a massive find for you.
And then a tier 15 map. So this whole thing is. And that was one of the things that I was talking about earlier too. When you like, somebody was asking me really early on about the concept of spending. It's like, oh, you know, you're going to spend a whole bunch of exalts to juice all these maps, and then you end up with like tier 14s of them, and they're just trash. And I'm like, yeah, but out of all these maps that you go through, you get one div orb. That's 214 or 215 exalts. It's like you just got one drop that will allow you to juice 75 more maps. So it's like, you know, as long as you
basically
get one every 75 maps, everything else is just gravy.
Sun, take you.
What I invested today to get all that, I think you only looked at one of the 3 pictures I sent you.
No, I saw all 3. I just pulled up one on stream, but I saw the other ones.
Yeah, but of all those maps that I did, I 2 divs I've made it back. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like all that investment, and then everything above that is just total gravy and
Yeah.
extra. So
Yeah, so
you gotta. If you're dying a bunch and you're not able to finish your maps, then you're gonna start running into problems.
Exactly, yeah. And that's one of the things that I was talking about too, because there were a lot of people complaining about not being able to maintain map stability. You know, like they were
stay alive.
Yeah, they were running out of maps, and the devs were like, we're not really having that problem. And it's like, yeah, but you guys are good at the game. Like, there's a lot of people that are really bad at this game, and they can't get enough maps to sustain themselves.
Well, you know, during that answer, they brought up the exact issue, which is the lack of barriers to running maps that are too high for where you're at.
Yeah.
And what people do is they try to run their 13s, and they should be running 8s, and they're just getting slaughtered and getting nothing out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Killing their map generation or their map maintenance at that point. Excuse me, at that point.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what they end up doing for balance, because like they said, you know, they didn't intend to have all of the negatives going at the same time. So the fact that they still have experience loss on death, but you also only get one portal on maps, they weren't intending both of those to be active. And a lot of people are really fighting the one portal thing. Like they're sticking to their guns on it, but players overall apparently just completely hate it. I personally,
it is though.
I think
it creates a little. It creates a little bit of stress, which I think probably is a good thing. It creates a little bit of excitement, or
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think
like
it does for some people, and I mean, but that may be one of those things. Like, that's my argument about, like, you know, the state of World of Warcraft retail right now, where Ian Acostas is the lead, and he was like one of the big time dudes. He was in Elitist Jerks, you know, back in the day. So now that he's, you know, lead designer for WoW, he's making the game be what he wants it to be. But it's like, dude, you are already the elite of the elite. You're creating a situation where the average person can't play anymore because you're trying to make things that are interesting and difficult for you to play. So it's like you just alienated 95 or 98% of the population that play your game, which is kind of what I feel about with these guys. They're all really good at Path of Exile. They've played the first one for 15 years. They designed it, so they probably played it for even more than 15 years. And they've been playing this one a shit ton in the background as well. They're good at this. They understand how to make builds. They understand how the shit works. The average player is not there. So it's like, you know, I think I'm kind of feeling like the one portal hill is like the wrong hill to try to die on there. It's like, I think it's a bad idea for average player. I think the one thing that would help it a lot is if they want to keep one portal. Do what?
I think going to 2 would be nice. It would create like, oh shit, that's hard. Let me like
Well,
Yeah.
here's the other thing that I think would fix it too. They wouldn't even have to increase the portals. Just make it when you die, it wipes the map of all remaining enemies. So you can at least walk around and pick up the shit that you earned, the shit that you did manage to
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because how many times? I mean, if you ever look at Reddit, how many times have people seen, you know, for a while it was a divine orb and they were dead, and that was like big news because that was like.
Yeah, but now it's like a belt of ingenuity or a fucking mirror.
Or
how
a
fucked
mirror
would,
of-
how mad would you be if a mirror dropped and then you died?
I think I would.
I would be
quit.
chartering a plane to go have some discussions with some GGG people.
That would be the end of the game for me. I think I'd be like, I'm done.
Yeah,
At least a week off.
Yeah.
You know, like,
So yeah, it's like I think that's the one thing they could do that would really help is just like, hey, if this happens, then yeah, you can go collect all your loot, or even if they just like send the loot to you. Like, yeah, you can't go back in the map because that might be hard to program, but it could just be like all the shit that was laying on the ground that was like a currency or something of any value just gets stuck in you have a special tab that it just gets stuck in there.
I like that idea.
Because they definitely have the system for fake tabs in the game right now. Because when you go into a season, your old character gets put into the Eternal Realm. Well, when you play a second season and that character gets put into an Eternal Realm, you have two different tabs that are for unique items, and they have vastly different items in them. So they actually give you two unique tabs, but one of them you can't add stuff to, you can only withdraw from it. So it's like that system already exists in the game, so that means it should be a lot easier to kind of program that style.
Divine orb,
Nice.
the fourth one of the night.
I still haven't seen a single one.
Wild beast.
I got one at work today too, so this is my fifth one of the day.
I think yesterday was the last time I got Divine Orb. I got one.
You said you sold an item for like 6 divine. last
Yeah,
night.
yeah, it was one of the sapphires that I got.
Oh, one of the time lost ones.
No, just a regular sapphire.
Damn. That was really good.
Yeah, it was perfect stats for an Infernalist. It was every perfect roll, like it was nice. That's what I was talking about last night. It ended up being an amazing night because I got my first ever perfect rolled item, which was that one that I showed you, that pickaxe, and then I crafted a sapphire that was a perfect roll, all perfect stats for an Infernalist, and I was like, well, I could keep it for my Infernalist, but I'm enjoying this character more now. The play is faster, and I definitely die a lot less with this character because I kill stuff from range, and yeah, and it's like it's detrimental for this build if enemies get close to me. Like it hurts enemies more the closer to me they are. Whereas the Infernalist, the closer enemies get to me with that one, the more detrimental it is to me because I have nothing. Like my pets do all the damage, so if my pets aren't on top of me, then I'm doing no damage to the stuff that's next to me, but yet they're fucking me up and I can't do anything about it. So which was also my first character, so there may be some things that I wasn't quite understanding about the character or the build.
I think in general though, having to micromanage something that's not totally in your control is tough.
Yeah. Hey, I got a ball orb. I did get another grater last night, but those things are dropping in value quite a bit, which I predicted that they would. But
yesterday I got a perfect just sitting in I haven't used it yet.
Nice. I actually need to get one.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on. I think I'm gonna put it on Orb Storms, but I'm trying to figure out if it's worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, dude! Level 20 gem, my first one.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's a div there. So yeah, this 11 monsters left. I didn't get a damn thing worth picking up out of here. Tier 18
was that
map.
was there gold on that one?
No.
Okay.
Well, actually, let me double check just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure there was no gold on this one. I think it was just the one that had all the crazy buildup. Yeah, no gold. So that one was just trash. I'll do the gold one next and see if it's any better. I keep hoping by doing
that's my
these...
first level 20, man.
Nice. I keep hoping by doing these tier 18 maps that I would get 20s to drop, but it's just not happening.
I am in a level 82 map, so maybe that's something.
This is an 82 map. Yeah.
That might be how it works.
Oh yeah, I'm 100% certain that you have to be in an 82 map in order to get them to drop. They may
Dude, something else has they just dropped. I gotta go down to find it.
Nice.
What is it?
Garupan
Another divine orb.
favors
Holy
me.
shit.
Nice.
Two divine orbs and a level 20 in a single fucking map.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm definitely not having that kind of luck.
I wouldn't mind that freaking distill you got though.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, I did get that to drop in here. I wasn't thinking about
That's
that.
pretty nice.
Yeah. Especially considering the fact that it's one that I need.
Yeah, you actually want it. Yeah.
What is this?
Map is like
Oh, it's the
occasionally almost ganking my ass though.
Oh, look at this. You can see the
weird.
beam here. It's a plate belt, but because it's like off of my, it's off of my loot filter, you have to press Z to turn off your loot filter to see it, and then when you turn it back on, you can hold Alt and see it all.
Weird.
But yeah, look at that. It was also not showing me this tier 5 mall. That could have been interesting.
That's what. I mean, maybe the weapons are maybe even tier 5 is just never worth it because that weapon type sucks. I don't know much about that.
That's possible. Yeah, it could be that a two-handed maul is worthless.
But that's what they were hoping to say. They were like, hey, I want to pick up my tier 5s and play around with that stuff because there should be better rolls.
Yeah, in theory. I still want to know if that's the case. If it limits the enchanting you do after, or if it only affects what's on it when it drops.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a very good question. Because you don't see tiers on blues, right? You only see it on the yellows. You ever see a tier 2 blue?
I don't think so.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen blues in a while. So I'm forgetting what it even looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, have a great night, Hensel. Thanks for stopping in, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, see you, man.
That's what I thought was funny. Like, the only person that was actively talking when I went AFK earlier was Hensel. And you were like, am I supposed to stay and entertain? And I'm like, yeah, that'd be great entertainment. Entertaining the one dude that you can't even see what he's saying.
Yeah. What, he's like from England or something, right?
I'm assuming so.
I thought he was overseas.
I don't think he's ever said where he was from, but we were talking about essentially like the time of day it was, and it's really late there for him right now. I think like 5 a.m. somewhere around that area right now. So yeah, it's somewhere across the blue. So 3 tier 15 maps out of that. Whatever this piece of shit is. Worthless item. Yeah, hardly anyone here for Friday. Yeah, that's accurate. Actually, YouTube's been pretty busy tonight. I've had quite a few people popping in and out of YouTube. Twitch has been kind of dead. But yeah, that's like a...
Probably me. I'm screwing it up for you.
Yeah. No, it's mostly been dead all night. I think the hype of...
I'm messing with it.
No, I was being serious though. There's a good chance that you could be.
you thought about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no, I've already thought about that one. I think we're fine. But yeah, I think some of the hype over Path of Exile 2 has kind of died at this point. And I'll be interested to see if it kicks back up really heavy when the balance patch comes around. Because I know there were a lot of people that were really mad just about the game in general with some of the bugs and stuff that were happening. It's insane how much people freak out over minor bugs in a game. It's like, I understand it when you have something that's like insanely game changing, but like some people just go off the deep end about shit, and half the time it's shit that's wrong with their computer. It's like, it's not even the game. It's like, dude, your computer's shit. You're trying to run the game in max graphics and you're using a fucking 780 graphics card that's, you know, came out 14 years ago.
What did I get 2 divs or 3 divs in this map?
I think you said 2 at one point. I can't remember if you got another one after that or not.
Plus level 20, I guess, which is like, this is like the best map I've ever ran. I have it, I want to show you an item, by the way, and after I get done with this. I have it up for like 40 div right now, and I haven't got a single. You may not appreciate it that much, but I played a character that would have used it, that I thought it looked pretty badass.
Oh yeah, that might be interesting to. I'll be interested to see what that item is looking like. Just because I don't know that much about that class. So.
Yeah, so I basically it had the most insane physical damage roll like ever, but then the rest of it wasn't like super amazing, or maybe it was. I'll look at it in a second.
Mm-hmm.
But
let's see it. What is it?
Yeah, hold on. I'm almost done.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It's finished. Just got it. Finally got 2 monsters left. I'm out. I think I almost want to hunt them down after what I've been getting out of this fucking map, but I'll leave them.
I think I may
Alright,
start
so-
chance orbing the sapphire rings and then just selling the stellar amulets because so many people want them.
Yeah, if you get one of those, people are going up to like 40 exalted on those now.
For like a baseline stellar.
hmm
Nice.
Unfortunately, I tried the annulment, and it took it to 0 stats, but it was still blue.
Ah,
It doesn't unblue it.
that's bullshit. It used to do it. It would turn it back into a white item.
All right. So am I still talking to you? Yes. So the item that I'm trying to sell for 40 div. This. So yeah, it has a lot
Kraken
of
core.
not great. It just, to be honest, I think I'm overpricing it now that I look at it. But it has this
yeah.
insane-
30% reduced attributes is a terrible thing to have on there. That physical damage is nice. The 2 lines for
damage
that.
It's insane. It's
And
insane.
But I don't know about the life per hit. Most people don't care about that. And the 30% reduced attributes is not all that great. But
I'll drop it to like 10 divine and see if I can move it. I think
Yeah.
people may like it. That base damage is so thick. Like that's just such a thick amount of damage.
yeah.
I went to 10. See if I can get this thing to move.
Yeah, 10 divine 3 seconds ago. You just posted it up.
You see it?
Yeah.
Nothing else even close to.
I don't know, man. I got rid of the 5 life per hit and the 152 accuracy. The other 2 that are for sale are 65 and 70 div. There's 2 others up. And
Hit the trade button right there and go look at it and see what they actually are.
yeah.
See if it's like insane otherwise.
So there's yours for 10. 2 of them have
Can you
the 40 passive.
You put it on screen.
Yeah. 2 of them have the 40 passive. This one's 233 physical damage, so almost 100% more than yours, but less added damage, which I think would offset that some.
Look at the physical damage at the top. That one goes to 6 something. You're a little blurry.
653.
So it's able to
about
upregulate
100.
your settings.
Are you on?
Auto.
Yeah.
1080p.
Yeah, 1080p should be what you're on. Sometimes auto gets shitty and we'll put it at like fucking 720 or like 340 or something.
Yeah, I can read it now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a 653 top end. That's a lot.
Well, it's less than 100 difference. But this is also, again, it all depends on how these numbers are balancing out too. Like,
He's got attack speed, which is pretty nice on that one.
yeah, the attack speed is probably going to be huge. That's going to be a different one because this one down here also has attack speed, and both of them are higher priced. I don't know. I'd probably kick that one back up to like 30 div.
Yeah, let me just slowly go down on it instead of dramatic.
Yeah.
If I can-
Because it's
not
still
in a
pretty
rush.
reasonable. The mana gain on all 3 of them are about the same. They all 3 have accuracy. And this one that's more expensive, yours is better. So the 70 divine one, you have a higher physical damage than this one does.
Yeah, Accuracy is actually a completely garbage stat for those classes. They don't
Yeah.
care about it.
Yeah, I
So
figured as
that's-
much.
That's the way. Actually, really, I mean, I'd hate to like not chance it, but chaos it and then lose one of the stats.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah,
like if you
so-
chaosed yours and got rid of accuracy or reduced attribute requirements, or even the grants life per enemy hit, if any of those three went away and you got something that was actually good, like attack speed, but at the same time, this is one of those where this idiot insanely overpriced it because this is a significantly better bow, and he dropped it by 5. So in my opinion, this is some dumbass that thought he had something insane and posted it, and then this is a guy that's like, I don't know what I have, so I'm just going to undercut this other guy and see if I can sell it first. So it's like, I think that's what's going on here. I think these are insanely high. I would say 25 or 30 would be the cap on trying to sell that, and then just kick it down every day or two until it finally goes. Because, I mean, you know, it's like you may not be getting us, you know, spam messages for it right now, but you only need one.
Just need one sucker.
Yeah. All right, here's the gold one now.
All right.
Let's see what we get. We get dead. That's what we get. Won't even be able to test it because I'll fucking die. So this one is
That was good. That was so fucking good.
this one is one enemy level lower, or 2 enemy levels lower. So this is a level 80 map instead of an 82. So that will affect it also.
It does make me realize I really gotta, when you get those 82s, you gotta pump those. You gotta get your best stuff on those. Get yourself a level 16. Make sure you're really nice smudging.
Alright. Those dudes with those death rays like freak me out every time.
The other thing that, you know, talking about how my levels are making my DPS way higher.
Yeah.
Not sure if it is by the beam, but I actually shoot a lot more
Die
beams than you as
forgotten.
well. I'm not sure if that's in the calculation that the tooltip shows or not. I shoot like 21. You're probably shooting like 17.
Yeah. Now is that from? Are you constantly using orb of storms or what?
No, that's just like the base.
Garukan favors
Does it actually
me.
say on the skill gem?
On the gem, it says I shoot 21 projectiles.
Mine is 19.
Oh, only 2 more. Okay.
I'm sure it affects it to some extent. And why is my Jesus, like my shit was just not going up there? Must have been standing in a patch of fire or something. Would have been hilarious if I died to that shit.
Oh, I've died to that. I mean, it's been a while. Thank goodness I figured that out a little bit.
Yeah, this has been pretty poor so far. I'm not even getting good map drops.
Yeah, I think it's validating what I think is the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, this is so far. This is significantly worse. It is 2 levels lower, which will affect. You know, that'll play some aspect into it, but it shouldn't have played this much into it. Because I mean, hell, I've done tier 13 maps and gotten like 2 or 3 exalts to drop in them.
Return to death.
Another rare here.
Didn't break a sweat.
Yeah, so that's the thing. If you're not even getting exalts, that you could probably tell that you're losing drop because of the gold.
Yeah. I did get one Artificer's Orb, but I don't personally think those are very, like, they're marked as valuable, but I don't feel like they really are.
Agreed.
I love these little rock grab things.
I'm happy to finally get level 20 though. I thought that I was never gonna fucking see one.
Yeah, I've kind of been wondering about that myself. Like, I've done so many tier 18 maps at this point and still have just never seen one drop. Oh, there's a 15. So, at least I basically got my map back, but not the, like, 3 exalts that I put into this thing and the ball orb. Oh, this one, is this one Delirium as well? Yeah, I think I've, well, no, maybe not. What am I fucking stuck on? Oh, I'm in an arena. Jesus, that's like, I almost couldn't fucking see that. It almost got me killed. Yeah, for the suck me sideways. 2 tier 15s and a chaos orb off of the final boss.
There you go.
So,
So,
I mean, still not
Darukan
great, but
favors me.
yeah. I have a question for you. I've noticed lately that when I do a boss fight, and I think this is partially because my damage is high enough now, that I just sit there, right click, and just it gets done. Like the old school when I used to have the electrocution gloves on.
that's what I'm saying. I don't remember who else it was that was talking about that in the channel, but I think that's actually the Shock. I think Shock is doing that.
Shock is actually doing that.
Yeah, I felt that way the entire time, but then we were talking about it with other people, and I think you were unsure, but you were siding with what they were saying, and I'm like, this isn't a hill I really want to die on right now. So it's like, but I still have always felt like that's actually the case.
But those gloves would say, they specifically did say electrocution, but maybe somehow you do get to electrocution with enough shock. See, can I read that?
Potentially, yeah. Or they're just two separate things that do something similar. Like, you know, maybe because shock specifically increases the amount of damage that you're dealing to them as well, where electrocution is only a stun. There's nothing saying that shock can't also stun, but electrocution definitely does not add damage.
I've found that if I like preload my get ready, put 2 orbs of storm down, and then I'm actually killing it before it even freaking moves hardly. Like
yeah,
it's getting so much easier.
Yeah. I mean, I kill stuff pretty fast too, and your spark is doing twice the damage of mine right now. So I mean, it's like I would expect that for you, this stuff would be absurdly simple.
Let's see, the map tab has snuck in here somehow.
No. Unless you didn't have it, you should get it for free if you had the original one.
What do you mean the original one?
If you had the map tab in PoE 1, you should just get it when it launches.
See, I'm not sure. I don't think this account's even attached to my PoE 1. Like I'm using Steam, and I was on Xbox Live. Back then.
Yeah, those will be 2 separate things. Yeah, they won't cross in any way. Nothing that I purchased on one showed up for the other. But I thought you actually had played this on PC back in the day too.
I don't think so. I think we did it as achievement whoring back in the day.
Yeah, I knew we did that, but I also played it a lot on PC. In addition, I did it on Xbox just for the achievements, but then I went back to playing PC after that.
That was back at a time when I couldn't find myself interested in the game that I was on computer because I was so into achievements.
Yeah, yeah, that's probably true. I definitely went through that for a while. I still miss the concept of achievements. Like, to me, they made me enjoy the game more. I didn't get into some of the crazy aspects of them, like true achievements kind of really started ruining achievements for me, because then it was less about actually doing difficult games and getting achievements. The only thing anybody cared about was the raw achievement number. And it's like, people would just play like 50 10-minute games that all gave you 1,000 points apiece, and it's like, what about that is anything? It's like you can't even claim that there's a difficulty in there anymore, that you have this high number because you played a whole bunch of difficult games. It's like, yeah, you're just getting a number.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like at the end of the day,
I liked the chasing the number. I thought it was fun, but
I did too. But I wanted the multiple layers to it. Like I kind of prided myself on having a high TA ratio while also having a high number, because the TA
Yeah,
ratio
ratio's
was the
I mean,
one that
and
told
then-
you how rare the achievement was.
Oh, and TA helped you maintain that. You could actually see what your ratio was
Yeah.
if you wanted to look at that number.
Well, I know, but I mean, that's the part that I liked about it. But literally, like 0 people on there felt that way about it. Because I actually started a thread on there once. Actually, I'm sorry, I didn't start the thread. Someone else started a thread talking about just getting achievement points in general and the concept of playing like tons of little games trying to get achievement points. And that's when I posted in there, and I was like, these achievement points are stupid. It's like you're playing some like stupid little Burger King game that's not even a game, and you're racking up a number that doesn't prove anything. It's like to me, achievement points, because I got into them at the beginning of 360, achievement points were hard. Like you had to play outside of your norm. It's like, I had a shit ton of achievement points in the beginning of Xbox, but I mean, like 1,000 point in Call of Duty 2, which was you had to play on the maximum difficulty to do it, and that's back when people weren't really playing games for difficulty. So it's like I did something that the majority of other people weren't doing at the time. And then it's like, so it was almost like a little bit of a badge of honor, like people would see your achievements and be like, oh my god, you beat Call of Duty on what, I don't know, veteran or whatever the max difficulty was. And it's like, yeah, man, it was fun. And
See, that's it. I guess you took it more socially than I did, because I didn't give a shit about. I just like to improve myself, and I just like to look at my number to see my own number go up, and I like to look at it against the general pop, but it wasn't against anybody in particular. You know what I mean? Like,
and that's possibly that is probably a portion of it, because I was also doing this back when I was in when I was. You were big into
the role playing, and you were actually like top 100 on that, and
yeah.
So that mattered more to you.
I'm actually, I just got my review the other day from TA, because it's January, yeah, and I'm actually top 100 in survival games right now, and I wasn't even trying, so I'm guessing just not many people. Survival games are a lot more shitty on console, in my opinion, because you basically can't do mods, and most survival games suck once you start playing them with mods. Like, you would never want to play them without. So I guess just a lot of people don't play survival games on consoles. But yeah, I thought that was funny. I was like, holy shit, I haven't touched my Xbox in months, basically. And
yeah, funny. But I really liked some, popping like a 45,000 month. I thought it was cool to, you get that monthly review, and I was like blowing it up, and it was just, I don't know.
I mean, I liked doing that too. I just like doing it with more difficult games.
Yeah, I mean, but you did your thing, I did my thing.
Yeah,
I liked it. I thought it was cool.
Well, but
Yeah,
my argument was
it kind of turned me off a little bit, because then when you actually got kind of weird about it, and all of a sudden you started like hiding your profile and all that stuff. I'm like, okay, now you're pissed about it, I guess, because I'm playing.
Well, no, I
here,
didn't want people like, it wasn't necessary. You were one of the people, but you weren't the only person that would start comparing themselves to me. And it's like, dude, we're not playing the same game anymore. It's like you're playing Sissy Pants easy mode, and I'm actually doing hard games. It's like our achievement points are irrelevant to each other now, and it's like, stop comparing about how much you're beating me in points when we're not gaining points for the same reason.
I don't know. Yeah.
Like, it frustrated me. Like, I found it really annoying.
Yeah, I mean, you took it as if there was a, like, I don't know.
No, like I said, when it came to
you
that,
were a number that I was comparing to, but but I wasn't like saying you were an asshole, like you're a dumbass for not being like keeping up with me. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't.
Well, no, that's like I was saying. It wasn't. You weren't the sole reason behind it. Like, I would even say you were a pretty small reason behind why I was getting frustrated with it. It was other people that I had gotten into, like I had gotten in with on the Xbox community, that we all originally were playing games specifically for playing more difficult and trying to get the the really awesome like badges of honor and stuff. Like, I'm really happy when I look at like the top 10 games that I've ever played, like the top 10 most point games that I've ever played, and then the top 10 hardest achievements. It's like, those are points in my life that I remember. It's like those were big points in gaming for me, and I really liked that. And then
I have a couple of those as well that I
Yeah.
I looked at it in a while, but I remember there was quite a few of them that like, man, I remember that how badass that was when I pulled this off.
Yeah, exactly. And then, but then I had other people that I had gotten into playing with that we were all playing similarly, and they all just started going the other route, and then would like literally start shitting on me because of it. So yeah, like I was far more annoyed with them about the situation, but then
By the way,
Come here.
nice. But then when you would talk about it afterwards, I was like, it was like basically transferal of annoyance. It's like I wasn't annoyed at you, I was annoyed at them. But then when you were, you would talk about the number, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ! It's like I don't want to talk about this shit anymore.
in a way, it's funny because it's almost like this inevitable thing, right? Like the gamification of that number. It turned into how do you do it as quickly as possible? You know?
Yeah, exactly. And we have people like Stallion 83 to thank for that. The first guy to hit 1 million. I think he was the first one to hit 2 million, and then someone else finally beat him out. And then it like those guys are the ones that made it all about how fast can you get the number. And then TA started kind of catering to that because all of those events,
all that stuff.
well, just all of the events that they would do, like they would have an event, and it's like, okay, who's going to win the event? And the end of the event was always how many achievement points could you generate in a small window. So
like
it's like,
how many Barbie games could you buy and have ready to go for this event?
Yeah, or the people that were a little more cheeky with it that would actually just. They're like, oh, the new whatever that event was called is coming up, so I'm going to play like 40 different games, and I'm going to get 50 achievements in each game where I just log in and do one thing, and then a whole bunch of shit just pops. So it's I didn't actually play the game during this window. I just logged in and got the achievements to pop during this window.
And I did other things too. To be honest, I didn't mind it that much because I really liked the game, but I played Minecraft in 5 different versions, and was
see, I
I
didn't enjoy that concept either. I didn't like people that would just play the same game over and over and over. But at the same time, like I kind of understood it.
I love Minecraft.
Well, that's what. Well, but that was the thing for me. It was like that was what I was about to say. Is if I really loved the game, then I kind of felt that way. Because like Metal Gear Solid 5, for example, I really enjoyed that game. And I was actually kind of butthurt when they came out with their like Game of the Year version, and it was the identical achievement list. Like, not only was it the same list, but you couldn't repop the achievements. And I was like, man, I would really like to play through that game again, but I don't. I want to play more things that give achievement points.
I've never seen this before. I was gonna just stick an irradiated thing into a tower, and it was a 9. It had 9 abilities, and it says it can only do 5 in range. Do you want to do this? And I've never seen this warning.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I thought it would just whiff if it didn't if it ran out.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been in a situation where there wasn't enough to apply in range.
Yeah, this is like it's not like a peninsula, so there's not like a lot of stuff around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that game was really amazing. I think you ended up, it grew on you later. Witcher was one that I really wanted to play again.
Yeah. That one you actually can. That one you can play again. They had the complete edition, and it had all the DLC involved, like in it, and it was the same achievement table, but you could pop them all again.
Yeah.
And I actually bought that one with the intention of doing it, and just never got around to it.
Same here.
Yeah.
I own it. To be honest, I still wouldn't mind getting back to that game. That game is so fucking good.
Yeah. Well, you got the 4th one coming out soon.
What by soon? What do you mean?
I'm guessing it's gonna be this year. Witcher 4.
Really?
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll fuck it up.
Probably. People are already freaking out about it, screaming DEI because Ciri is the main character in the new one. It's not Geralt anymore.
Well,
I mean,
Geralt. That's too bad. I mean, in a way, because I think Geralt is an absolutely amazing character.
Yeah. My argument on the whole thing with like with that as a part. Yeah, Nell, I was gonna mention something about that if you wanna figure something out, but It'll be a minute. Maybe we'll just go back out and grab something later. If you're not going to work on the movie tonight, then we can just grab something later. But yeah, like my argument with the Siri thing, like if the reasoning, you know, because a lot of people's argument behind that is like, oh, the whole reason they're doing this is because of the DEI movement, and I'm like, I'm not really satisfied that that's the case, because Witcher 2 and 3 and the TV series all kind of followed the same concept of building Ciri up to be something. Like, yeah, I mean, in Witcher 3, in one of the DLCs, you actually play her for a portion. So
yeah,
it's like,
right. Like a dream state or something. Right?
Yeah, it's like, so like that doesn't really hurt my feelings too much. I was like, I kind of was expecting her to become a big character at some point. My only argument about that,
she's like super powerful, and I mean, but he's a mystery, right? We're trying to figure out what he's gonna.
Yeah.
Happen to her.
My argument about the whole thing is the concept of the people that are really big into Geralt, that's the character that they care about, and they just don't care about the Ciri arc at all. It's like, why didn't you guys just have a different team work on with this version of Witcher 4 and just call it like Witcher Ciri or something, and then people that want to play that character can go play it, while the main team is still working on the next primary game that will star Geralt, and you know, and go that way with it. It's like, why can't you do both at the same time? So it's like, I kind of get where some of the people are a little upset about it. It's like, yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily, I didn't view that one as being as big of a DEI problem as other people were freaking out about it. And I'm like, I'm not seeing the argument.
And she was like, she definitely was a super established character well before.
Yeah.
Story is mine.
Started. I mean, God, Witcher 3 is an old game now, right? It's been
Yeah,
out for a long
it's
There
time.
is
ancient.
power in
And then you
this
have all of
object.
the TV series that has
feel
come
it.
out since then. I don't know if,
super important in that TV series.
yeah, I'm not
And
for
not-
sure. I'm not sure how things work. I forget the guy's name now, but the guy that played Superman and then ended up playing Geralt in the TV show.
Yeah, I would have told you 2 seconds ago.
Yeah,
but now
the same thing. It was like on the tip of my tongue, and then it went away. But he got out of the Witcher series, like the TV series, because he's a big gamer, and he did not like the way they were going with the storyline. So
Right.
I kind of wonder if, but I mean, that just goes to show, it's like you got a dude who's, you know, really invested in the storyline, and you know, he wants to see him remain true to it. And you know, so that's a reason people may not buy your game, because it's like, make that a spin-off, and that way people that want to keep running with the main character and don't care about that, you know, that character can do that, and then it's all fine. Oh fuck.
Yeah, I mean,
Your
I do
punishment
do
should
think in
have
general there's
ended
been a
long
oh, sorry.
ago.
Yeah, I'm gonna
think
wait, but that's that shitty one that you get the first Barya from, where it like it like
he,
hides,
poisons
and you
around.
you gotta go find it to stop the poison.
How do you make her come out? Like I
You
can't
have to
figure it
run
out.
around the room and find her. She's hidden, stuck up against a wall somewhere, and you have to get close to her, and then she'll come out, and the poison goes away.
I died to her like 3 times the first time I fought her, and then eventually I did it without realizing how I did it.
Yeah. God, I keep seeing these uniques dropping, and it says ring, and I'm like, oh my god, sapphire ring. Oh, topaz ring.
Didn't break a sweat.
Well, this one has no gold drop increase on it, and I've gotten tons of exalteds out of this one. I'm not getting anything great, but I mean, it's better than the one that had gold drop that didn't have a
Exalted.
single exalted.
Yep. But yeah, I think they're probably. I think we're onto something.
Yeah.
That, the gold actually is impacting it.
And this one is the same level as the one that had the extra gold. They're both. Oh no, this one's actually a level lower. This is a 79. That one was an 80. So yeah, plus gold is bad. Sell that shit.
Yeah, I try to. I think a lot of people know what's up and they don't buy it, but
Yeah, that's possible.
you know, if I sell it for, I tried 3 exalt. Maybe I should go to 1 exalt just to move it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you
Or-
undercut the average cost of a tier 15 map, then you probably could move it pretty quickly, because people are just like, I just want a tier 15 to try to get more tier 15s.
Yep, that's a good point.
And yeah, it definitely would have been, you would have made more by selling that for 3 exalt than what I made by actually running it.
Aria, Natai.
Not including the 20 minutes of your life that you lost as well.
All right, where's this bitch hiding? There she is. See, found her. The shit goes away.
Yeah, I sent you the message. I thought that you were explaining that fight really well last night, and
Yeah.
like I actually was picking up some stuff that I hadn't heard. I mean, I've never fought that guy before, but I thought it was well done, and I didn't think a voiceover was needed.
Well, I didn't actually mean that I was going to voice over the part that I had recorded in the episode. I'm planning on adding like a section at the beginning explaining more content, like
an intro,
like how you use the relics and stuff like that, and how important they are to making that happen, and you know some of the things that were
It'd
kind
be
of
a good short though. Just do it up as a short. And throw it
yeah.
up there.
Well, unfortunately, you can't. Shorts are 3 minutes maximum time, and
was that fight longer than 3 minutes?
well, the fight and then trying to add more data to the beginning of it would be. I may be able to do that as a short and then release a longer version that has more information in
just
it.
throw the short up there, and then you could have put a couple text boxes there if you want to explain something.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. Would be
I
a
just
bad
think
idea.
that when you put together something decent, it just makes sense just to pump it out, just so you don't have to take a lot of time reworking it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's like run these maps,
Victory is mine.
And I am not having good luck with drops tonight.
I should be going to bed, but I'm actually on a lucky streak right now. It's like at the blackjack table,
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was like, you've kind of hit some sort of a streak here, but you're also doing. I mean, are you doing the like Juice Delirium maps and stuff?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it depends. Like, if it's a, I'm actually, funnily enough, I'm mostly just blowing up I have so many maps that they can't all fit in my map tab, and so I'm trying to get rid of the
get
ones
rid
that
of
are
them.
not in the map tab, and they're
What
not very
can I do
good.
for
They're
you?
like a bunch of, the one that I got all the good shit on was a Delirium level 16 map.
Yeah,
Dying.
yeah.
That
I
being
don't
said,
get
I
many
do
of
think
those.
level 16. I think level 16 maps, just drop more shit too. There's something like inherently juice beyond the numbers on that.
Yeah, I kind of wonder about that myself.
Speak.
There's another
Watching a guy
79.
about, he was like talking about buying a level 16 for like 20 exalt, and I'm like, that seems like a waste of money, but I wonder if it actually is.
How many exalts?
This is way back when exalts were actually fairly valuable, and he was saying, yeah, spend your 20, get yourself a level 16.
Oh yeah.
And that was back when you could get a IV for like 100. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
So I got my first 3 Overseer precursors today. I have not gotten any of those previously. Unfortunately, 2 of them suck. They only do 3 maps in range.
3
each.
maps.
This
I
one's a 7.
I have a couple. Even 3 is still decent. I mean, three bosses are that's a lot of extra. Good. I mean, usually you get a lot of like 4 level 15 drops off a boss.
Yeah.
Depends on how you're juicing your apps, I guess, or how you juiced your atlas, I guess.
Yeah. Wait, what the hell is a meta skill? Oh, okay, so meta would be like cast on shock. Oh, interesting. It's a shit roll, but see if I can make another $1 million gem here. A couple of chaos sitting here doing nothing. Oh, energy shield recharge rate. There we go.
Oh, that's nice. Wish I had a little bit more to that, to be honest.
Damage penetrates cold resist. I don't know what I think about these. Like sometimes they're like cold resist isn't necessarily great, but
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, that's the thing is, I still think there is
Oh, there we go.
For spreadsheet that needs to be made.
I got rid of the meta and got a 6% increased mana regenerate. Oh, that went away and I got curse resist. Oh, that fucking cold regeneration, that cold penetration will not fucking go away. Still here. Jesus, what the hell? Thank you, finally. That's not too bad. That would be okay. That's an okay item for an Infernalist, because you use offerings, you have minions, and they need elemental resist, and you use curses. So having the curse last longer and be a bigger area of effect would be really nice. So that's not a terrible item. The rolls aren't particularly amazing, but they're not the bottom either. But that's not going to be like a div. I may look out and get, I don't know, 20 exalted or something. Actually, I should probably just check it and see if there's any other exact ones. Oh, there's one exact one for a divine, but he's questioning the value.
Best offer.
Yeah. So I'll put it in for like, put it in for like 75. I keep forgetting how cheap exalts are. Let's do 100 div, or 100 div, 100 exalted. A little less than half a div. Let's see if I can.
See, funny, I always sell that. Like if I saw that one and did that, I'd say, yeah, I'll put it up for 5 exalted, and it'll take me a week to sell it. And then I don't know if you ever sell those things for those massive numbers, but I think I may be underselling myself sometimes.
Sometimes the stuff sells. It just varies. I mean, really, at the end of the day, it's just somebody that wants those particular stats, and they happen to be on when I'm on. You know.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like people look for a very exact thing, and you happen to have it. So.
Yeah. That, or I just happen to be the only one on at that time of day. Like, so, because sometimes I play excessively late at night, so I hit a completely different crowd than you do. And I've had really weird shit sell in the middle of the night. I'm like, why are you fucking buying this? I really
a map right now that has gold on it. Just anything.
One thing that I would really like to see, I hate it when it does this, is like, why are you making it so they need to remove identify from the game. It just needs to not be a thing anymore. Diablo did it and it was fucking amazing.
You know what I had a thought on this that I think I understand it. And that is, if you like I used to play at the lake with people who would like look at their shit all the fucking time, and it would drive me fucking nuts because I'm trying to like clear a map.
Yeah.
And it turns out, if it's all unknown until you go back to town, then you're not opening your bags and fucking around with it when you're in the middle of like the mission. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
So,
I mean, I didn't have that problem in Diablo. Like Diablo got rid of it.
A friend of mine would get he'd get a hammer, like, ooh, I wonder if this is any good. And he's like, oh, it sucks. I'm like, dude, I'm like 3 screens away from you now.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's inherent to the person. Like, they're going to be that way. Like, once they get shit, they're just going to want to run back to town and then go through it, as opposed to going through it. And
but running back to town is a little bit different, like, like they're not going to do that, but they'll stop and look at it if they can.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was a phenomenal thing. I think that is the best thing that Diablo did, was getting rid of identifying shit, just not having it anymore.
But I would love to get you, like, ask that question to the guys, and I bet you it'd be an interesting answer.
Which guys?
The people who made this game, and ask them why they decided to do this, because obviously they don't.
Well, they backed off of it a lot. They did back off of it a lot, because they've never had an NPC that just identifies everything for you. So they completely cut out teleport scrolls, which is nice, because they had scrolls of teleportation to open your portal to go back to town. Those existed in PoE 1, and then they had the identify scrolls, and you had to use those to identify shit. So you would have to constantly carry around scrolls in your inventory. They had no mass identify person, and so they completely cut out the teleportation scrolls because it's just dumb. I mean, you would have tens of thousands of them. It's like you would just never run out. and
Right.
and then the identify scrolls were also a similar issue. Like you would just so many of them would drop, you would have tens of thousands
Well,
of
it'd
them
also
and never
be-
go through them.
And also, it would be
Yes.
tedious to like bang, 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 hit every one of your damn items, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you would have to hold. I mean, you could hold shift and at least click through them all quickly, but yeah, I mean, like my argument for not having it now is because you'll do things like combine 3 normal maps and then reforge it, and it gives you a new map that is unidentified, and because it's
Yeah.
unidentified, you can't reforge that map with other maps. You have to go identify
gotta
it
look at it.
first, and it's like,
Yeah,
come
no,
on.
It's annoying. I agree with that.
I also wish they had a button, especially where we're in this system now, where it's just there's really no reason to ever have the lower level maps anymore. I really wish they had a one button. It's just like, let me click one button and just combine all these fucking maps up to a certain tier in my inventory.
Could be dangerous though, I guess.
I mean, in
Might find
theory,
yourself blow a bunch of stuff up that if you didn't mean to do that.
yeah. I'm actually curious if have you tried to see if you can combine 315s to get a 16?
I just did it. No, I know that. I was hoping to combine 315s to get another 15, and it won't do it. It doesn't
Okay.
combine at all.
Okay, that's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
'Cause I didn't even think about the 15s. I was like, well, sometimes I wonder if it would be worth it to just, at the rate that I'm getting, I'm definitely not getting 16s at a rate of 3 to 1. So
That was I was gold find, and I got a very horrible experience with that. So I think I'm gonna make sure I just keep selling these or try to sell them.
yeah, I may keep running them to see if I can get maps to drop, because I think that gold find one, I fought a boss at the end of that one, and I did get
You'll
2
have it-
maps.
You'll have your waystone number at the top. As long as that number is decent, you'll still get maps.
Yeah, that's true. That's valid. Yeah.
Yeah. I just like at this point you're a little more in the game of maintaining than I am, so I just don't give a shit about the maintaining. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's a waste of time to run them if they don't have the.
No, yeah, I would agree with that. I'm halfway to fucking 90. And I can finally use my level. I can finally be sad when I blow up my 2 div level 20 skill.
By the way, you were saying you thought the % chance of getting the level
I
up is pretty
welcome
good,
the heat.
and I agree. So I did it like 4 times.
Nothing you have done must we
On skills?
Leveling a level 20, going for a 21. One time I did it 4 times. It failed once, and 3 times. One time I got the extra slot, the 5th slot,
Yeah.
and it didn't level. And the other 2 times it went to level 21. Fortunately, the first time I did it, I failed to do the quality on it before I hit the button. Like I just forgot,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
so I had to do it again. So I think
Die,
it's
forgotten!
either I got insanely lucky, or it's actually a pretty common. It's not too hard to do.
Yeah, in original Path of Exile, the skill gems skilling up from the ball orbs was very common compared to other things.
You are nothing.
And because they had the quality in the other one as well, which that's something that I'm curious if it exists here or not. Is when you corrupt, can you also get quality? Because see, the big ones
There is
in
power in
original
this
Path of
object.
Exile were
I can
2120s.
feel it.
Sorry, 2123s. You would get level 21, 23 quality.
23 quality.
Yeah, so you would have a max quality level 20 gem, and when you corrupted it, it would give you 3 quality and 1 level.
Oh, I see.
But the other thing that I have noticed as well is it seems like with most of these, the quality only works in large percentages. Like on the original one, most of your gems, 1 quality increase, like 1% increase, would give you a difference on the gem. Most of the gems in this version of the game, you may only get an upgrade every 5, 10, or in a lot of cases even all 20 quality before you see even 1 change. Because see, that's like Orb of Storms is like that. It's 20 or nothing. You get 1 extra I think that's what gives you the extra summons, the extra orb.
The second one.
Yeah, and you either like you have to have 20% quality to get that. Any amount of quality less than that, you get nothing. It does no benefit. And there are several gems that are like that. And then I think with Spark, you get 0 to 3. So your first 5 quality that you put into it doesn't even do anything. You don't get anything until your second gem cutter prism. And then that gives you 1 extra bolt. I'm not a big fan of this map, and I think this one, I think I actually have a boss in here, so I gotta fight that giant rock.
Yeah,
dude
the boss
again.
that's like one of the easiest bosses in the game, though. He died, so he just doesn't do
Yeah,
much.
yeah, there's not much to him. Oh, look at this, man. What the hell
Oh,
is
God.
this? I mean, these are so bad. Why did they put these in like this? This is just so dumb.
You mean the placement of that? You mean?
Yeah.
Or you mean the number that you're talking about? The number of white items you're showing on your map there. It's a lot of white.
No, I'm talking about the placement of that altar. It's like the altars were so much better in PoE 1.
That's actually really easy though. That's an easy defend.
Well, it's easy to defend, but it's a low score.
Oh, you've already did it?
No, I haven't done it yet. But I mean, it's going to be a low score one because they, the creatures spawn based on the available area for them to spawn in. It doesn't
really?
doesn't guarantee that every ritual altar that you hit doesn't spawn 50 creatures. It spawns X amount of creatures based on the amount of space that they have. So the less area you have, the fewer creatures that spawn. How do you what?
How do you know that's the case?
Well, I mean, just trial and error for one, but that's also the way it worked in Path of Exile 1. But I have seen numerous ritual altars that seem to support the same, the evidence seems to support the same.
Yeah, okay. I haven't noticed that. A lot of times I have no idea what my score is until I get to the last one and finally look at it like, oh, I only got 1500 somehow. That's
Yeah.
weird.
Did you also know that you can pull enemies back to the altar and kill them on it? And then when you click the altar, it gives you however many
revive.
enemies it was going to, plus it revives any corpses that are on there, and
Yeah,
those give points.
I have. There's something. One of my skill points actually says that the revive guys have the altar. I don't have any altar points yet, but
Oh, yeah.
like juicing you can do there.
I don't even know how you get altar points, to be honest. I'm not a
think
big
you do.
fan of these other parts of that Atlas tree. I don't like how they're separated this time, and you have to do the specific things because they
I
added.
like it. It's usually more little mini games to work on.
I don't like it
that
as
one
much.
is- I got one and I sold it. So I got it's called a visit with the.
Oh, that's the
a
king one.
Visit with the king.
Yeah.
I sold it for 7 div,
Garukan
and I was like, I think
favors
I'll
me.
sell it for now and let other people fuck with this stuff.
Yeah. That's definitely
7
something I
div
would
was
have
a lot.
Where did it come out of? Just like one of the rituals? You just bought it out of it or
It
something?
was just sitting on the altar, yeah.
Okay.
I had to defer it once. I couldn't buy up front.
Yeah, I still have really not ever found anything good in the rituals. I don't particularly like the rituals either, so in earlier points in the game, I was just straight up skipping them because I don't like the mechanic. It's like there were so many other mechanics that they did. Like with the way that these maps are built, I would love to see
Forgotten.
the hell, I can't remember what the name of it was, but the one where you would find like a icon, and when you would touch it, it would like generate a crack that would go through. You and I played. I'm pretty sure we played in that season.
I think I remember what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I was in a boss fight, and it was like they have 50% resist, I think.
Hmm.
It's one. I'm just checking to see if that was. Yeah, they have 65% resist, and so kind of a nasty map. And it was going. The boss fight was like not going well. I hit my conductivity. Suddenly they melted.
Yeah.
Like that's a really powerful ability. I don't use it as often as I should.
Yeah, I use that thing like non-stop. Basically, if it's a rare on the screen, they're getting switched to metal skin. Oh,
Yeah,
look at that!
boss
Look at that! White sapphire ring.
Nice.
We're getting it right here. It's gonna happen. Especially because this boss is gonna kill me. I'm gonna be pissed. The shocking gameplay,
know
Matisse.
why I
Yeah,
am
it'll weld you right to your seat.
Is he on? Nice.
Yeah.
Probably should chase him after that. That was a good run though. Had a really productive evening.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely
Close
had a
to
good
affording
run.
one of those stupid gems that I need to buy.
Which gyms?
One of those ones that you're hunting for. Those lost the diamonds.
Oh yeah, the diamond. I just don't know if that thing is going to be that great. Like the more that I've been thinking about it, the less interested I am in it for the time being.
Just like the only way I can find to put spirit on my character.
Well, but it's not going to be enough is the problem. So it's like if it's not enough, then it's a worthless item. Because I was doing some more research on it, and it looks like you are correct. It is only because I found the one, so the one that existed in Path of Exile 1 exists here, that does stuff, but it specifically says on it for every small unallocated small passive for every unallocated notable. So that gem does, or that jewel does exist in this version of the game.
Just stamina though.
Well, yeah,
it
it does something completely different, but the issue is the one that we're looking at is only going to give you, if you get the one that gives plus 15, which is insanely expensive compared to the others, you're going to get 45 spirit. You need 60 to add anything else to yourself. So you still have to figure out how to get another 15 spirit, and if you can't, then that jewel was worthless. It provides no benefit to you, because the small passive one, I mean, it's 1% extra mana per allocated small passive, but I mean, it's like 10% mana, which isn't bad. So it's not a completely worthless item, but it's not worth, 70 div at that point. And if you get the one that does like 12 spirit, like that one's even worse. It's even less valuable.
That's why I was just wondering if eventually some badass amulet might be the way to go. Like if I can get my numbers up high enough.
Yeah. You would have to get an insane, like you would have to have at least 8,000 mana to have the same essential concept as you do. And you probably would need even more than that, because when you think about it, if your mana is constantly dropping due to damage that you're taking, then it's going to be a lot lower all the time anyways. Whereas if you take shield damage, it has to go through all 4,000 of that before it touches your mana. And so if it doesn't break the shield, then your mana is not actually ever dropping.
Yeah, but if you get rid of the can I undo one of like one of the things we do, it makes our mana regen go down by 50%, right? One of those 3 major abilities.
Yeah, but that's the one where I think that's the one where you take damage to mana instead of health. That one reduces mana regen by 50%. Yeah, so you cannot get rid of that one, because then you would just basically be running around with no energy shield and 1 hit point. Right, when you're ready for elite hard mode, there you go, man.
Yeah, really. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Trying to find these ritual altars.
I mean, how else?
I can't find them.
The only shield that has spirit is that one that you were using for a little while, but that's like really weak sauce compared to what I'm wearing.
Yeah,
now.
like you would not want that shield. So your only options, you would have to change out your chest piece, which means you would lose about 500 energy shield, which is a huge portion of your mana, because it's raw energy shield. And yeah, so that would be a pretty nasty negative.
Let me finish this. I'm gonna see how much that would hit me.
I mean, I can show you right now. If I pull my robe off, I go from 4461 to 3461. So I lose 1,000 mana. So 25% of my mana is just gone.
And your shield went down a lot too.
Yeah. Did it? Oh yeah, another almost 1,000 on that. So roughly 2,000 effective HP. 1,800-ish. So that's a lot of loss. I mean, you're not going to lose.
I mean, I wouldn't lose all of that.
You're not going to lose all of it, but a top end altar robe is about 200. So you're going to lose 500 energy shield, which is still going to be, you know, roughly what, 3/4 of that, or a little more than 2/3 of it. And you're probably,
I guess Ventor ring would be possible.
yeah.
I'm not sure how much of those are.
You know, you might check. I can't remember if there is a ring that has an implicit for spirit. There may be a small implicit spirit ring. I'm not positive though.
Ring a bell. I'll check. I'll check out as soon as I finish this event here.
Yeah, this is hilarious. I'm running around this fucking rat maze trying to find these these altars now. They
Oh,
really
because you skipped them until you got to the end.
Yeah, I don't like doing them to the end. Like I said before, those are the ones that give me the most problems. So
yeah,
I
mean,
want to
as
clear the
until
majority
you
of the
get
map.
super powerful, they can kill you like
Yeah.
just out of nowhere. You know?
Well, and that's what I'm saying. So it's like I know I can clear the whole map fine. So I wanted to clear the map, and then I go back and do the altars. But it's like half the time I'm like, is it even worth it when I have to do shit like this? Because like I have no fucking clue where these things are because they won't mark them permanently on your fucking map for some reason.
I just had that same issue a couple hours ago when we were talking.
The sad part about it is I haven't done a single altar. I can't find any of them. It's like it's like they're just not here.
Yeah, sometimes this excavation stuff just I get hit by something so hard, like it's
Yeah.
like explosions on the ground.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why it's happening. I'm not sure what anybody will see what's going to happen to me before it does it. I did a level 80 version of the log book, and I was running it, it's all going fine, and suddenly I just died, and I was just like, the explosion went on under my feet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. When you're
like
doing when you're doing the excavation stuff, you have to constantly be moving. You cannot ever stand still. So yeah, this tiny little place, I only got 550 currency out of that.
Yeah.
And I only have 2 spots for currencies remaining. And jack shit for these items. Could be a mirror. But
yeah, or it could be that audience with the king too.
that's valid, yeah.
It's a single thing. It's small like that. I usually wait till I get to the end to make it more dramatic.
Oh yeah. I always like to check because if it's just big items that are like if I get all the tiny ones out of the way, I just don't even bother doing the rest of them.
Yeah, I hear you. Although I did once find an item that I sold for like 2 div. It had like a really good is damage on it.
Yeah, I mean, and I agree that that you can find small things. I mean, it's one of the reasons that I like going back and doing going back and like going through and getting all the treasure chests and stuff like that. It's like because you can find diamonds in the rough, but the chances of that happening is not super high, and the odds of me dying are relatively decent. So I'm like, well,
probably one of the higher odds you have, and given with your current build.
Yeah.
Because sometimes especially when you get the ones where they have the tornado going around and it's like on you the whole damn time, and then you have to start rolling and your DPS goes down.
Yeah, those tornado ones suck, and they suck so much when you're in limited space like this. Like they're horrendously bad.
In fact, I always look for like a really wide open space just so I can handle that in case it's a problem. All right, so we'll play. So you know what? I'm gonna take a half a second here and just look. I still have like kind of a. What's your guess on your breastplate?
What is it?
What's your energy shield on your breastplate?
730.
Yeah. I'm at 948, but it doesn't do anything else except that.
I mean, to be fair, mine's pretty much the same. The 190 life is worthless, has 7 fire resist and 19 cold resist. So I mean, that's literally all it does. But I mean, you just got to realize that's 1,000 mana, and mana is also
That's
damaged
also
because of
DPS.
that. Yeah, because of your.
Yeah.
Now, this is a pretty decent altar robe here. 96 maximum mana, like the base roll on it. So that's already 276 without a percentage one. So if this rolled with a decent percentage and got some spirit on it, that might be an okay swap.
And altar robes are the ones that get the spirit, right?
Yeah. It's like that might end up being an okay swap. Look at that, 73% increased, but that's a Hexer robe. But 73% increased energy shield. If I could get that on this one, this would easily be like a 700. But that also goes to show, it's like taking mine off, I lost 1,000. You have 200 more energy shield than I do, which is probably going to be like close to 800 more mana that you'll lose, because it's a huge markup on that.
Yeah, let me take a look here.
Actually,
So
it probably won't be 800 more. It'll probably be like 400 more.
Oh, my mana is at 4,900 right now. I take it off and I go to 3,600, so I lost 1,300 mana.
Yeah.
And I lost 900 shield.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's like over 2,000 basic hit points gone.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that's maybe mana is a little more powerful in that I think it recharges a lot fast. It's always recharging compared to energy shield, where you have like that 4-second delay.
Yeah, that is the one. The other nice thing about having an altar robe though is 46% faster start of energy shield recharge.
Yep. No, I think that'd be really. That's a really nice feature actually.
Yeah. So losing like 800 energy shield may not be that bad if it's starting to recharge much faster, because you'll have a lot fewer windows where you just have none.
Yeah, I agree.
I may pick this up and see if I can enchant it and see what happens with it. Got that Vol Orb up there for 2060. I don't even think I want to defer that. Oh wait, oh yeah, I can defer that. It's the only thing worth deferring.
Already corrupted.
Which one is?
So yeah, my chest piece,
Mm.
and I think it was a whiff on a corruption.
Oh, I don't know if you did this as well, but I ended up kind of screwing myself. I wish that I guess allegedly they're going to go back and change it to where you can alter this stuff. But the second time that you go into the snake area for Act 3 and you get the little snake venom vials, I chose Chaos Resist, but that's useless for this build. So it's like I should have chosen one of the other things, and I think one of them was actually mana regenerate.
I think I did the right thing. What it's Act 3?
Yeah, Act 3.
Hover over it. I saw it earlier. Sure, it's Act 3?
Yeah. Yeah, Act 3 Cruel, and it's in...
You can see it on the map, right? What you chose.
I believe so.
Is it underground? No.
Yeah, because Act 3 is the one that has the it's got the water place.
So
in it.
Act 3 normal, I can see it, and it says I got 25% mana regen.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
But I don't see it on Act 3. It's actually a different map. It's kind of weird.
There it is.
Where is it? Oh, let me look on your video. 1 second.
This is Act 3 Cruel. It's hard to see. It's like really grayed out.
Look, I can't. Have I not done it?
Venom Crypts Present is what it's called.
Mine's got a question mark there. Like I haven't even freaking done it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so that's one you could get, and you learn from my mistake.
Can I pick mana regen again, or how is it?
It's a different set of selections from what you chose the first time, but everyone always picks Chaos Resist because that's the best one to take, unless you're doing Chaos Inoculation, which I didn't think about at the time. and I just took
Yeah.
the chaos resist.
But where is it under? Is it in the ground? Like, is it underneath?
That's what I was trying to figure out. So in order to do it, you have to go to this one, Venom Crypts, which is inside of Jungle Ruins, and you just go in and you find the I think there's a boss in there or something that you kill, and you get the venom, and then you take it back to the town, and then they basically give you an option from 3 different potions that you can choose. This one shows me which choice I made, but it doesn't tell me what the choice does or what the other choices are. And they still haven't fixed this.
Actually, oh, it's a bug because mine on the early one, it does tell me what. Yeah, that one never dies. Like I killed that guy 3 times.
So the first one actually tells you.
Yeah, it says mana regen when I hover over the first one.
Yeah, so it may be a bug. So this one at least tells you what you chose, but it doesn't tell you what the other options were. But yeah, they were talking about that in the video, that they're probably going to make this to where you can go back and change those later. But they said they weren't really sure, because they were like, well, it's nice to have decisions that matter, but it's like, yeah, but that decision matters based on the spec that you do, and then if you decide you want to change your spec, now you're screwed, and you made an educated decision.
I guess we're in a fairly, I mean, a lot of people play this class, but we're in a fairly, I guess not many people probably use DI, I'm guessing.
Yeah, if you're not doing this build, I don't know how many people actually do CI, to be honest. I think a lot of people, like novice players, are kind of afraid of it, like, because they don't understand it, and then they'll die to something, and then they're like, this doesn't make any sense.
So do I just basically finish this jungle or this map, and then the end person will give me the thing I need?
Yeah, it's a boss or something in there that you fight, and you pick up some poison, the venom, and you take it back to the chick in the town. And
Hello.
Shit. It's a level 3. Oh, that's okay. Never mind. I thought maybe I was in the wrong difficulty, but
that's hilarious.
They'll be here.
I think it's hilarious how much shit I hadn't done on this character. Like today, I was like, hey, let me take a look around. I got 2 more weapon skill points that I didn't have. Which I'm not sure. It actually did help me. I was able to actually put some points into something, which I still don't. I'd like to get. Not sure where to put points after I run out of the once I finish the guy tells me to use. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're possibly not even going to, just for the simple fact of you're not necessarily gonna have mirrors that you can do for everything.
That's the thing. It was weapon skill points, but I was able to put it in as a primary. Like I didn't have to choose it as a one weapon or another.
That's because that's not how those work. It gives you 2 normal skill points because you have to have a normal skill point to use a weapon set point.
Oh, I see.
So basically, the only thing that doing the weapon sets does is it takes a normal skill point and allows you to place it in 2 places at the same time.
All right.
But you have to have the base point to be able to spend it.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay.
So that's why the book gives you 2 regular ones and then 2 passive weapon ones, because you have to have one to use the other.
Yeah, kind of funny that I got to this point in the game and I had 2 skill points just waiting at it from a 5-second video or a 5-second battle I could have done, you know?
Yeah, I forget what the thing was I missed on mine. Oh, it was the spirit. I missed the spirit off of the Act 3 because I hated that Ewok village, so I just skipped it the second time on my Infernalist, and then it turned out there was like 60 spirit in there, or sorry, like 40 spirit on
that
that
was
one.
like, it's like everything about your character was
Yeah,
about spirit.
yeah, it's like I'm playing a fucking Infernalist, and every bit of spirit is just more DPS.
Alright, I got the Venom.
Nice.
Take it back and see what my choices are.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what those choices were. Maybe the other 2 choices end up being shit.
So what did you pick the first time? Mana regen? On the first act?
Yeah, the first one was mana regen. That was the only one worth picking for any caster. I think the other 2 were just like something completely different. But I think this one.
All right, we got 10 to chaos, 5 to all attributes,
That's it. You want to do 5 to all attributes.
then 15 reduced flowing potency. Yeah, from
Yeah.
5 attributes.
Yeah, that's the one I should have done, but I didn't think about it at the time, and now I can't.
Not
do
that,
anything.
not a huge deal. It's like
I
basically
mean-
a couple mana.
Yeah, but I mean, mana is damage,
Yeah, no.
and
See, there's a
and if you're in
I
one of those positions where you you need stats on a piece of gear, it's like, well, that's 5 less stats on a piece of gear you need for both dex and strength.
true.
You saw what? now?
I saw a meme on Reddit that was basically a guy saying he's re-leveling his level 96 Infernalist because he picked the wrong thing from this very thing.
And I mean, to be fair, at the end of the day, that's probably not a horrible thing. You know, it would be a little slow at first, but I mean, like this necklace here is a really powerful necklace. It has no level requirement. You could wear this at level 1.
Right.
So I mean, it's
Yeah,
like,
you'll just be crushing with-
yeah, some of the gear you could wear significantly lower level and just crush through the zones. So
Anyway, let's go quickly. Gotta check this filter. So 60 spirit. And I'm gonna say let's say 500 energy shield. Wonder how much better cast on or whatever that cast on whatever thing will be compared to what we are now.
I don't know. Oh, the cast on shock. Not sure, though. It should be approximately double what it was the last time that you had it, because previously you couldn't shock enemies more than 1 time. So I'm under the assumption that if they're already shocked, you can't shock them again, so you wouldn't trigger it again. But now that you can double shock,
It just made it. I didn't realize what the ability even did until you said it that way. That's funny.
yeah.
Alright, so here's a guy with 800 energy shield and 60 spirit. He wants 70 divine orbs for it.
Yeah, that's nuts.
120 divine orbs. It's going the wrong direction.
My altar robe got completely fucked. It started out amazing, and then every single upgrade after that was shit.
Sucks.
What can I do for you?
But yeah, it looks like you can get hexa robes that get insane spirit rolls.
Oh, did you found a Hexer one with spirit? Is it corrupted?
No, this is uncorrupted and it has 60 spirit.
Oh wow, okay.
It does make me want to change my filter to just like pick up every altar robe, every hexa robe there is, just so I can keep working on the volume of it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously these guys they found a really fucking badass one here, but yeah, that'd be pretty sick to be able to. I don't know. I mean, this is the way to unlock the full potential is to get 70 orbs for something like this, or 70 divine for something like this.
Mm-hmm.
But that's gonna be really expensive.
There's also a lot of inflation and stuff that's going into it as well. You know, like the gold farmers are going nuts and people are buying shit, buying money like crazy at this point, and just more and more people are getting more stuff but not needing more gear. So
yeah, and it's not bind on equip or anything, so people can just keep moving it around.
exactly. So
I think
nothing's
that's kind
coming
of a
out of the
limitation
system.
of this game.
Yeah.
It's just adding. I guess that's why seasons exist, just because it eventually break.
Yeah. It's a way to kind of reset the economy pretty much. And it does exactly that every time. Like I actually thought that maybe on some cases that the economy would stay fairly similar to the end of the previous season, where somebody got this thing that was equally as badass in the new season as the old season. It's like, why would you sell it early for 5 div when you could set on it for a while and sell it for 70? But people will sell it immediately trying to get that 5 div to buy other random items.
Yep. See it. Yeah, this seems like the way. This seems like the solution, right? I mean, to fully unlock our character is you got to get 60 spirit on a chest piece.
Yeah.
If I can look up Hexa robe on my, I'm gonna go look
And
at
see,
my.
that's the thing is if you get there, actually that that army, no, sorry, not army, the diamond, that diamond.
Yeah.
Oh shit. That diamond is actually not the one that they suggest using. It was just a suggestion for if you needed another way to get spirit. It actually suggests a different notable. So you would still want a diamond, it just wouldn't be the exact same one. And I'm
Oh,
trying
you know what though? Now that you say that, you could get 30 spirit on your robe, and then get that diamond,
Yeah,
and you have your 60.
yeah. Oh, here it
You
is.
have 30.
It's you do so if you don't do the spirit on the diamond, you get plus int instead, and I think it's like 20 or 30 int per notable. So that's like 60 to 90 more int, which converts to damage on its own, and then more mana, which is even more damage.
So he keeps saying that cast on shock setup, but I guess he doesn't really think it's that critical, or is that just?
It's just
Not
more
the-
damage.
Yeah.
Because if you go into
Yes, do I need more damage? I guess that's the question.
yeah. So this one is, I think this one here is actually his full DPS build, and it doesn't use cast on shock. He does elemental storm.
Elemental storm.
Yeah. Which is cannot deal critical hits, deals damage every 0.25 seconds, storm radius is 1.8 meters, storm duration is 5 seconds, enemies inside the storm are hindered, and then it's a 10% cooldown recovery rate. So it basically
So
slows enemies down.
Is that something that's just like an aura going around you, or is that something you activate?
Looks like it's something that you activate.
AoE.
Creates a stationary fire, cold, or lightning storm at a target location for a duration, based on the highest elemental damage type. God damn it.
Does he
Based
still
on-
use sigil of power?
Yes. Sigil of Power, Blink, Conductivity, Elemental Storm, Mana Tempest, Archmage, Orb of Storms, and Spark. Completely cuts the other one out.
I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't worry. Maybe I shouldn't worry about.
I'm not insanely worried about the cast on shock, just because like it's a little more damage, but at the end of the day, that was really amazing when cast on shock was broken as fuck, but then they nerfed the shit out of cast on shock builds, and so I just think it's just it's just an extra damage. It's like if you have the ability and you want to add that into your rotation, you got 60 spirit, you don't know what to do with it, here's a way to add some more damage with it. But at no point do I ever see him, even in the fact section at the bottom, where he's like, yeah, pay that 70 div for that 60 spirit robe and get that shit on there quick because it's a lot of damage. It's like he doesn't talk about it anywhere else. So it's like I don't really think it's going to be that massive of a change. It also may be one of those things where it's really only beneficial on like bosses or something, because look at how fast you're killing shit currently. Even if like you cast one spell, it wipes the screen. You shocked one, now you have an arc that goes out and hits nothing. So it's like I mean, at the point that you are in the build, you're probably kind of starting to cap out in what you can do. It's like,
well, and I still have some juicing to do that doesn't require like insane divs. Like I still could get a level 6 lightning wand. I could still
level 6 lightning wand would probably be some serious div. Especially if it has the other stats that you want on it as well.
If it's got like god stats on it, yes. You're right, obviously. See, let's look that up real quick. Let me look at my wand and make it a good start, make it easy to let's see. Put all the spell damage, lightning damage. This. Mana regen, sure. Alright, so then I can go and add lightning as the, is that like an enchant they call that when you get the enchant, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so he does make a mention on this in here, where he's talking about archmage, cast on shot, and blink are the primary spirit reservations of the build. Archmage you reserve on main hand for its large damage multiplier. Blink you reserve on your weapon swap for additional movement when you need, and cast on shock can be added to the character once you acquire 60 additional spirit for a massive damage boost. So he actually does say it's a massive damage boost. Yeah. Via lightning conduit. Oh wow. Okay. So cast on shock. Oh, you're doing cast on shock, but you're doing lightning conduit, not arc. Because see, the leveling build you
inside the cast on shock.
Yeah, in cast on shock in the leveling build you put arc in there, but now it's lightning conduit, so it's a different skill. So here's why this one is insane. So you have all of this stuff that's increasing the strength of your shock in our talent build. And so the percentage of shock effect on the enemy is being massively increased. This skill does 100% more damage for every 5% shock on an enemy. So if you have a 100% shock on the enemy, then you're going to do 2,000% damage with this skill.
And that's a new multiplier, which probably means it's going to be more substantial, right?
Yeah, potentially. And this one does it in a cone, so it's an area of effect. So it would be useful on non-bosses, but this would also be very huge for a boss fight. In addition to that, when you gem cutter prism it and do the quality on it, you get a 20% chance of consuming a shock to reapply it. So it would count as an additional shock. So everything it essentially would trigger itself. You have a 20% chance for the skill, because if it consumes a shock and then reshocks that target, well, now cast on shock triggers again.
Definitely seems like this is the so yeah, it does seem like this would be a massive,
and it seems like it would be big
boost
for bosses. Like it probably would be big for bosses and big for things that send a buttload of enemies at you. So maybe rituals, maybe some breaches. It would help with.
Those are so like not interesting, but like blowing up Arbiter in 3 seconds sounds great.
Yeah. Well, it's
Yeah,
it's easy for you to say with your 62,000 damage sparks. I would be happy with being able to plow through breaches without having to stop.
What I was saying though is you're gonna get there just progressing. You're gonna get to that point.
Yeah, yeah.
But this next level is something else.
And see, that's another thing too, is if I do that different that different enchant on my necklace, that's unfortunately a DPS increase that there's no way for me to enumerate it. You know, like because it just it gives you lucky on non-crits. So it's like, well,
I mean, no way to figure out what you're actually gaining.
Yeah, like I can't look at the spark skill and go, oh look, that doubled my DPS. It's like it's not going to show up anywhere, but everything that I do is going to be higher damage.
Yeah, that might be worth a little bit of seeing if someone's done the math. You know what I mean? Just you're assuming it's gonna be better.
Well, I mean, I'm not assuming it, like this dude says it in his build, that it is the #1 DPS upgrade that you want. Like it is the best thing that you can put on your necklace. But he does
Yeah, well-
suggest not doing it unless you have the ring that stops you from getting
What's the
frozen.
ring called?
Something fragments.
Dream fragment.
Yeah, dream fragments, I think. No, I don't have it up anymore. Yeah, I think that's right though.
Yeah, they're selling for 83 divines.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like the cheapest one was absurdly expensive.
Oh wow!
And I think there
19%
was-
increased max mana. That's insane.
Yeah, 20% is the standard. That was a bad corruption.
You got a down corrupted and still sold it.
Yeah. Well, he's still selling it, whether it sells or not. I wouldn't buy that.
Where's it come from?
I don't know. Well, no, that's not true. I did look it up. It says that it can drop from anywhere. It's just a just a normal drop.
So wait, and it's a sapphire ring. So
Yeah.
that's something that I should.
I mean,
No,
to be
it's-
fair, I don't know if you're still looking at my screen, but I mean, we're just like scrolling for fucking pages here. There's like, how many of these did it say there were up for sale?
Yeah.
There's 165 of them for sale currently.
Mhm.
I mean, that's pretty insane that there's that many of them up, and yet people still aren't dropping the prices. It's like, that means there's too many. Your prices are your price is too high.
It's true.
It's like these probably need to be like 10 div or less for these failed corrupted ones.
That would be a lot of. That'd be a massive boost in damage, though. That's a 20%. I mean, that's what is it? Every 100 mana we gain 3% damage or something.
Yeah, I think so. But you also have to remember this is 20% of your low end mana, it's basically 20% of your base plus all your pluses. Like that 1,000 mana that you lose for taking your chess piece off, I don't know if that counts in it. It might, because it's technically plus mana and not a multiplier, but yeah, here's a really good one. This one corrupted. He's 4% off of the cold resist cap. He broke the max mana by 2%, and he broke the max regen by 1%.
Nice.
So yeah, that's a nice
100
one.
div.
Yeah, that's easily the best one I've seen. And then like here's another one,
To be
100
honest,
div,
though, it's
not
like,
even close.
I mean, if I could sell that damn, O for 30, and I mean, we can get there eventually.
Yeah, it's all
gotta
about.
keep
It's
on.
just all about getting lucky. You get a like. I would probably keep an ingenuity belt, but if I got that necklace, like I'd sell that necklace. Sell a mirror.
If I was able to hit the necklace, I would
sell a mirror of Calandra. All kinds of different stuff you could do there.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm not sure people would want the
let's
mirror.
take
Like,
some.
I'm not sure. I guess to own one, maybe they would want it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I doubt anybody's ever gonna actually use it.
Yeah, hard to say. Sometimes I think, like, there's been people that I've seen that said that they bought the Mirror of Calandra with divines, like at the end of a season, just because they wanted to have one in their inventory on their
Yeah.
I
could see it.
character. I mean, and honestly, I would probably do that too at the end of a season, because it's like, well, I mean, these divines are all going to be worthless anyways, so now I can just do this and be like, yeah, I got a mirror. Not many people can say that. Man, there was a picture that somebody posted up. They were in like Act 2 Cruel and got a fucking mirror to drop.
Yeah, someone just said that. I thought that was on Reddit, I think today.
Yeah, this one I saw was a couple of days ago, but yeah, it may be the same post. So did the Citadels end up being difficult or not?
No. It's basically you fight the one that have 7 trials. Interesting. Why is he?
What is it?
This guy wants to buy all my. I sell these for like 1 exalted. These inscribed
precursor
ultimatums.
tablets? Oh, inscribed ultimatums.
He wants the ones that are for 7. Wants one specifically that do 7 trials. I wonder why he would want that.
that might be the max, or is it 10 trials for the max?
He has 10, but he wants this lower end one.
It could be possible that the thing that he wants shows up on the 7th wave, and he doesn't want to have to do harder to get him.
Yeah, point.
It's just a thought. I don't know if that's actually that at all.
Sometimes I feel like I don't want to trade these when someone starts looking or is interested in them. Like, maybe I want them.
Yeah.
You know, but then I like, fuck it, I'll trade them.
The other thing that I was going to mention too, when we were talking earlier about buying up a bunch of uniques and turning them into chance orbs, is I've seen a guy doing this before. He messaged me to buy when I was putting them up. I think I was putting them up for Regals or something like that at one point, and that's when you were like, oh, hey, you should check the price on that because you're probably like losing a deal on that instead of just blowing it up.
Yeah,
and
he might be converting them.
Yeah, and basically the dude messaged me and wanted to buy that unique, and then when he got to my hideout, he's like, hey, I'll buy any uniques that you have that you're selling at this amount. So that could be a way, because you were talking about having to wait for shit tons of trades. It's like, well, you could potentially get like 50 uniques from one person.
Yeah, good point. People are willing to sell it at the price that makes sense for breaking even or whatever, or going a little ahead.
Yeah.
What was I just gonna look up here?
I'm assuming you probably know this, but you see this icon above my head currently?
Yeah.
I'm assuming when you find the shrine like that, that's plus resist, and it's applying to anything around that shrine. So you want to quickly click that to get that buff off of the enemies near the shrine.
Yeah. Well, I guess I didn't realize that the buff was for them too. That's interesting because I know that like the lightning is hurting me until I make it hurt them.
Yeah. Yeah, the other ones aren't as big of a deal, but where we're all elemental damage, like this is significantly reducing the damage that you're dealing to them when you're trying to clear them out around that, especially if there's like a rare there or something that wants to get a little beefy.
Actually, going back to this again, you probably haven't done this much yet. Are you still pretty low rarity find?
Oh yeah, I don't think I have any. I don't think I'm 0.
Definitely, so we have one massive advantage in our class that we don't have to have chaos.
Yeah.
So that is kind of like the slot that goes into making
rarity. Yeah.
Big rarity. That's why sorcs are kind of like a little broken because we're able to skip a whole thing that everybody else has to concentrate on.
Yeah.
Something to consider that you may want to see about getting some rarity on some stuff. Like I got 46 on my helmet, 25 on my boot.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think I actually need to get a new pair of boots. I think mine are kind of old at this point. They're 30% movement, but they don't really have much of anything else on them. They got the lightning, 30% movement, 165 mana, and 38 lightning resist are really the things that I wouldn't want to lose.
Well, you definitely could splurge a little bit for 35%. That'd be nice. 5% makes a difference.
Yeah.
My gear is actually looking pretty damn good. Like it's hard to know like how it's gonna cost a whole lot of money to upgrade this stuff past where I've got it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the same issue that I'm having. It's like I may be able to get a few things here, like I was just looking at this earlier, but I really need to replace this ring. It's level 35, item level 45, and the stats on it are kind of crap. So it's like I could get a higher item level one. Yeah, I could get a higher item level one and then get it with better stuff because life regen, light radius, accuracy are all garbage. And I probably could even just get away with getting rid of that 9 to all elemental resists.
So I have a question about energy shield versus mana. So like we can get like you can get like 180 mana on most pieces of gear. You know, that seems to be about where you're, or maybe 160 to 180. You know, depends on the piece, I guess. Is energy shield giving us more bang for our buck as far as like how much
I think it's
we're getting?
I think it might be 1-to-1. Because one of the things that I was noticing is if you, it's converting raw energy shield into mana, but things that increase your maximum energy shield are not converting to mana. So,
So like if a ring had that ability on it, it wouldn't give you jack shit.
well, if it's so this is a different. So this is where you start
Order
getting
operations
into,
again.
No, well, no, it's not. It's not necessarily order of operations. This is where you start getting into some terminology that's really big in Path of Exile 1, but is very limited in Path of Exile 2. So, what? Let me see if I can find an example. So, here we
You
go.
move your easy to move your
Oh yeah.
to the left or something maybe.
Yeah. There we go. So if you look at this helmet here, the plus to energy shield and the plus to percent increased energy shield, those are local passives versus global passives. So this is where
The
this
rings
is,
will have global passives, yeah.
yeah, they can have global passives, but like this one here, the 23% increased energy shield is 23%
Just for
increased of just the base energy shield plus that 64 plus to energy shield that's on there. I
Yep.
believe that
Yeah.
one's counted in.
That makes sense.
However, when you look at like my jewels, if I have a jewel on here that says increases maximum energy shield, yeah, 17% increased maximum energy shield, that is all energy shield from all sources. So these do not increase the
Can
mana
you hit
exchange.
I? You hit I there,
Yeah.
and then take that ring, that gem off, and see if it does what it does.
Yeah,
30
it's basically gonna do
3300.
it's gonna do nothing except for make my shield go down.
Like, I'll have a delay here, but
Yeah, 33. What was it? 3370 to 3204.
so you got 105 or something.
Yeah.
But your mana didn't change. Your mana doesn't change because of the way, because the
Yeah. Because
that's being
that bonus
applied
does not
after
go.
the
Yeah.
ring, after the amulet applies.
Yeah, so raw energy shield gets transferred over to mana, but the bonus from this does not get transferred over to mana. So global buffs do not get transferred to mana, energy shield to mana. And that's why this energy shield number is so high, is because I do have tons of things that give extra energy shield, like global energy shields, but I didn't have an energy shield until I put this necklace on. So this necklace is only converting 30% of the mana, which it's almost equal to the mana. So 30% of this is what, like 1200 mana? 30% of 4400 is somewhere approximately 1200 mana. And so if you convert that over, then this should be roughly 1200 energy shield. But I essentially have an extra 100 and something percent increased energy shield that are all these global passives all over the place, plus these jewel sockets. That's why my energy shield is so insanely high. So those are all things that if you didn't have this necklace on, all of those passives and any of those global things on jewels would be worthless. They would do no benefit to you whatsoever. So like, was it these here? Where it's increased energy shield recharge rate? No, those are start. That one's a bad one to do. There are some that you take in here that just increase. Yeah, 28% increase maximum energy shield. If it wasn't for having that necklace, this node is worthless.
Yeah.
Because I would have no energy shield, and therefore it would give me no extra stun threshold, and it would give me no extra max. This also, no, those two would be good because they're just recharge rate. Well, arguably those would be worthless as well, because why do you need recharge rate if you have 0 shield? So you have a bunch of mandatory points in here that you took that would be 100% worthless if this necklace you weren't wearing it. So like that's just more argument for why you will probably never replace this necklace.
Yeah. Kind of annoying that the like that's I have that same stat that you have, where it says you get stun protection or stun build up from your mana, which makes it harder to stun threshold.
Yeah,
But that's actually, when I look at my character sheet, I see stun protection, but I don't see any numbers on it. I don't know what my stun protection is.
Where do you
Like,
see
where
stun
am I
protection?
You scroll down and there it is, below thorns there.
Oh,
Empty for you as well.
yeah.
How do I know how much protection I'm getting?
I don't know. I think it's based off of like I don't know if they just don't have this in here or if it's a different kind of stat that this one is doing.
Yeah, maybe that's like a total block or something.
Yeah,
versus
maybe it's like a chance to block stun or something along those lines. Whereas this is just your base threshold is being increased because I think your threshold is like 100. So once you hit 100 points of stun,
Die,
then
scum!
you get stunned. But I have to go up by 12% of whatever my energy shield is, which is a lot. So that'll pump your stun threshold from 100 to to like 2,000 or something. So it takes a lot longer for you to get stunned, but maybe they don't technically consider that as a protection.
Yeah, I guess. I wish I could see the number. And
Yeah, it would be
that's
nice if they gave you more information there. That's for sure. And honestly, if you downloaded Path of Building, it would probably show you that number.
Yeah, that number would be there.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually a download.
Yeah, it's a third-party program. Yeah, you have to download it and install it.
I've seen some really cool apps that people have where they have this. They'll look at a piece of gear like a hexa robe, and it'll show like this cutout of like all the different tiers of all the things. So you kind of know like what max tiers there are for various things. It was like there's definitely some.
That's probably Path of Building as well. That sounds like something they would do. I haven't downloaded. I downloaded it when when PoE 2 first came out, but it had almost no functionality at that point. And then I ended up uninstalling it. I was like, I'll wait until they do better with it, because I was like, I don't know how long it's going to take them to get through this or anything, or if they'll even put serious effort into it until we get closer to official launch, because that's a lot of shit to, like, let's import this whole game. Now they made 5 million changes because of beta, so now let's rework all of that, as opposed to just saying, let's just wait until beta's almost over and then we'll start building the database. So, but it looks like they put a lot of time into it already and have a lot of stuff going. Even if shit's going to get changed, they're still just updating as Grinding Gears is updating, so it's probably worth it to just go ahead and pick it up again at this point.
Yeah, I think I need to go ahead and. I found the Reddit post where he describes it, but I'm trying to find where the download is.
Just do a Google for like POB download. You have to get it from. You're generally going to be getting it
GitHub.
GitHub,
Inhuman
yeah.
beast!
And we were talking earlier. It's kind of funny. I didn't think about it at the time, but you were making the comment about how we're very trusting of the people that we're like downloading stuff from, and what they could put on your system. But to be fair, like you and I have lived through a point where someone that was trusted went evil. That was a thing in WoW. I don't know if you remember that, but people were the guy that was
Overwolf guy.
No. It was a guy that was making. He had mailing mods. He was making a bunch of like different. What are they called? Weak auras. He was making shit tons of weak auras and stuff for the game, and then he decided to embed in one of the later releases of his weak auras that if you went to a mailbox, if you clicked on the mailbox, it would create a mail and send all of your gold to him, to his character.
I remember. I remember that. That was like
Yeah.
fucking awesome.
Yeah, so
I love
I mean,
it,
that's
dude.
like that is an example of somebody that was well known in the community, had a lot
Yeah,
of
just
mods and
went nuts.
stuff, and then fucking edited his shit and just became a billionaire overnight.
Oh, that's so fucking funny. I bet he made so much money.
Yeah, I mean, imagine how crazy, like, if he really wanted to go nuts with that, he would have needed
great.
to create that character on every single server. And then he could have
Oh,
just
wow.
sold the gold from other servers, like, that he didn't play on. He could have just sold that shit for cash.
Oh my god.
I
So
mean,
funny.
that dude would have been, he would have had so much fucking money. Because, I mean, at the rate that would have happened, I mean, it's just like, that thing just gets mass produced, and then people start realizing that their gold is going away, but no one knows why, because it's buried
Yeah.
inside of a
Treasure.
weak aura that the majority of people don't even understand how they work. And
Oh, yeah.
then
A lot of
that
times they
one
just,
would
like,
be
download
in,
this shit.
yeah, and then that one would be in the scripting, which most people don't even click on scripting in weak auras because they don't understand programming, so they don't even understand scripting, which is, you know, the kidified version of programming. You know, so it would be absolutely nuts how much money, how much gold he would have made insanely quickly, and then he could have moved that all, selling it to like a gold farmer website at a, you know, like pennies on the dollar, and he probably could have made millions doing that.
Yeah. Yeah.
He would have been a millionaire before anyone could have even figured out how it happened. So that
Well,
like Blizzard couldn't even reclaim the shit.
Well, I'm about to say, and would Blizzard even? I mean, people mailed it to him.
Yeah.
I mean, would they? I don't know. Would they even go against and try to?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, I think the only thing that would happen is they would ban the account probably, because that is, I mean, you know, like, how would you feel? Well, I mean, you know what it was like. I mean, like, hurry up and trade me the 70,000 gold, you know, or the 70,000 plat or whatever. It's like you know what that feels like, being on the receiving end of that. Now imagine that happening to, like, you know, even 30% of the population, like even a small amount. And you know, like, you know, Blizzard's gonna have to do something and be like, yeah, we banned that guy, like, he's a douchebag.
Yeah.
Sorry, we can't give all your gold back, but he got banned. So it's like, he's gonna get banned, but dude's a millionaire, who fucking cares?
Dude, I mean, I have to say though, I fucking love those stories. I think they're so damn good.
Yeah.
Whenever someone like gets sneaky like that, like the whole thing where Atreides or whatever the hell the guy's name was, and how he like boosted the price of a feather, and eventually he was able to sell 1 million of them like all in one day. You remember that whole using the auction house?
Yeah, it was Auctionator, because it did auto purchasing, and the way it determined if something was a good buy was
he's a delta, and like,
yeah,
go. Yeah.
Yeah, so he just posted up something that no one was looking at, and posted it up for thousands of gold and multiples of them over and over and over, and then posted up a bunch at like
and
a 50% reduction.
Stuck with it.
Yeah. And then boom.
I just think it's so great. I
Yeah.
love that. And it's so fucking good. I think that's just I love stories like that. I think that's just when someone gets creative on fucking over with everybody else. It's great.
Yeah. It's great unless you're the one that's being
home.
fucked over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Nell has arrived.
Oh yeah, she's been in for a bit now. 45 minutes or so.
It's funny, you actually have the same, but I have, but I thought it was kind of rare, but you have double gem plots on your gloves.
Yeah.
I do as well.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, none of the extra gem slots are rare. It's just whether or not corruption rolled that way. And if you buy one, like I bought these gloves because they're actually, like, these are a fairly decent pair of gloves because I needed resists. And yeah, so I mean, when I bought them, I mean, that's what, you know, like, people are automatically going to try to corrupt shit before they sell it because it just makes it worth more. I would like to have double sockets on my focus.
You would get
enemies.
a really good boost out of gloves that had some damage to attack, like add.
Yeah.
I think that probably would add a lot.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, there's a couple of things I need to look at altering. It's one of those things where we should probably experiment with some of this stuff sometime. Like you could trade me your gloves and I could put them on and just see what kind of change it made.
Yeah,
like
I
I have,
I'm interested to see. Yeah.
because I have no damage on my gloves at all. So if yours, the major difference is the damage, we can see exactly what kind of change that was.
Yeah, what do you want to just do you want to just group up real quick and see
Yeah.
what it does?
Yeah, that's fine.
I have cast speed on mine too, unfortunately, so that makes it a little trickier.
I don't think cast speed's figured in on that. I could be wrong, but
Let me come to you.
I can come to your place. If you're stripping down naked, we can do it at your house.
Yeah, so let me get these gloves off. I'll
yeah,
watch it on your
one
stream.
at a time. One at a time.
Gotta keep you interested.
Yeah. So let's see, what are we looking at difference here? Attack speed, almost well, fairly similar mana. There's about 32 difference, 42 difference.
Yeah, so hit your G
40.
first before you.
Yeah, exactly 40 difference. The energy shield, I actually have more energy shield, so that'll transfer to mana, which is damage. So yeah, this is just 2 to 14 lightning damage. So we go from 29, 899. I actually lose damage by putting those on.
Interesting.
Now, here's one thing, is you have 2 fire resists. I have 4% mana.
I wonder if what's my fire resist now without wearing those. So I'm still at 80% fire resist with those off, so I probably should swap those out at this point.
Yeah, probably.
Do I have cold resist on those or something?
Yeah,
I must
cold
have-
and
I
lightning.
do.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like I'm. Oh, you know that is that 10% fire I got from.
Oh, from that, yeah, the thing that
finishing
you got.
quest. Yeah, that actually put me over.
So yeah.
That's interesting. So I could probably actually, you know what? That might be a more.
Well, yeah, if you want to switch those out, they're kind of expensive though. I don't. Well, I mean, you've got plenty now. It's not that big of a deal.
Back up to 100. I was down to 0 exalted when I started because of all that mapping, and I'm
Yeah.
up to 105 already.
Nice.
I might have traded a couple things, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do I have any leftovers? So those are. What are those ones called?
They're Soul Core of Zolotol. They're not red in any way, I don't think. The icon for them, very misleading.
I think I'll have to buy them.
Yeah, I didn't have any on me. I straight up had to buy them.
I thought I had a spare too, but I guess I don't. Go look. Oh, I have a trade waiting for me. What the hell did I not finish? Oh, whoops.
A trade waiting
That's
for you?
fine. I did an exchange earlier that it's been sitting here for me to pick up for a bunch more distilled ire.
Oh,
All right,
nice.
so I want solid. There it is. Okay, and I'm gonna use exalted or yeah, 75 each. Yikes.
Yeah, they're expensive.
All right.
They're roughly half a div, a little less than half a div now, but they were about half a div when I was buying them.
Bought one. Let me just put them in my stash here and see if I got a second one sitting here that I just can't see it.
Yeah,
too neat.
I would like to get a new robe that had significantly, like, that didn't have the max life or the life regen, and had significantly better resists, so that I could dump. Like, I've got this last lightning resist thing in my helmet. If I could dump that and put another 2% mana in there,
Yep.
that would be nice. Now
Hey, you actually.
these two are increase energy shield, which directly translates to mana. So these were better than the 2%.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I did on mine as well. And that's probably just worth doing on the breastplate, right? Because the other stuff is not big enough to. The percent mana is probably better. Anyway, just confirming, I'm way over on fire resist, so I'm gonna go ahead and pop one of these on. Still well over.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Let me try.
I'm curious how much of a difference it'll be, because I know 4% of the mana is a lot of mana. which translates to a decent amount of damage. So
I
you
can only give you.
you
got one of them done.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see now. Does this go up or stay the same? Oh, they are now. What? Are you kidding me?
Okay, precise.
Exactly the same damage.
So, but here's the thing I think is not working properly. I don't think cast speed is being calculated in this part.
I don't think cast speed is being calculated in DPS. No, I don't think it does. Which is one of the other nice things about Path of Building is that will.
Attack speed is.
Oh no!
Cast speed.
No. Attack speed is not cast speed. That's not doing anything.
That's a wasted stat.
Yeah, 100% wasted stat.
That's good. Those shits I just put.
Yeah, you just put half a div in there.
I mean, it still has awesome mana and it has other things, but it.
So basically, your 40 extra mana that you have, and the 2 to 4 lightning damage is equal to roughly one of these gems. So it's really not a big difference. I mean, because 2 to 4 lightning damage is a pretty significant number, and that's like you're not going to find one that has like much higher than that on gloves probably, because that's a T6. So at best you could double that, and that's assuming that you can get to a 12 on gloves, which means that's not going to be a massive damage increase. So yeah, having the plus to damage on gloves is not that necessary.
Interesting, 'cause I thought the base would really help.
Yeah.
Huh. No, so shoot. So is there a spell damage version of speed, or a spell
cast
speed? Do I have cast speed on my wand?
Yeah, because I've got it on.
I do not have it on my wand.
Yeah, here it is. Increased cast speed on my ring. 19% increased cast speed. So this is a decent one here. So this is 104 mana, which should be roughly equal to 3% damage, right? Well, I probably have some stuff that give plus max or plus. Actually, do we?
But what is that? That's got some mana.
But it has the cast speed. I want to see if it's a significant difference in DPS because it's counting cast speed.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, 4,000 damage difference.
So you think that's the cast speed causing that?
Potentially. Let's see.
Take your gloves off and on. And I'm sorry, I'm delayed.
Here's 161 mana. So it's almost double the mana, but no cast speed. It only didn't even go down 1,000 points. So yeah, I'm getting like 3,000 DPS from 19% cast speed.
That's a good roll, right? What's that tier on that cast speed?
Cast speed is tier 3. So pretty low considering, but I don't know what the max tier is. I don't know if cast speed goes to tier 12. Like if tier 4 may be the cap, for all I know.
But to be honest, I guess my rings do have a lot of room to work on here. But what's your other ring? Do you have a 13%? What's your cast speeds on each of them?
On what?
19 there. Do you have cast speed on both your rings?
I don't think so, no. No. Yeah, the
13.
This one had more resists on it, but less.
Let me give you this ring. Just for a little more
testing some more. That's got that's a big mana increase and then some cast speed as well. Okay.
And it has fire and lightning on it.
Yeah.
Damage.
Went up by about almost little over 4K. 29 to 34.
4K?
Yeah.
And do you think that's mana related?
No, 100 mana is not doing that much.
Oh, swap it with your other one with the cast speed on it.
So this is less cast speed, but 173 more mana, but less cast speed. It went up just barely.
The cast speed is really a big deal.
Yeah. Well, but here's the question. When you're figuring DPS, it's a big deal, but you're just casting a lot faster. There's no guarantee that all those lightnings are going to hit a given target.
Yeah,
so
sure.
it on the paper doll, it could be a little misleading. If you had a huge room just chock full of enemies, then yeah, I think it would be huge. But if you're just fighting a boss and you can't stand next to it to where every lightning bolt popping out of you is hitting them, then that may not be as beneficial. But
So,
yeah, just having
do you
that cast
think-
speed in general is nice.
You think?
And that, so this also goes to show switching those two out. Because of the cast speed difference, I went. What did I say? I went up 600-ish. I went up 600-ish DPS, which essentially means that your 6 to 11 fire damage is minor. The 1 to 40 lightning damage is minor, because I would say the majority of the extra damage I'm getting is from that 177 max mana. Because that's almost 6% damage by itself compared to the ring that I have.
I have a couple other rings that let me see if I have one that's a better.
Give this one back to you before it gets lost.
So let's see. I have fire. That's not gonna be any good for this test. That's not gonna help. What's your mana on your 2 items on your other ring? How much mana do you have?
Which one? This one, or the one with the 104 with cast speed, 161 without cast speed?
104.
Yeah, the one with cast speed has 104.
Okay, so this might be cool. Let me send this one to you. That's the exact mana, pretty much. It's like 4 off.
6 off, yeah. But no cast speed.
No cast speed, so now we can see what the cast speed's doing. Because there's no other.
I don't think I do any fire damage. I do cold damage, but I don't think I have any fire damage. So yeah, let's see here. Yeah, it was a 3,000 DPS loss. Give or take a little. 2,500, 3,000.
So I could get a major boost with some cast speed. It probably would feel pretty good too, because my lightning would be getting. Now, what I wanted to ask you. You think the bolt is traveling faster, or you think I'm just throwing them out of my wand more often?
They're coming out of the wand more often because there is a different stat that you can get that changes the travel speed.
Projectile speed or something?
Yeah, projectile speed. And that is something that this build uses in one of the talents. Like one of the talent points that you get somewhere over here is I don't remember exactly where it was at, but it's projectile speed. And I could tell a significant difference when I got that too, like watching all those things fly around. They got a lot faster. One second here, I need to switch out my headset. No, that's flashing.
Oh shit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's one thing. Like, we could technically sit here and do this, and not that I have a problem doing it, but if you use Path of Building and you import your character, you can literally go into a ring and just add something to it. Like you can custom create your own gear. So if you just wanted to say, I just want to take the exact gear I have right now, and on this ring I'm going to add 20% cast speed to it, it will show you the changes.
Well, it said I downloaded it, and it says character import status not yet enabled by GGT.
Oh, unfortunate. Okay.
We're waiting for an API.
Yeah. So you would have to create everything manually. So you could create all of your gear, but you'll have to create it manually.
Yeah.
Like you'll have to go in line by line and recreate your gear.
So this is Let me send you one more piece here.
Okay.
See if I make this an interesting conversation, or if it's the one this one replacing one of my rings gave me a massive boost. It didn't really change when I did my other one, but
So yeah, physical damage to attacks is probably not going to do anything, but that is cast speed and max mana.
Mana, yeah.
So it's 1% less cast speed, but 36 more mana.
So now we can see what the mana does.
Yeah. So that is a slight increase in damage. So basically, 36 mana is worth more than 1% cast speed. There's a number for you.
Okay, hold on. 36 mana is slightly more valuable
Than
than
1% cast speed.
Wow. Cast speed
Now,
is
well,
really important.
Now I guess the other thing to figure in is that 13 to 20 physical damage to attacks. Does it
got a
say
good base.
specifically? What does this say? Attacks are skills that directly use your equipped weapon to damage enemies. Spells are not attacks. So
Oh, that's
anything that
garbage.
says two attacks does nothing.
Oh, that's totally trash.
Yeah. Now, are the other rings that you have that gave plus lightning damage? Were those two attacks?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm wondering.
completely worthless.
Look, yeah, 2 attack. Spells
Yep.
are not attack. These
Yep.
are totally useless stats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now there is a stat you can get on rings that it does lightning damage,
Yeah.
not to attack. It's a percent, and those are probably better. Well, shit. Then I've been kind of like I'm not gearing properly. Then I got a lot of work I can do.
Yeah, a few little things you can change. Yeah. I don't think I had. See, this is what you want right here. Gain 14% of damage as extra cold damage.
Extra.
Yeah, because it's extra. So if you're doing 100 lightning damage, then you're going to do a total of 114 damage. 100 is lightning, 14 is cold.
Mm-hmm.
So that is those are good things to have, and you can get multiples of those on wands. And as far as I know, they stack. If you get one that says it does 30%, gain 30% of damage as extra lightning damage, then that's just more lightning damage. And the cold damage will be affected by anything that says spell damage, probably. So this 47% increased spell damage. That should affect, raw magic.
Yeah.
And then, so that should affect the damage that's coming out of this cold one. But if you had a wand that said gain 14% of damage as extra lightning damage, all of your passive tree stuff that affects lightning damage should then also affect that. So it would be significantly more than just 14%.
Dude, I tell you what, with a couple, man, some of these divs might have to go away here to get this done, but I have a feeling my number might be way different after I do some hopping around here.
Yeah, going around and adjusting some things. And see, that's the thing, like, you have a lot of room for some easy improvement there, fixing stuff like that. I literally don't have anything that I thought was doing something that wasn't. So like, I don't have any like plus to attack stuff. I don't have any attack speed increases, like none of that kind of stuff. Everything that I have is what it's supposed to be. So it's like, I'm just straight up gonna have a significantly better item to increase my damage.
Oh, interesting. You're not using the belt.
No, I'm not. I went to a rare belt. Honestly, can't tell the difference.
Yeah, I was just assuming that it was a huge damage mitigation but
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is. I think the only
damage.
time that belt is going to be useful, though, is in those cases where you're just casting non-stop, so your mana is constantly dropping, and you're taking damage and all of your energy shield is gone. It'll save you in that spot. Otherwise, I don't think it's doing anything for you. And if I get into one of those positions, I'm not sure that extra health is going to stop me from dying.
Well, if my shield is gone and I get hit for 1,000 of damage, I'm only taking 500 of that, right?
Yeah. Well, you take 1,000, but then you gain 500 back. So if the 1,000 kills you, you're dead and you don't get the 500 back.
Right. But up to that point, you basically have mitigated 50% of the damage, but it's only after the shield has been depleted that this is happening.
Exactly, yeah. So that means that you're getting really hammered by something, and I would say for you, that's happening way less than it does for me, and I'm not having a problem with it. Yeah. So for you, it would probably be way better because, like, like this one, This one gives me 27% increased mana recovery rate. So when I pop a mana flask, it makes it fill up more, which is kind of like an extra heal, like a little bit extra on my heal. And then it also has 170 mana on it, which is a bunch of extra damage, where I don't think the legendary one or the unique one had mana.
46 mana on mine.
Okay, so yeah, so this one's still 100 and something mana more, so this is still close to 4% or so more damage.
Yeah,
that this one's generating. Plus, I got really nice resists on here, which is why I wanted this belt, because I was having problems with resist. So these have got this has a lot of really nice resist rolls on it, which allows me to.
That's probably one
potentially
reason
overcome.
why you're able. Yeah, that's why you're able to put more gems that are mana gems, because of that belt.
Exactly. Yeah. Which also increases my health, because mana is health, and it increases damage.
Right.
So yeah, I'm down to one left that I'd like to get rid of, and it's lightning, and that's actually my highest one. I could drop that 12% and still be fine, but I didn't really care for this helmet, so that was one of the reasons I hadn't tried to switch it out yet.
Helmet's a sweet spot for a lot of rarity.
Yeah.
You can get 45, 50 rarity on one slot.
And see where I want to do lightning rod. I've got 26% increased critical hit chance on that helmet. Won't need it at all with lightning rod. Like I can get rid of that and not be short. So, and the 27 int is nice, but does it even?
Yeah.
Does this even tell us
It's
what?
two
mana for every
mana
one.
per, I think. Yeah.
Intelligence does
big.
not grant damage to skills or any other benefit except where specifically stated. So it's literally just 2 mana per. So that's roughly about 1.3% damage.
54 mana, which is what, 54?
Oh yeah. So it's
or-
about 1.6% damage. So it's a little, because it's a little over half 100, so it'd be a little over half 3%.
Send back that ring before we
yeah.
forget. And then, I need to do some searching. I can't believe that. I thought these.
Actually,
I thought this add damage to attack.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I lost that ring. It's like a 4K DPS increase for me.
Is it?
Yeah.
And it has rarity on it too. That's
Yeah,
fun.
that's actually. I'm wanting to replace. I technically want to replace both of these rings because I want to get rid of some of the bad stats on this one, and then I want to get cast speed on this one. So
It's funny because some of these rings I keep them because sometimes you've got to swap them around to find the right resist combos.
Yeah.
So I don't like to sell them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I do. I will do the same thing if I have decent rings. They actually, the guy that does this actually suggests having a prismatic ring on both fingers.
I mean, I think I have a theory on that. I think that's prepping you for ingenuity.
Potentially, yeah.
Because you would get massive resist bonuses if all 3 of them.
Yeah, because if these were both 10%, that would be a lot. What is it?
Oh shit! Hold on, I gotta get it out first.
That's what she said. What about this?
I just want to see how it looks on your character. For me, I don't find it to be that useful, but
yeah. Let's see. I wonder if that'll actually be much of a.
I cannot
It'll probably
use
be
this.
a
Not
secret.
Oh,
strong enough.
I can't even use it. I don't have enough strength.
oh, it's right.
Actually, it's
okay.
it's worth it to go respec that real quick just to see. What is it? No, Doriani.
It's the guy to the left of.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you're delayed. Sorry.
Let's see. I need 3.
I speak.
A step closer to legend.
So let's do strength, and strength. Okay, I can wear it now. What did that take my? It barely dropped me anything at all, so that only being 15 wasn't much.
801.
Wait, what? Oh, wow. That was a massive drop.
Yeah, that's what I saw. That's what I saw. But what I wanted to see though is, did your buff go, do you have like a lot more hit points now, or
The mana went up, but only it went up like 800,
oh, up a lot, yeah.
44 to 52. So yeah, it went up 800 mana, which is crazy that the damage like nosedives so much, but 25% cast speed, 57% lightning damage, 47% spell damage. I mean,
Yeah,
this
there's a lot of
is
stuff
a
in that.
really fucking nice focus. So,
Right.
and 171 mana on the, so that I guess at the end of the day, it's still this is close to 1,000 mana that I'm getting from this, but I lose 177 when I take this off. Plus, that's also 58% mana regen rate.
Well, actually, just take the shield off and on with by itself. Like,
Yeah.
don't swap it. Just take it off and
Yeah,
on.
it's 1,200 mana.
1,200 mana. It's a lot. Wow.
Yeah, and it only increases the damage by about 5k, because it was 17. It goes up to 22.
What else does that shield have on it? Is it just
Which one? The shield?
yeah, the one that
No.
armor and energy shield, and then it's just gonna give you a bunch more mana. Interesting.
Yeah,
It has a block chance, which I guess is nice.
yeah.
According to
I
their-
wonder
their-
if these are these the ones you're supposed to put in it though? Let me see.
Oh, instead of
Yeah, let me see
max mana.
if this guy has what he puts in. Does he say what he puts in it? Yeah, see, three sockets with 500+%, or 750% for 2 sockets. So you could get 2 different corruptions. Either like this one would have been awesome if you'd have got a 3rd socket, or this would have been awesome if you got the bump to the percentage since you didn't get a socket.
Right.
And then yeah, you want the 2% things in there a piece, so that this shield would yield 36 to 45% increased mana.
Giga boosting your potential damage scaling.
Yeah. And see, that's the other reason that Path of Building is huge, is because there could be some minor things about mana that we're not seeing on that paper doll DPS. Because like I said, when you would do Path of Exile 1, these numbers would be similar to this, like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, and then you plug it into Path of Building, and it's like 47 million. So it's like, there's definitely something that's not being calculated when
Yeah,
your skill gets
kidding.
that kind of a crazy damage change. But yeah, actually, I'm glad to know that, because man, I would have been super pissed if I'd have spent a bunch of div on buying one of these, and then like lost fucking damage over it.
Yeah.
That'd have been
Yeah,
bad.
so I was glad to see it. I'm actually kind of confident enough now that I probably should just go ahead and sell it.
Yeah, probably.
Let's see, what's it do to my? I can't wear it either.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
hilarious.
don't forget to reset your.
Yeah, I'm
things.
doing it right now.
A new realm of power.
7 strength. Oh, my strength is way worse than that. What does it sell for? Oh, not great.
Let's see. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start backing out of some of these. I just gotta figure out where I'm gonna spend them now is gonna be the problem. Oh, look at that. So, did you come to here? This node?
Yeah, I have that one.
So
Yep.
the right next to us here, if like that, where I'm gonna do that one enchant that makes damage or makes critting pointless, if I back out of crit, immediately next to this node is a bunch of cast speed.
So also look at this is what I've actually been kind of playing with.
Uh-huh.
Go to the very beginning of the trail,
Uh-huh.
like down by your picture, your icon of your and go up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then go to left.
This way? Oh, these cast speeds?
Yeah, look at
Yeah.
that big one there. It's a 6%.
Yeah, so this is 12%. With these three, it would be 12% extra. And you saw that. I mean,
That's
that, so that's close to like, 3K DPS right there.
It's actually what I was doing when I wasn't able to figure out what I wanted to do with my points. That's where I'm putting them. Do you think that? Where's the other ones you were talking about?
The other up here.
Oh, but you have to do one more attribute to get to it though.
Yeah. You would spend one attribute, but I mean, like, I don't know where you're at, but my build wants me to take all 4 of these points.
I have all the. Yeah, mine goes the
Yeah.
other way. I picked.
Oh,
bottom
you
row
did
of
the
that.
bottom row? Okay, yeah. So, but it's still 4 points either way. And
Right.
then you've got this section over here. This is crit, 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 crit. So I mean, that's like, what is that, like almost 10?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
9 more. Yeah.
If you change your around, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like I could buy all of those cast speeds. And I think there's even more crits somewhere else. But yeah, this one up here was the projectile speed one. I'm assuming you got this one as well.
I have that one. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I think there's somewhere else that's got more crit that you just absolutely would not need. Maybe not. Maybe that was all the crit that there was.
Yeah, you could grab the speeds that I'm using here and also get the ones you're seeing up there as well with that kind of change.
Yeah. And I still have more points to spend. Like you have spent 3 more than I have, but you're more than 3 levels higher than me. So you've got points spent somewhere else that I could also spend to get more cast speed. Because there's quite a few nodes up here. There's one of them you wouldn't want because it reduces spell damage for 6% cast speed, but it's based on different non-instant spells that you've cast. We only cast 1 spell really, so that would not be a good one to purchase. But the rest of these are all good. Arguably, this one might be rough. 16% speed for 15% mana cost increase, but I would just have to see what it does.
When I use my non-spark, my mana goes down a lot, but when I'm jamming spark, it doesn't even move.
Yeah.
And I think part of that is because I use the on spark I'm using the 40% deeper. Isn't it that one?
I think I have that
I'm
one.
I'm using inspiration.
Yeah, I have inspiration as well.
Yeah, so that makes it so much easy. That makes it so much better to cast.
Yeah. Do you have arcane tempo in your
I think
Spark?
I had the exact same look that you have. I have
Okay.
all of mine are the same.
Yeah.
And it looks like my Orb of Storms is the same as well.
Do you use Mana Tempest?
I got rid of it because I never drop it.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way, and in my opinion, it's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, because if you get overzealous with it, you're gonna get yourself ganked. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not good.
It's like the only time that I see that it's really beneficial is when you like if you're going to go up against a boss and it's taking them a second to become active, and you can drop all this shit on the ground and then just nuke them in like half a second, then it would be good. But yeah, if you have too much spin up time with too many different spells that you're casting, it's like, I really don't need this anymore. I don't even think he has this in the build. I just had it from leveling and kept it. So
I think some of those ones he uses it, but not all of them. It's funny. I actually, watching you play, I think you're a little bit better of a player than I am, but so you might be able to handle it better than me, but I feel like I just would get myself ganked by using it, so I got rid of it.
yeah, I don't use it very frequently.
Actually, one other thing I have that's actually might be a really big difference is I have what is your chiming staff? What's it? Can I see it?
Yeah.
'Cause I have +3 to all spell skills on mine, which is really nice.
I don't on that one, but
You went for the cast speed. And that's
yeah,
what you're for right
I
now.
don't know if the plus to all spell skills works for the Sigil of Power. Like, I don't know if it actually
does.
affects it.
Yeah.
Does it?
I can put it on and I can look at it.
Okay. Yeah.
Sigil power is now level 20, and it's a level. See, that's the thing though. I have a level 17 sigil power,
Yeah.
but I got level 20 with it on.
Yeah. So yeah, I actually found an 18. I think I actually had a staff that was a 19, but I couldn't get anything decent to roll on it, so I just trashed it. But yeah, I think Path of Building is probably going to answer a lot of the questions that we have about certain things. And then, like I said, you can go as far as to, you know, start plugging in skills. It's like, oh, you know, what if I had this item and I didn't have this health regen, but I had 20% cast speed? What would it do? And then it'll just make you really sad when you start realizing that the new piece of gear that you want is like 9,000 div.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point, actually, because this stuff's gonna be fucking crazy expensive.
Yeah, I mean, trying to upgrade these gloves to get cast speed on them, like, that's gonna be really rough to get rid of that maximum life and then get cast speed there and keep all of these other stats.
You can get attack speed like I did.
Yeah, I should probably consider that.
It might be a cheaper option for you.
Actually, I wonder if I can quickly find that. So I don't necessarily need to look for the runes. I don't want the max life. The mana, the fire, the lightning, and there is one up with those kind of stats, and they want 15 divine for it. What the fuck is on this thing? Watch it be like 30% cast speed or something. Yeah, see, that's garbage. That is a garbage item. At least for my build. I mean, it may be good for somebody else, but it has evasion rating on it. It's like, who the fuck uses evasion rating? It's only 88 energy shield. It's a fairly low mana roll, and it just has, I mean, the resists are okay, but that's not 15 div worth of resists, and the rest of that's kind of pointless. So it's like I said, there's just like so many stupid people out there that have no idea what they're doing. Okay.
Yeah, I think I may benefit from slapping. You know what sucks is I think I had like a really badass belt that I got rid of.
This is something to pay attention to. Where I searched that, it actually filled in and looked for a thing that had exactly a minimum of 86 energy shield and a minimum of 2 sockets.
Yeah, it gets very precise. Yeah.
And like this mirror, no, it's like any is fine with that. Just like, let's uncheck that, uncheck that, uncheck this section, and then search it with those stats. Yeah, so now there's 800 and something of them available. So what happens if I add cast speed? Nothing. So you may not be able to get cast speed on gloves.
Nope. Do it. Take away like everything, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just not a thing.
Yeah. No.
All right. Good to know.
Oh no, I deleted the item itself. So yeah, you can't even get cast speed on gloves. So.
Okay. So attack speed you can, but you can't get.
Yeah. Which I guess that kind of makes sense. You definitely can get cast speed on a focus. So I would say for you, probably the big thing would be getting a better focus. That would probably be a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Actually,
it would.
Trade me your focus.
Yeah, because I got the +2 skill. Yeah, that's a good idea.
And see, that's one of the neat things about the way that these things work is once they get the importing thing working, if you import your character, you can actually go and import my character as well, and that will populate
your gear.
Yeah, well, it gives you a gear selection box. So the gear that you're wearing is on there, but they're also in the selection box. And then if you import someone else's profile, it puts their gear in the selection box, and then you can interchange those pieces of gear to see how this stuff would change without having to do all the trading and stuff, which would just essentially make it faster. So,
all right, so this basically has 2 levels of skill and a lot of crit hit chance.
Yeah. But mine has more crit hit chance. So.
Oh, how much?
1% more. 69 versus
so
your
kind
68.
of the same. But you have more
loss. Mana. Yeah, massive loss. 3,000. 2,000. Yeah, 3,300.
Okay.
Actually,
yeah, I could get a.
I'm curious.
I kind of want to try yours on.
Yeah, I was gonna say here, try it on, because I'm curious if this will stack with other things that you have that may make it an even larger increase for you.
All right, so my number is currently 67.3. And I put yours on 73.6.
Wow, it goes up 6K?
Over
67,
6K.
yeah, 67 to 73. Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, that's a big deal. All right. So yeah, I gotta look for some.
Once again,
Yeah,
though,
did you make this?
No, I bought it for 3 div.
That's the thing is, like, as these seasons go on, these divs, the prices are going up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Here, let's see.
Yeah. Oh shoot, I should have searched it before I left.
Yeah. I got it. That's what I just pulled up now. I'm gonna search it real quick and see. Oh shit. Well, there's none others exactly like it. But what happens if we get rid of equipment factors and miscellaneous and trait filters? Still does not exist.
Take. Take out mana regen for a second. See if you can get a hit.
There you go. 30 div. 330 div. Let's see.
Oh, that has
this
+2.
one.
That's gonna be.
This one
that's
is
gonna be
better.
big.
Yeah, this one is better. +2. It's basically mine and yours combined, and it's higher spell damage and higher lightning damage.
And look right above where it says 330 div on there.
What?
See it? Oh, in the center.
Oh, mirrored? Yeah.
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 Fucking made him. He actually used a mirror on that
Yeah.
thing.
That's totally worth it. Yeah, he did well.
That's fucking badass.
The sad thing is that he mirrored
Trading it.
but I mean, who the fuck is gonna buy this?
I mean, it is. Now, if you mirror it, can you corrupt it?
As far as I know, yeah, it can still be corrupted.
But you can't mirror a corrupted item though, right?
I don't know actually.
I think that's true. I think it's not mirrorable.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that.
So, but
This one
that'd
is
be a
actually. This one would still be a very good increase over yours, because I think this is the same mana. It's more spell damage, it's more lightning damage, and it's 1% more casting speed. So you would get a bigger upgrade out of this than you got out of mine, and it's 30 div. So I mean, significantly cheaper than the other 2 options. Well, actually, wow, here's a 500 div one. Honestly, I think I'd probably get the 330 div one over the 500 one. They're almost identical.
Well, he's got a shit ton of cast speed on that one. What's that one have?
They're both 28%.
Oh wow.
They're both 28%. Is that they're both 85 and 89? So these 2 numbers are the same. It has 8 more mana. It has 7 more mana and identical crit number. So it's 7 mana difference. And he wants 170 more div for it.
Yeah. See, that's the thing about this though, dude. These numbers are kind of like gold farming, like RMT numbers now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I get you. I mean, you can eventually get there, but it seems like a lot of people are probably starting to buy fucking.
I mean,
divine.
let me see here.
Like 70 cents a divine right now, according to the things I get spammed all the time.
Yeah, I actually keep one of the seller sites up on my phone, so I just like to know what the value of them are. 85 cents a div orb right now, so that's 85 bucks per 100. I mean that's
That's still insane.
yeah.
expensive
I mean
right
that's
now,
it. Yeah, that's like who the. I mean whales will buy it, but I just don't think I could stomach buying something like that. I mean, like if I had Asmongold money, I just don't think I could justify buying this. And I don't know if it's because I lived a huge portion of my life without that kind of money, so it just has a higher value to me. But then you would also think the kind of money that he has, it's like I could buy shit like this every 20 minutes and would not run out of money before I'm dead.
Yeah.
So, you know, so it's like, I mean, even at that point, it's like I could even use logic to say buying this will not affect me at all, and I still just don't think I'd want to spend that kind of money on it. Like,
Yeah, the thing is though, this guy could have found some perfect item for a freaking monk and sold it and then bought this, you know what I mean? I guess that.
yeah, he could have bought
the
it
thing
for
is-
himself and then mirrored it, and then he's trying to sell that to make the money back.
Until I sell one of these items that I've found, I still have not found a god item yet, you know what I mean? Like,
Here is one thing that I would like to change and see. What did mine have on it? Mana regen.
I'm trying to recreate this so I can start shopping a little bit.
I think mine is 59. Was it 59% mana regen? I can't remember. But I want to kill this crit on here because I don't want the crit.
Oh, right.
Yeah, that does not exist. Can't find one with no crit but with mana regen.
Let's see. Increase cast speed. Let me look at this. And lightning damage.
Oh, here we go. So here's... I don't want that damage bonus in there either. Okay, so here's a good one for 12 that would give you a decent increase.
Let me see.
As it,
Lots of cast speed.
I believe,
Pretty much awesome, except for the attribute thing, which is a waste.
yeah,
otherwise-
but this is also no crit percentage too, so that you'd have to think about that. But like I said, I don't know how well crit percentage is figured into that DPS number. But this is 6% extra cast speed over what mine is, and I believe it's also more spell damage and more lightning damage, and it's more mana. And you would get this extra mana regen rate, which you don't have at all on yours currently.
I'm trying to read. So like 170 mana.
So yeah, mine's
right.
45 spell damage, this one's 69. Mine's 55 lightning damage, this one's 78. This one's a little closer to what mine is, but still much higher spell damage overall.
How do you, when you search, does it say, oh, category, there we go, focus. Like,
Yeah.
why am I finding jack shit? Okay. Alright, here we go.
Is yours specifically lightning spell skills?
No, it's all spell.
Is it all spell? Okay.
I think it always is, but I don't think they do lightning specific. Do
No,
they?
there is lightning specific because you can choose it on here. There just weren't any that existed. So yeah, I can't get one with any plus levels of skills. If I drop that down to 25, yeah. If I get
So I
rid of
found
it-
one here.
Oh, there
Actually,
we go.
I found one here that might be, it's 85% spell damage, 33 lightning damage, 173, and then +1 to spell. Oh, you found a couple. This is only 22 div though.
Yeah.
Drop your plus to the +1.
Yeah, that's what I saw a bunch of that popped up for +1s, but yeah. I don't see the 12 one.
You are. Do you have a cast speed minimum? Because this is only 12% cast speed, the one I'm looking at.
Yeah, the cast speed minimum's 25, which is what mine has.
A lot of cast speed. Damn.
Yeah. And this one's 29. So it's 4% extra and +1 level of skills. And it is more spell damage and more lightning damage. So this is, aside from losing the mana regen rate, because this one has lightning resistance but no mana regen. If it wasn't for that, this would this is a huge upgrade over even mine.
Well, here's one for 20. I'm finding some good stuff here. So here's a search I'm doing that's finding some good things. I have. Let me see your search.
No.
Your criteria. So spell damage, I have 0. I have zeros on all these, and I put spell damage, mana regen, cast speed, lightning damage, and max mana. I put to 170. I found a couple. I found some really. What do you think of? You see one there for 20 div
No.
from Zifafan.
No, it's going to be one that has either lower spell damage or lightning damage than what I have.
Yeah, I was just gonna have you look at it to see if you thought it was.
Just send me a Discord link of your search.
Oh yeah, that'll work.
You said the 21, so this one here. Yeah, so that's it. That's like half the spell damage of mine.
Look at the
5%
the
less
one.
life.
It's Maelstrom Refuge one. Yeah, that's
Oh,
the one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one I'm looking at. So yeah, that's I think less than half of the spell damage of mine, isn't it?
I think so, but it's also 20 exalted.
Actually, no, it's not half. Mine's only 45, so that's only 15% less, and it's 5% less on lightning damage. It's also 5% less on cast speed. Yeah, I mean, this would probably still be an upgrade over what you have, but it's not going to be anywhere near as good as the one I have. I think that, what was it?
Oh, keep scrolling. Go down a little bit more. Look at this. Look at the Horde Chant one. It's 30 30 exalt.
So that's more cast spell damage. It's the exact same lightning damage. It's 6% more cast speed. So it just doesn't. Well, but here's the other problem though that you'll have to figure out.
I'm losing regen. Yeah.
Well, you're losing. No, you're gaining regen because you don't have any. But
Oh, don't. I don't have any on mine.
I don't think yours had regen on it, did it?
Let me see.
Because yours has.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but you're losing the 68% crit. There's no crit on this one.
Crit hit chance.
Yeah.
But you didn't have crit on yours, did you? You
Yes,
have
I
crit?
do. 69%. One more than yours. So I don't know. Like I don't know how much that crit makes a difference. If it even does.
Where was
any
this
at all.
one again? Which one was it? It was yeah. What about this guy? He's got 66 mana regen on his 23. I like that 31% cast speed though. That's a lot.
Yeah, like I said, that's 6% more than mine. That's really nice. But once again, I really want to see this in Path of Building, because this just means you're throwing shit tons of lightning, which would technically bring the percentage up, but it doesn't take into fact whether or not they're hitting. Path of Building will tell you exactly what each lightning bolt is worth. But yeah,
I'm actually looking through the choice here. It might be when I pulled the trigger on just to give it a look.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, it's not that expensive.
Oh wait, this is exalted orbs.
Yeah, these aren't divs. These are all super
I thought
cheap.
you said 30 div.
Oh, these are all super cheap. That's why I'm saying I'm like considering buying one of these.
Oh, I'd buy it in a heartbeat. It's fucking 30 exalted. Like you made 100 exalted and didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Go down here
Which one
and buy this 40 exalted one.
What mirror chant is that? What's that one called? Miracle chant?
Yeah, no, this one's not as good. It's got a lot less cast speed. Yeah, I'm
So
looking.
you think the horror chant is the one to go for?
Probably, yeah. It's probably the one I would do.
Got no resist.
Yeah, I don't think I have any resist on mine either. This one is actually pretty nice.
55. Let me look.
Yeah, it's got a lot more mana regen on it than the one you were looking at up there. It has one less percent cast
I like
speed
that
than I
read.
do.
That read.
Yeah, it's got 1% less cast speed, but it's got a bunch more lightning damage and only 2% less spell damage. So I think this one would be a bigger upgrade for you than mine was. By a
See if
by a
he's
decent
AFK.
amount. Oh yeah.
Damn it, I hate that. Why is it sometimes like the whispers like go away? Like you can't.
Hit this right here.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
These things are set up so that if you go to bed tonight and you wake up tomorrow and log back in and you're like, oh, I want to buy that, and you click Whisper and the dude sold it like 8 hours ago. All of these have a timer on them, and when the timer expires, if you just re-click this, it re-queries the server to make sure that that item still exists, and then it will let you send the Whisper again. You can also just hit the search button at the top to refresh the whole page, but that also resets all of the ones that you've sent whispers to, so it's harder to track. So you don't keep spamming the same person over and over that clearly doesn't want to sell their item.
Funny, I actually am short on Exalted at the moment thanks to spot. I'm taking one div into Exalted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I bet you this guy won't answer. He's AFK.
Yeah, probably. And I'm looking further down the list at some of these others, and they're just not.
Not the same.
Yeah, like they're not as good, and they're more expensive. Like this one's garbage. This one is absolute horse shit, and it's more expensive than every single one above it. And I think even the cheapest one was better than this one.
And it's just because they went to just a divine and just said screw it.
Well, I mean, even if you had it at 100, like where this exalted one was, he listed it 5 days ago, so the value of divine is going up.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this is just a garbage item. It's not good at all. And then the other thing to think about is where he said this was listed 5 days ago. This date updates if you change the price. So he may have even had this for like 2 div and then changed it to 1 div.
Yeah, and just like sitting on it.
Yeah, but he clearly doesn't know what he has here. He doesn't know that it's garbage. This one also complete trash. Not worth a divine.
That guy didn't answer me.
That one's not very good.
I think the big one I really would like to get a good number on is cast speed. So let's say like 27% on cast speed.
I would say probably 20, because a lot of these that you've been looking at have been well below 27%, unless you're planning on spending a lot of currency on it.
I mean, I wouldn't mind dropping a couple divs if it was amazing, you know.
Yeah. I just like even getting into the divs. It's like some of these like 50 exalted ones are better than these div ones. It's really dumb.
Yeah, a lot of these guys have been sitting on them too, so I'm wondering if they're even selling.
Yeah, this one's 14 days that they've had that price, and it's trash. 12% cast.
I mean, 170 mana seems reasonable, right? I could go down a little bit on that.
Yeah, I most of these have 170
mana.
Yeah.
But that's because my search.
Oh
my
yeah, your
is
search was
telling me
all
that.
yeah. I'd probably do like 150, because if you remember, 1% crit was worth roughly 40 mana,
Oh yeah.
or
I need to
36 mana was 1% crit or 1% cast speed.
What was crit hit chance, right?
Yeah,
Critical-
we don't know what that's worth.
Not certain. It doesn't compute with all the shit I've already added to it.
Spell crit percent. I think it's spell
Yeah.
crit specifically.
It's the problem is I just have too many good things and it's not allowing it to get in there because everything else is already taken. When you have two different spell damage types, when you have spell damage plus lightning damage, all of a sudden.
Yeah.
I actually have room for one more thing. That's interesting.
Yeah, I mean even these
Send you a-
these 3 div ones are kind of crap. Collectively, this one's less damage percentage than mine, 3% less cast speed, and 1% less mana regeneration rate. Jesus, I probably have like a 300 div shield now that I bought for 3 div whenever.
Yeah, you've had it for a little bit, I guess.
Actually, not that long. I mean, it was well after mapping when I got it, because I was using that other shield for a lot of mapping. So it's like I've had this for maybe 2 or 3 days of playing, which means I bought it like last week.
Nice thing about some of these is if they already put the max mana into them too, that's like another 77 exalted I'm saving by them doing that.
Oh, for the quantity? For quality, I mean? Or,
No,
no.
for
You
the,
mean
they
actually
put
have
the
the
gem in.
Yeah.
Let me send you another search here.
Okay.
And what do you think of the one I like? The 300 exalted one.
300 exalted. Okay.
Uh-huh.
5% less spell damage, but 22% more. So that's like a 17% percentage gain. It's more mana, 7% extra cast speed. Yeah, that's not bad. And
It's
I
got a
mean,
resist on it too.
for me, it's bad because I would lose mana regen, but you have none, so that's an increase. The lightning resist, yeah, you may be able to take it or leave it. But like I said, we still just don't know what the value of 68 crit is my only concern. Because where I'm willing to get rid of the crit because I won't need it. You, however, still benefit from crit. Check that.
Do I have?
Take the shield that you have now. Look at what your crit percent is for shock, and then take the shield off and see how much crit percent you actually lose.
All right, that's a good idea.
Because if it's only like 2 or 3%, then it doesn't matter.
Okay, so I have
Was it like 28
hit
points?
chance. I'm 28.6.
Yeah.
Picking it off 22.5.
So yeah, you're losing 6% out of that.
That seems like a lot.
Well, that just means that your base crit percent is roughly 11%. So.
I have a couple shields in my inventory that I always have trouble getting rid of shields too. This one has cast speed on it, 1 to all skill.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, not that great. This one's 2 to all skill. Oh shit. I have one here, 25% lightning damage, 2 to all skills, 22% casting speed.
What else?
It's got a little lightning resistance. It's got 102 mana. Let me put it on my character and see what it does before I That one has a lot of resist.
Does it have any more? Can you like exalt it at all, or is it fully upgraded?
I think it's upgraded, yeah. I haven't corrupted it yet.
Yeah.
Alright, so, so I'm at 67.3. Oh, 71.8.
Nice.
That went up a bit.
So yeah, that's better and than what you're using, and you've just been sitting on it. Trade that one with me. I want to see what it's like compared to this one.
Yeah, see how it looks
Oh wait,
here. Yeah.
we're not in a group anymore.
I still can see you though. Can I
Yeah.
just do it like this?
Yeah. And you don't even have the 2% extra mana in there, which will be more damage.
Yeah, good point.
Let's see. So 29.8, 28.5. So it's less than mine, but not a huge drop. Is that like 1,300? But
What do I have in it? By what?
You may gain a percentage of that back when you switch this to a mana gem.
If I can. Did I have resist on me, my current thing?
I don't remember.
Yeah, no resist. No, I have 20% lightning resist. But
This one has
it's fine,
16
it's the
lightning,
same.
and then the fire is in the item there.
Alright.
So yeah, that might make it fairly on par with mine. Getting that mana in there, and then you don't have to spend a div. You can just spend half a div and you're done. Or not even half a div, like a third of a div.
I mean, I could do a. Oh, I guess this probably hit my shield pretty bad. That's 100. Not bad. Yeah. That 20% that 22% casting speed plus the energy to all spells. It's a pretty decent combo, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's better.
And then the other thing to think about with the +2 to all spells, that's every spell you have. So your conductivity is going to be more powerful. Your Orb of Storms is going to be more powerful, and you're not figuring those into your DPS. You're just looking at Spark.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Also, I think your archmage is going to be more powerful as well.
Interestingly, what did I do here? Because now my cold is right on target. I'm not over cold anymore. Oh, because I had cold on the as the gem.
Oh yeah, probably.
I really like being 15 over on my resist.
So switch your belt out and get one with a bunch of resistance.
Yeah, but the belt I get a lot because I have 9 to all resist with the belt, but I'll get a lot better than that with a designer belt.
Yeah, and it's probably won't be insanely expensive. But like I think I paid a div for mine, and it's got 170 mana and 39 fire, 31 cold, and 21 lightning resist.
Kind of funny, but I was a belt fiend. Like that's what I used to make a bunch of belts. So I think I traded them all, the good ones.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were going nuts with the belts there for a while.
Yeah, that was my jam.
Maybe you could get one with some resist in it that would be cool, and get the mana in it, and then instead of the life or the flask of life recovery, you could get a relic slot or two.
So what
Or a
else?
charm
I
slot or
mean,
two.
can you search your belt and send me the link in Discord so I can look at those resists? Got the life, I guess.
Actually, I'm curious if anybody else has a similar. 8 divine for my belt now. Well, for one, where my belt is the minimum stats, so they have all the same stats.
Better.
Maybe higher numbers, but it's an 8 divine belt. Actually, I just want to see what it is.
You need that anyway to get the link.
Oh, look at that. 32 is the lowest. Yeah, this is exactly my belt with just every stat increased. Every single one of the stats are better. Slightly more mana, higher fire, cold, and lightning resist. That's funny.
Of all the belts though, which what belt is actually good for us? What for the implicit? I guess
in my
yours- I
opinion,
guess
this
yours.
one, because your mana pot is basically your health pot. So
Yeah.
having it increase, because I don't think there's very many implicits for belts.
Armor is on one, and we have so little that doesn't matter.
I have 0 armor. I don't have any at all.
I know, but even a tiny bit wouldn't help very much.
Yeah.
Or would it? Does it have a better?
It has a diminishing
send me
returns,
the
but you
link.
gotta get pretty high. Did you want the link for this one or the one from mine? Or well, I guess this one.
The same.
Yeah, it is the same. Yeah.
link.
You can kind of tweak it around. Of course, this dude's AFK, so you're not getting his.
Oh, I'm not. I don't want to. The life is like a waste of stats, so I'll take that out.
There's only
increased blast
2.
recovery rate. I don't care.
Yeah. So if you get rid of
I think I have
life,
30 on all these stats.
if you get rid of life, then somebody has one with 92 armor on it.
I went 30 on all the resist.
Yeah. You might be hard pressed to find one. Or you might only find that 8 div one with $30 resists.
Let me go to 25.
Yeah.
All right, now we're getting into reasonable numbers here. But what am I gaining out of this? So I'm gaining mana. I'm gaining stronger resist. Then I get this implicit, which is, I don't know if it's that exciting. Is there anything else in that belt that's worth a damn? I guess charm slot or something.
Yeah, charm slots would be the only thing.
That'd probably send it through the roof if this stuff with a charm slot. Well, people I think are starting to get a little turned off by charm slots now. That doesn't exist. How high can the mana go? Can I go to 180? If I take away that implicit. No, 180 is impossible. Okay, 170.
What are people looking for on this? Oh, I bet they're trying to just get the bonus increased higher. Why would you even corrupt that?
Here's the other thing too. This guy has 20% of flask recoveries applied instantly. That's actually not a bad either.
Yeah.
Get you popped up more quickly. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man, this is crazy. Like, I hate how they do their search on this. So this is 2,882 matches, but it's only showing me 100 of them. And there's no way to do like page 2, and I will never see more than these. If I hit search again, it will be this exact same window. So the only way to do anything about this is to filter it somehow. But it's like in this 100 for this Belt of Ingenuity, the bottom one is 5 div. It is barely half of the max roll. Like it's 40 to 80, it's a 43, and they want 5 div for it. It's like, who the fuck would want to buy this? It's like people want the 80 one. It's like, and like the other thing that I don't understand either is it's like I feel like most of these people don't even understand why they're corrupting. What they're trying to corrupt is to get a higher roll on this bonus. You're not trying to get an extra ability added to it. You want
Right.
the corruption to corrupt the bonus to make it higher than 80. But you're not going to get that when your starting roll is 43. So
Why not?
Because it's corrupting it is only going to add some percentage to it. It's not going to cap it and then add more.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought it would be a complete reroll.
I'm not aware of it being. I have never seen one that I've corrupted and just have it like shot through the like double the number on it. It's always just been a small increase.
So I just bought this for a div. Let me show it to you. Sometimes I really hate the way that messaging works in this game.
Oh, boom! There we go. 71%, 21 orbs of alchemy. Yeah, whatever. 77% is 18 div. Let's see. What'd you send here? Oh, a belt.
Built. I
Yeah,
bought it for a
that's not
div.
bad.
Yeah.
No, that's not bad.
I do like that. To be honest, when I'm pounding my health pots, I actually do kind of want them to my life to go up quickly, or because I'm actually taking damage. You know what I mean?
Well, but you got a problem with that though. Is like top end mana pots are only giving you 443 mana, so that's going to give you like it's going to give you like 80
How
mana.
many mana pots do you have?
I mean, I have the top end. It's the ultimate mana flask.
Mine's 610.
Yeah.
Oh, I put quality in mine. Maybe that's why.
Oh no, you have 64% increased amount recovered. Mine doesn't have that.
This is actually
Mine's only
almost
43%.
65% is the best they can be.
Yeah, but I mean, the other thing to think about though is still 20% of 6 is 20 for every 100. That's 120 mana out of 5,000. That's not going to save you.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
So having 20% increased recovery would increase the amount that it was going to heal you overall.
Yeah, I think either way, they can. I think neither stat is bad in our world, but I think nothing else is any good. You know what I mean?
That's valid.
All right, now now I got skills up to wazoo again, like for resist. So
Yeah, I've never gotten around to. I need to put quality on my mana flask. I was still running with a really limited number of those glass blowers baubles because you couldn't blow up flasks with quality.
Did you notice that the quality can be blown up and you get a bauble now? It's really nice.
Yeah.
They changed that in that last patch.
Yeah, I actually need to go through and blow up all the ones that I had been saving.
Pretty much the one I have here, I farmed these forever. Like I would pick up every one I could get, but I got this one, and it's I have one that you might want. I'm selling it for 18, but I'll give it to you for free if you want it.
What is it?
I have a flask.
Mine's 443 mana.
Mine's 580, and it's got a 0.25 charges per second
Oh, nice.
recoup.
That's good. Yeah, you can try to sell that one instead. Not a huge. Actually, I wonder if mine would. I wonder if mine would be better with quality on it.
Well, the problem is that you want the 0.25 charges. That's the key. Because
I don't know if you want that specifically for mana, just because 0.25 charges per second is one charge every 4 seconds, which is one use every almost minute, whereas you kill 3 creatures and you get 10 charges back.
Well, but the key is you never use mana pots except on boss fights when there's no ads to kill.
That's that's fairly valid, but arguably
now it probably doesn't matter because I kill everything so fast. But if I'm in a long fight, then getting an extra charge may make a huge difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you want to keep that one and just sell it, that's fine, because I can get a pretty decent bump out of this one because it has no quality on it. So I may actually be able to get a similar number to that one, and if that one will actually sell for you, I would definitely sell it.
But yeah, I think the general consensus is the recharge is considered the best of the choices. In order to get the in drawn out fights, you can keep keep in the battle.
Yeah, it was a huge deal in the first one, but you also had 5 mana pots, or like 5 pots that you could put whatever you wanted in them. I actually don't like this one. I wish you could replace the health pot with another mana pot.
Oh yeah, that'd be amazing.
So
Yeah, that would, because we have 0 use for a health pot.
exactly. So it's like it's kind of a bit of a negative to us. So I think it would be. And in Path of Exile 1, you had 5 slots and you could put whatever you wanted in them.
Yeah. Good point. So yeah, what is my damage at now? 73,000.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, I need to figure out what I
Okay.
can do to get some more in mine. I wouldn't mind having like another 10k or so. I will get. I still have 2 levels worth that I'll get from.
Well, you're at 23.
Yeah, but this is a level 19
I'm at-
skill gym.
So something else is up here then, because I'm at 28.
I thought you were at 70 something. Oh no.
My level.
Well, I'm missing. You have 3 levels because you've got 1 more on your staff and then 2 more on your focus. I don't have any
is
on
it
my
the level
focus.
19? Is that a level 19 gem?
Yeah, I did because I have to be
Okay,
90
I have a
to
level
use it.
21.
Yeah.
I have a 21 level gem plus. Okay. I
Yeah.
got it.
So I will go up a little bit more damage when I hit level 90, assuming that gem corrupts properly and I get the 21 out of it.
Oh, dude, I have a great thing to do.
What's that?
Let me borrow your gem.
What? My gem?
I can see exactly what the difference is with I take your gem on.
Yeah. They do get to be a small pain in the ass because, of course, it will drop all of your.
Yeah. It picks them all up at once though.
No, I mean, but you'll have to go and manually put them all back in when you get my gem.
Well, I'll just do just my gem and your gem and just leave the other ads out.
Oh yeah, it might trade them in that way. Yeah, that might be a thing. Wait, what does that say? Oh, 18% increase projectile speed. Okay.
Oh, my gem with no support.
You don't have any
is
quality on yours? Oh, no support.
No, it's 20 quad. No
Yeah.
support. I'm at 49.4.
Yeah.
All right, 49.4. With yours, 39.4. So you're gonna get 10k on the level.
Right. Yeah,
Why?
that'll
There's
be
still
pretty
a
decent.
dramatic difference.
Well, you have 3 more levels, so if 2 levels is 10k, and each level is increasingly more powerful, it could be 15 or 20k for those 3 levels. Well, actually, it would be more than 15k. It would be probably 17 to 22k for 3 more levels.
You have all 5 slots on this one now. That's good.
Yeah, I have all 5 slots on it. I think I've got it fully. Yeah, I got the full quality on it, but instead of upgrading this one, I'm just going to use the level. I'm going to use the level 21 to make a brand new gem, and then quality that one and put more slots on that and try to corrupt it. And that way, if it fails, I don't have to worry about losing my gem, that I'm using currently.
Yeah. And then eventually, when you're done and you've outgrown, so I had a bunch of old gems that I didn't do the gem I was using either.
Yeah.
And I sold them all for multi-div. So just kind of do the math on it. If you assume what a 5 slot is worth. Is
Oh
because
yeah.
the 5th slot costs so much, you can
sell
for
them
that.
off. Yeah.
Yeah, so I made a bunch of I sold all of them. I had 3 extras and I sold them all for fairly fair values, I felt anyway.
No, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, so you should be able to recoup some money as long as people still need
man,
your shit.
What are those things going for now? Oh, you can actually. Where's your Alva?
Top, keep going up, all the way to top. Top right.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it on the menu map.
Hello.
perfect jewelers. And exalteds. 390. So those are really expensive now. So they're basically 2 div a piece.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, 2 div a piece, 1.83.
I'm not sure what the 5th slot is for Orb of Storms, if it's something I need to do or not.
Let me see, I'll tell you.
Not sure what they're saying they wanted us to. It's worth that kind of money.
Orb of Storms is Fonts of Mana. Fonts of Mana, 40% increased mana regeneration rate to you and your allies.
I don't think that's that great because I'm not really having mana problems right now.
I mean, it's just more mana regen, meaning you can take more damage.
Yeah, I mean eventually maybe, but I don't know. Like right now, maybe I should sell the orb and make some more divs. I don't know. Well, it's cool. I just changing out this focus. I pumped myself up a bit. That's pretty nice.
Yeah.
I think I will do some more searching to see if I can get even a better hit on this. But it sounds like now the prices are gonna start. Yeah, I wonder what this one, something like this, will sell for now. A little bit of lightning damage. Just like,
I still can't believe did I tell you that I was after one of the evenings of streaming, I went and raided. I ended up raiding some random girl that was playing this game.
yeah, and she was getting all kinds of stuff handed to her and everything.
Yeah, like, and somebody handed her like they were like, you need to redo your skills, and they handed her like 3 skill gems and then 3 lesser, 3 greater, and 3 perfect fucking jeweler's orbs.
Jesus.
And I'm like, what the fuck, man? It's like you just handed some random chick that you don't know like 10 to 12 div worth of fucking mats. You have no clue who she is.
It's hilarious. It's nice having boobs, you know.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna start doing, is getting Nell to just log in on my character occasionally, and then just act like she doesn't know what she's doing and ask for people for help. Like take my skill gems off and put really shitty skill gems in there and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And then just be like, oh my god, will somebody help me?
I'm so confused.
She's practicing the voice. That I can't get any money out of it, but I can get a decked out character.
Oh yeah, so the other thing I can do that actually will help a lot, and I'll work on this tomorrow because I'm gonna go to bed, but I'm gonna start getting some cast speed on my rings.
Yeah.
And my rings had all kinds of stupid stats that are useless, so I can make. I just gotta get that really high mana.
Yeah, that one ring you need to. I think it was your breach ring, unfortunately, because I think breach rings can get a way higher mana cap than normal rings can because of being able to go to 50 quality. So you're probably not going to be able to recreate that mana unless you can just find a better breach ring. Also, you're out shit tons of materials that you dumped into qualitying up that breach ring.
Yeah, but that stuff actually isn't very expensive.
Oh, is it not? That's cool.
No, it's super cheap.
Is it the same ones that you use for normal rings, or is it specific for breach rings?
No, it's the same ones.
Okay,
Yeah,
I need to get that then and pump my rings once I get some good ones.
Yeah, agreed.
Can't you use those to pump amulets as well?
I think it's
amulets.
I think not our amulet, but
Oh, why not?
yeah. Yeah, because I have 20% on my amulet
Oh
already.
yeah, I do now too. That's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah,
So what do I need? So on my ring, I want cast speed.
You basically just want cast speed and mana. And then resist or mana
and
regen.
rarity.
Yeah, rarity would be good. Mana regen's good. And then if you need resist for anything. But yeah, both of my rings have. I've got up to 40% mana regeneration rate on a ring. So that's something to consider.
Yeah, somebody has some mana regen.
But yeah, mana regen, mana, cast speed, and then if you need any resists, and then the rarity. Rarity is nice, but if you're doing rarity and you're trying to get resist as well, could be interesting.
Yeah, so actually on my ring I have 15 all resist, which actually is
yeah, I've got that on.
nice.
I've got 12 to all resist on this one, plus 2 other
That
resists.
actually will be handy if we ever get ingenuity.
Yeah.
The guy went.
Oh.
That's 166.
There's a dude in my channel that's just straight up advertising buying the White Stellar amulets for 30 EX a piece.
I've seen them sold. I sold mine. People are selling. People are offering 85 on my channel.
85
For one.
Wow, nice.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, probably just worth fucking sending it to them at this point, because that's a pretty fucking good rate.
For 85? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. Oh god. That's it. Yeah, alright. I'll have to search, but yeah, I'm sure there's some rings I could put together here. It looks like the mana regen may have really cranked the price up on here, though, more than I wanna. You start to realize that you have decent gear when you're trying to replace it and look at what people want for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh, actually, I got some decent stuff. All right, man. I gotta get to bed.
Yeah, we're gonna get out of here and get some food.
Cool. Nice chatting with you.
Yeah, I'll catch you. I'm doing Conan
Is
tomorrow,
yours-
so I don't know if you'll be interested in that.
All right. Is your stream ending, or are you rating something, or do you have anybody who's in here? 4 of us.
Yeah, there's only 4 people in tonight. I'm not gonna raid anywhere. Just gonna end the stream tonight. It's pretty late. It's hard to find people that are not, just stoners that are being stupid at this time of day, or they don't speak English. That's the other common one.
Got a guy here with 19 Path of Exile 2 with 19 people watching him.
Oh yeah.
He's a big gamer.
Yeah.
All right, man. I'll
way
catch
more
you
than
later.
me. All right, see you, man.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, as you heard, that's going to be it for the night for me for the stream. I'm gonna call it a night and try to get some food. I ended up going like 3.5 hours over what I normally do, so long ass night. Didn't even get to switch to Conan Exiles like I was planning to a couple hours ago. But yeah, we got a lot of cool stuff done with checking gearing, things along those lines. So it's useful information, hopefully. Hopefully it wasn't too boring for some people there for the last little bit. Sometimes just talking the math on things is not super interesting, but very useful information. So yeah, I'll be back tomorrow night for Conan Exiles, and then we'll be back to more Path of Exile during the week next week, starting Wednesday. And then don't forget, if you're gonna be watching me next week, Thursday and Friday, I'll probably be doing extra WoW compared to what I normally do because of the new content that's being added to SOD. I got to get my character prepped for the next Ramus raid, so it's going to require some in-game playing, and unfortunately, part of that is going to be in the form of a daily dungeon. So I got to spend some time doing that every day while people are actually around, being a tank and all. But yeah, so a little bit more WoW this week than previously. I would say by the next week it'll be completely cut out, not a big deal anymore. So that's where we're sitting currently. So I will see you guys next time. Thanks for hanging out and chatting.